Chapter 41 Rebuild the Base. But after careful consideration, Li Qing felt that the first possibility was more likely, and the probability of the second possibility was very small, almost impossible. The reason is very simple. There are more than one dreadnought flagship wrecks on this ancient battlefield. Even the flagship T-slot main guns of low-level civilizations are powerful. It is not a problem to destroy a conventional warship of high-level civilization with one shot. Now several flagships have been destroyed, but no wreckage of the second race has been seen, which can only show that this is a civil war. As for whether it will be a super civilization beyond the normal level, Li Qing has not considered it. It's a sad story that civilization died in civil war. The key point is not destroyed by the nuclear war in the early space age, but by the war after leaving the parent star. Li Qing sighed, feeling complicated. After sighing, it was the original question: where is the home planet of this civilization? The civilization is destroyed, but the home planet must be there. According to the technological level of this civilization, it is not much different from the joint civilization of the Shatta tribe, and its territory is definitely not that big. That is to say, the home star of this civilization is definitely in this. It is within 1,000 light years of the center, and certainly not on the outpost side. If it was there, it would have been found long ago. The west side is not very likely. The non-isolated interference zone over there can't stop the player, and they will be found there. Then the only possibility is that the north and east, or southeast, are located within the isolation interference zone. Only in it, the fleet cannot enter, and its position will not be revealed. It is embarrassing to know that there is a living planet in a certain area, but you can't even see it. I can't even think about it, I can't get through it at all. Li Qing shook his head, nothing but pity. This wave of grave digging has dug up a very rare planetary environment modification technology, but this thing is not very valuable. Because each planetary environment transformation technology is specific to a certain planet, there is no universal planetary environment transformation technology for all planets. In other words, unless the technology that wants to transform the current planet can be sold at a high price, otherwise the technology is also sold to some scientific research institutions for reference, and the price is definitely not much higher. Of course, it is only relatively speaking that the price cannot be sold, and it is not a problem to get it back to Jinmin and sell it for more than 1 billion stars. However, Li Qing thinks it is better to keep it. Maybe he can use it as a reference in the future if he has needs in this regard. Well, just for reference, he didn't think about transforming this planet by himself, unless he was crazy. The income of more than 1 billion yuan is already a lot compared to a green quality grave. Also, no one has explored this galaxy yet. He should be the first batch. In terms of the game, it belongs to Land Reclamation plus First Pass, and the reward must be much higher than normal. At any time, the one who gets the first bite of the bonus will definitely make a lot of money, and he is no exception. The graves were dug, and there was nothing left to explore on this planet. Li Qing ordered the landing pods to be taken back one by one, and the fleet was about to leave. But just as the fleet turned around, Li Qing stopped suddenly, looking at the wreckage of the warship floating in the starry sky. He suddenly thought, can these ancient remains be recovered? When encountering wild monsters in battle, the destroyed pirate warships will not only explode some worthless wreckage, but their broken ships will disappear after a period of time, as if melting into the void. This kind of wreckage of the hull is collected into the universe in the palm, and it is impossible to decompose anything. But the wreckage of these warships has gone through tens of thousands of years and has not disappeared. Will there be some differences? Li Qing curiously opened the universe in his palm and took a piece of wreckage into it. In the next second, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Is it really okay? Even in ecstasy, looking at the almost countless wreckages of warships around and in the distance, Li Qing was overjoyed, and immediately sent out all the industrial ships, pulled all the wreckages together with tractor beams, and put them into the universe in his palm. Then, throw these wrecks directly into the furnace in the warehouse area of the high-dimensional fortress, and recycle and smelt them into new alloys. Seeing the remelting of the wreckage into an alloy with his own eyes, Li Qing's joy is beyond words. This means that the wreckage is all money. But there is a problem. The technological level of this civilization is not as good as that of humans, and the strength of the alloys they use is not as good as that of the alloys they use now. The hull and armor of the warships made with this will be much weaker than normal warships. So these unqualified alloys can only be sold as steel, not as alloys, and their value is greatly reduced. It must be returned to the furnace and resmelted according to the current alloy formula to make its strength reach the level of human technology. Fortunately, he has nothing else, so he has enough time to slowly smelt it. He even started to build a second medium-sized alloy melting furnace in the warehouse area of the high-dimensional fortress to increase production. After that, he didn't leave, just stayed here, focusing on collecting the wreckage. Alloy is the most important material for building warships, accounting for 70% to 80% of all materials. With so many wreckages, God knows how much alloy can be collected and how much money can be saved. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and he only collected a part of the nearby area. Compared with the wreckage around the orbit of the planet, it is estimated to be less than 1%, but a total of more than 20 million square meters of wreckage has been collected. Millions of square meters of alloy are smelted, worth billions of star dollars. It's so cool to hang out. There is no universe in the palm of your hand, and God knows how long and how much effort it will take for a normal player to collect it. However, even if the collection is open, it is estimated that it will take hundreds of months to complete the collection, and it will take more than 8 years to complete the collection, unless the scale is expanded. But they have all come here, and it is very troublesome to go back to the outpost. The key equipment is in short supply at the outpost, so they may not be able to buy it. They may go to Jinmen. It may take half a year to go back and forth. Rather than this, it is better. A week later, the fleet that circled the planet twice stopped over the largest plane on the planet, and then the main fleet was parked in the orbit of the planet. 5 frigates escorted several industrial ships and transport ships slowly into the interior of the planet. Transport ships are different from industrial ships and warships. No matter large or small, there is only one module, not a segmented module design, so they can enter the interior of the planet. However, the larger the transport ship, the slower the speed of entering the planet's atmosphere, and the impact on the transport ship. The engine has certain requirements. The fleet spent 3 hours entering the interior of the planet, came to the sky above the plane, moved out the base modules one by one, and placed them on the barren land of the planet. Yes, Li Qing decided to put his personal base on this planet. Anyway, his purpose of coming here this time was to find a suitable galaxy to build a personal base. Although this galaxy does not have an asteroid belt, there are huge ancient battlefields all over the orbit of the planet, and the wreckage of battleships in the sky is waiting for him to collect. Decomposing and recasting hundreds of billions worth of alloy materials is definitely enough for him to build a base here. Although there is no asteroid belt in the galaxy, it does not mean that it cannot be mined, but it is not as easy to mine as the asteroid belt. A complete set of large-scale standard base modules, including a main core command module with a length, width and height of 1,000 meters, 9 large auxiliary module cabins with a length, width and height of 300 meters, and 36 medium-sized auxiliary modules with a length, width and height of 100 meters cabin, and 120 small auxiliary module cabins with a length, width, and height of 30 meters, all of which can be connected and separated freely. Then, a series of supporting facilities for the large base were moved out. 1 large electromagnetic radar and 4 small electromagnetic radars. 120 fully automatic sentry cannons. A set of medium-sized water extraction and purification equipment. 2 small interplanetary vehicles. A set of large-scale fixed-energy circle generators can build an energy circle that shelters the entire base. In addition to isolating the impact of small meteorites, the biggest function is to combine with the climate control device to establish an ecology suitable for ordinary human beings in the energy circle. Lock up. To put it bluntly, it is to establish a small colony. The premise of this thing is that in a planet with an atmosphere, gravity and magnetic field that meet the minimum standards, a planet with an environment that is too harsh cannot maintain this ecosystem. This system is to purchase a whole set of large-scale base cabins for distribution. It does not cost money, but maintaining the ecosystem requires a lot of energy. So Li Qing quickly moved out the energy-absorbing board that was also provided as a package, and spread it on the wasteland near the base. Whenever the star looks directly at this place, the energy-absorbing board will absorb the energy of the star, store it, and send it to the base. Even at night when the stars are not shining, this thing can also absorb various ray energy in space and store it. With this set of energy-absorbing panels, the energy to maintain the minimum standard operation of the base is sufficient. As for the ecological circle, it is naturally powered by the cold nuclear fusion reactor that comes with the base. This kind of super reactor can provide massive amounts of energy, enough to support all the energy consumption of a large base. The reason why it is also equipped with energy-absorbing boards is mainly for energy-absorbing backup. After all, in the harsh environment in space, sometimes the reactor is affected by inexplicable magnetic fields or rays, or is damaged in battle. At this time, it is necessary to rely on the stored energy for emergency response. Then 5 large cold stores and some messy things were moved into the base. The robot engineer who maintained the reactor turned on the reactor. At first there was a slight vibration, but it soon became calm. The lights came on at the same time. Li Qing stood in the command cabin of the main core cabin of the base. Through monitoring, he saw that a total of 8 nodes around the base lighted up at the same time, spewing out a dazzling light network that extended to the sky, and soon converged at the top of the base at a height of 5 kilometers, forming a huge mesh-shaped inverted light bowl with a diameter of 20 kilometers and a height of 5 kilometers. As the climate control device was turned on, a wave of blue light visible to the naked eye emerged and swept across the base. This is because the climate control system is scanning the composition of the atmosphere inside the base, and then changing the atmospheric structure in a targeted manner to make it an environment suitable for human life. Colonies will become suitable for human habitation. Now that the base has been established here, Li Qing is not in a hurry. Release all transport ships and industrial ships from the Palm universe, and use the tractor beam of the industrial ship to draw the wreckage in the air together to form huge wreckage that stop on the orbit of the planet, and collect them with the Palm universe every time a certain amount is accumulated. At the same time, he led the fleet to set off every few days to wipe out the small fleet wandering on the ancient battlefield. The larger fleet is to lure away, and let the subordinate industrial fleet collect all the wreckage in its patrol area. At the same time, 10 frigates were sent to disperse to explore around the base to see if there were any good things left by the ancient alien race on the planet, and the Marine Corps was sent to exercise by the way. A large amount of income is recorded every day, and the battles from time to time have increased his experience in various command skills. It took only half a month for his basic naval command skills to increase by 1 level, from LV5 to LV6. In the starry sky, the first 2 or 3 levels of any skill improve quickly, but after the 3rd level, the improvement speed drops sharply, and the improvement speed after LV5 is even slower. Even if Li Qing has 10 times the experience bonus, the super innate attribute makes him improve more than 20 times faster than other players, and now he has been promoted to LV6. It is worth mentioning that generally speaking, the basic naval command skills must reach LV10 to command cruisers, LV15 to command battleships, and flagships to at least LV20 to command, which means that the corresponding skill level is required for the skill bonus effect to work for these advanced warships. Now, the command skills of most pioneers within 10 years will not exceed LV10. In theory, commanding a cruiser is enough, let alone a battleship. This also means that the top players in the guild who have battleships are either just commanding, but the skill effect does not take effect on these battleships. Either he did not command himself, but recruited a high-level commander to replace him. It's another matter that senior commanders are expensive to recruit. The main reason is that they are hard to find. He recruited crew captains at the Jinmen Naval Academy many times before. It's not that he didn't go to the Commander Academy, where most of them are just graduated commanders. As an officer, the skills are only 1st or 2nd level. Only those instructors in the entire academy can meet the conditions, but the instructors cannot be recruited at all. To put it bluntly, there is a shortage of rare high-end talents no matter where they are, and they don't know where to recruit them. Another morning, after checking the transformation of the ecosystem, Li Qing went out to collect minerals and spawn monsters as a routine. However, just after the battleship left the base and took off, an alarm sounded from the base suddenly, and the light curtain bounced off. What was displayed on it was the center of the transit layer at the lowest level of the main core command cabin. A young man in protective clothing with a shocked face under the glass of the hood. This is. Li Qing was also surprised, and quickly controlled the battleship to return. When he stepped into the transfer floor under the of several robot soldiers, the young man who had regained his composure and was looking around at the base looked up and saw Li Qing, and immediately stood up and said loudly, "This brother, I am a thorn bird, do you remember me?" Li Qing nodded. "Of course I remember, but why are you here?" The thorny bird took off the hood, smiled wryly and said, "Of course I came back from death, I'm finished this time." Li Qing was surprised and said, "I remember you said more than a month ago that you were going to dig a grave, why? By the way, I remember you have 2 cruisers, 8 destroyers, and more than 40 frigates, now." It was okay if he didn't ask, but when he asked, the thorn bird's face became even more bitter, with a heartache on his face. It's gone, my fleet is gone. Chapter 42 Continuous Mission Chain and Subspace Evil. This. Li Qing has nothing to say. 2 cruisers plus 8 destroyers, more than 40 frigates, if they are all equipped at the 5th level, the total investment of battleships and crews will be at least about 20 billion. Others are not like him who can cheat. Even if there is family support at the beginning, it will not be too much, so much money is definitely earned penny by penny. The fleet that has been painstakingly saved is suddenly gone, and anyone who changes it will collapse. I cleared an anomaly in a galaxy half a year ago, and obtained a purple data chip. After decoding, I found that it was a signal coordinate, so I was ready to come and explore. I found the signal coordinate location in a certain galaxy 4 months ago. After digging, I found out that this is a rare supergrave, and I got an epic task chain. Next, I dug 2 places according to the coordinates given by the task chain. This is the 3rd coordinate place, which is located on a satellite of a gas giant planet in the outer circle of the galaxy. But when I found the location and dug up the underground base, this large underground base actually hid a lot of spiritual bodies, and there was a very powerful subspace evil in the innermost part. A psionic storm covered several kilometers and directly killed me. The fleet was drowned, and all the crew and subordinates died in the psionic storm, and I died too. This. Li Qing was dumbfounded when he finished speaking, not knowing what to say for a while. But after being dazed for a while, he suddenly thought of something, his expression changed, and he hurriedly asked. You said that subspace evil thing ran out. The thorny bird was also taken aback for a moment, then nodded. It should have run out. Fuck. Li Qing rubbed his head vigorously. What is the evil in the subspace? It is an evil existence living in the subspace, and its favorite is to devour souls. The most important thing is that all subspace existences are born powerful psychers, and some are not only powerful psychers, but they are huge in size, comparable to large battleships, and none of them are easy to deal with. Once the Naya space evil comes out, it will definitely not take long to run to his base. This is inevitable. That thing has an extreme desire for soul, and there is absolutely no way to hide it in the same galaxy. 9 eyes. Everyone has it. Put down all the work in hand, and immediately withdraw to the base. Immediately gave orders to the men who were active nearby. He raised his head and said to the thorny bird, Sorry I can't entertain you, I have to prepare. The thorn bird nodded in understanding. No problem, if it is convenient, can you sell me a frigate? I will increase the price by 50%. Li Qing thought for a while, nodded and said, Can. By the way, are you leaving now? The thorny bird shook his head. No, I want to go there again. Although all my subordinates are dead, they were only killed by the spiritual storm. Several of my main battleships are still well preserved, and they are moored there now. I want to take the risk to see. Let's see if we can take those warships away. Well, I wish you good luck. The 2 quickly went through the handover procedures and handed over a frigate and the crew inside to him, earning 230 million stars. Watching the frigate on which the Thornbird was flying into the sky and flying in another direction, Li Qing sighed, and ordered all the assembled subordinates to gather near the main core cabin, enter an industrial ship, and then open the Palm universe to take the industrial ship into it. The first batch of base staff is fully included, including all clones. Although cloned human souls have flaws, the evil creatures in the subspace don't care about them, and they are not picky eaters. Fortunately, when purchasing workers, they considered that some environments were not suitable for clones to work. They purchased a total of 10,000 robot workers. Robots have no souls, and subspace evils have no interest, so the base will not be paralyzed. Soon the fleet that went out to kill wild monsters also returned one by one. The huge Palm space channel stood above the base, swallowing battleships and ships like a black hole. Having just devoured half of it, Li Qing, who was staring at the panel, suddenly turned his head in surprise, and saw the light and shadow in the middle of the base emerge, revealing the figure of the thorny bird again. It's dead again. As soon as it was resurrected, the thorny bird waved vigorously in the direction of the camera and shouted, Watch out, he's coming. Li Qing didn't respond, but raised his head slowly. Even if he didn't see anything, he could clearly sense that an evil will that made his scalp tingle was approaching rapidly. What a powerful subspace evil spirit. He immediately ordered the returning ground troops to stop and hide in place. The battleship transport that was entering the subspace accelerated to enter, while I took a deep breath and sat motionless in the main base. After thinking for a while, he ordered 2 robot soldiers to invite the Thornbird over. As soon as he entered the command room, Thornbird said loudly, Do you have a secret room that can isolate spiritual energy? Li Qing shook his head. No, ruined, Li Qing asked curiously. Didn't you go around from the other side? How come? I went around from the other side, but who would have thought that the guy would also go this way? I bumped into it head on and disappeared on the spot. What about the frigate? Of course it's gone. I saw that guy take a gun and commit suicide immediately. Looking at the log afterwards, the frigate was crushed into powder by a psionic storm. Suicide. Have a thought. Then what can be done? Suicide only loses 2 or 3 years of life, and being swallowed by evil things is at least 20 to 30 years or more, 10 times the difference, of course, etc. The thorn bird seemed to have thought of something, and asked anxiously. No, you don't look panicked at all. Do you have any way to deal with that subspace evil? Li Qing was silent. Thorny bird saw it and immediately said, Brother, take me with you. If you can avoid being hunted down, I will give you 500 million. Li Qing waved his hands and said, Forget about the money, it's a matter of the way. As he spoke, he stretched out his finger, and a black door opened in front of him. Li Qing pointed to the black hole-like light door and said, Hide in. Dazzling suddenly asked in surprise. Brother, are you a psyker? Right. His eyes were quite complicated, and he seemed hesitant to speak, but with the terrifying evil will, even he could sense it. Thousands of words turned into a sigh, and he gritted his teeth into it, appearing on a transport ship. Of course he wouldn't let the Thornbird enter the high-dimensional fortress, just open the door to a transport ship moored in the void. After closing the passage, Li Qing raised his head to look at the sky, and then looked down at the base control center in front of him. The light curtain showed that the energy shield somewhere in the base's ecological park was suddenly twisted, and then a twisted halo fell down, ignoring the base. The robot, which was working normally inside, fell straight to the middle of the core cabin of the main base. In an instant, Li Qing's hair flew backwards, the muscles on his face kept beating and twisting, and a layer of goosebumps appeared on his skin. So strong malice. In the blink of an eye, the invisible distortion appeared in front of him through the thick base alloy wall, and a ferocious and strange face appeared on the surface of the twisted transparent halo and rushed straight down. Li Qing took a sharp breath, and the spiritual energy gushed out from his body, turning into a layer of distorted burning spiritual energy flames. The moment the two light spheres, one large and one small, came into contact, an extremely evil cold will rushed towards his face. Too strong. As soon as he made contact, Li Qing clearly felt that the difference in spiritual power between the two sides was ridiculously large, like the sun and stars drowning him in an instant. With a thought without hesitation, his feet sank in the next second, and 2 rounds of light, one large and one small, fell straight into the universe in his palm. In just 1 second, his psionic shield, which has accumulated more than 500 units, was directly crushed into a thin layer, and it is estimated that it will be forcibly defeated in a second or two. But at the moment of entering the universe in the palm, under the blessing of the universe in the palm, the strength of Li Qing's psychic energy instantly increased tenfold, reaching a strength of 5,000 plus, and the thin layer of psychic shield instantly swelled up. Hold this unknown subspace evil. The evil will was also stunned for a moment, and then the ferocious evil pupils began to face Li Qing, and an evil thought that only psychics could understand came into his ears. I have to say this surprised me. I have never seen this kind of baby, but you are too weak, and soon your baby will be mine. Li Qing contracted his psychic energy expressionlessly, forming a human-shaped psychic energy shield to protect his whole body, silently resisting the evil will. The almost physical spiritual will wandered back and forth on his body, as if someone was touching his body back and forth with hands. The evil will turned around and didn't find a weakness. The evil face grinned, and the strength of the spiritual power doubled in an instant. From the outside, it looks like blue flames soaring, turning into a strange-looking human-shaped light man, with several thick flame tentacles stretching out to wrap the light cocoon. Li Qing immediately let out a muffled snort. The spiritual energy shield was suppressed by an indescribable force and quickly shrank. There was a series of cracking sounds of bones breaking all over his body. His body and limbs shrank inward, and his whole body was forcibly suppressed by the soaring spiritual energy. I have to shrink a circle. I don't know how many bones are broken. So strong. Under the tenfold increase of the universe in the palm, his current psychic power has exceeded 5,000. To be able to crush him so comprehensively, this evil existence has 9,000 or more psychic powers, if not 10,000. No matter how he mobilized his spiritual energy to resist, the strength of his spiritual energy was too different. His body was compressed and changed abruptly. His internal bones were broken, bone spurs pierced his skin, and blood quickly seeped out and stained his whole body red. From a distance, he looked like a baby shrunk together tiredly and soaked in blood blisters in a light cocoon. His limbs were twisted and out of shape. The horrible pain can make people collapse, but compared to the physical pain, the threat from the depths of the soul makes him careless, frantically mobilizing the spiritual energy of the whole body to fight against it. His tenacious resistance made this unknown subspace evil extremely dissatisfied. He raised his head to the sky and let out a soul-piercing roar. The blazing blue flames soared, and a sharp tentacle flew out of his open mouth, slowly stabbing towards Li Qing. A cocoon of light. Ding! With a crisp sound, tiny lightning bolts exploded between the spikes and the light cocoon. Li Qing's distorted face suddenly glowed with blue flames, and then the flesh and blood all over his body began to burn, and his body quickly melted. A burning flame. Then, the burning flame slowly rotated under the influence of an invisible force. A slowly rotating black hole vortex slowly appeared in the light cocoon, and golden lightning bolts danced in the vortex. The light cocoon keeps shrinking under the pressure of unknown subspace evils, but the psionic energy in the light cocoon is very tenacious, and it is hard to hold on. At this time, Li Qing's physical body has been annihilated, but a powerful psychic is very powerful in terms of soul, spirit, and will. Having psychic power to maintain physical death is not death at all. But what can make him persevere is not the tenacious soul and will. No matter how strong the soul and will are, there is a limit. Faced with an absolutely powerful force, he will die. Spiritual support. When he awakened his psychic energy before, he could use the universe in his palm to use an unknown virtual existence as a coordinate to continuously extract the energy of the virtual realm. In addition to maintaining the origin of the universe in his palm, he also absorbed a steady stream of psychic energy. In fact, the steady stream of psionic energy itself is not much, and the strength of psionic energy will only increase a little every day. But at this time he is facing an unprecedented crisis. The universe in the palm will naturally transfer to him the psionic energy used to repair the original source. Usually, he can only get a little spiritual power in a day, but at this moment, what he has in an instant is hundreds of times the previous spiritual power supply. But the hundreds of times the spiritual energy poured into the foundation is only a little bit, not much in fact. It is impossible to make him turn the tables in an instant, but this thing is supported continuously, which can prevent him from being completely defeated, and persisted abruptly go down. In the universe in the palm of his hand, he is continuously receiving support, and the enemy is strong but there is no supplement. As long as he is not defeated on the spot, there will be inevitable changes. Clearly feel the opponent's pressure from irresistible to extremely strong, to just superior, to evenly matched. Li Qing smiled. The evil in the Naya space panicked. Finally it's my turn. The long-term pain finally came to an end. When his psychic strength surpassed that of his opponent, Li Qing didn't explode immediately, but continued to accumulate strength to wait for the opportunity. His choice was correct. After holding back for more than 30 seconds, the subspace evil suddenly burst out with spiritual power not inferior to the peak and overwhelmed him. When he was well prepared, this must be of no use to him. After this wave of eruption, the aura of this subspace evil thing plummeted, weaker than before. But Li Qing was not careless, and continued to accumulate spiritual energy. Whether it is the elite education of the nobles, the warnings of the elders, or personal experience, we all know that subspace evils are very cunning. Even if they have the upper hand, they should not be careless. After the eruption this time, the subspace evil did not continue to erupt, and was even unable to suppress him after the eruption, and quickly contracted its strength and turned and fled into the starry sky. But Li Qing ignored it, and instead turned into a meteor and fell to the depths of the universe in his palm, returning to the center of the high-dimensional fortress. As soon as he returned to the core of the Galway fortress, Li Qing breathed a sigh of relief, and with a thought, a stream of light descended from the sky and converged on him, quickly outlining a human silhouette. Using the power of the universe in your palm, you can reshape your body without dying, which is equivalent to rebirth without any cost. Currently it is only valid for him. Other people cannot be reborn in it in this way. But in the future, the palm universe can be repaired to a certain extent. As of now, Chapter 43 Trading Epic Continuous Mission Chains. Fang Linyu, the player nicknamed Thornbird, was sitting alone in the corner of a certain cabin of the transport ship. Although there was a light source in the cabin, he still felt lonely and fearful. He didn't know where this place was, what the situation outside was like, and he didn't even know that it was inside a transport ship, because he didn't dare to open the hatch to leave here. But in his heart, he didn't think that Li Qing could stop the evil thing that ran out of the ruins, even if he was a psychic. Only those who have seen with their own eyes how terrifying the psionic storm that unfolds when the subspace evil appears, will know how powerful this subspace evil is. At this time, he regretted a little, regretted why he didn't leave decisively before but still held the 1 in a billion expectation. Sure enough, greed is not enough to swallow elephants. Fang Linyu has decided that no matter whether he can survive or not, he is not going to do this continuous task chain. This perverted thing appeared on the third link. There are a total of 10 links in this quest chain. God knows what perverted guy will appear later. Who likes to play and play. Anyway, he will pack up after he is alive, and sell the tokens of the task chain to others. For this kind of epic task chain, there must be Gawain who is willing to spend a lot of money to buy it. Find someone who is not bad. Lord, I should be able to get my money back. Boom boom. The sudden sound startled Fang Linyu, who was thinking wildly, and jumped up suddenly, looking vigilantly at the direction of the sound, not the door, but the other wall. The air seemed to freeze, and the fear in his heart was gradually accumulating. He leaned against the wall and looked in that direction without moving, and he could even hear his own violent heartbeat. 10 seconds later, when his heartbeat became more and more violent, and he felt as if he was about to jump out, there were suddenly countless light blue light spots gathered in the cabin, and a light man slowly took shape. Seeing this, Li Linyu let out a big breath, and his excited heartbeat slowly calmed down. This appearance will definitely not be a subspace evil. Soon the bear man was formed, and a faint fluctuation swept across in an instant, making Li Linyu, who was beaming with joy, couldn't help but shudder and was shocked. So strong, it seems much stronger than when I saw it before. The excitement on his face was not as obvious as before, but Li Linyu asked with concern immediately. Brother, that's subspace evil. Li Qing nodded and said. Fortunately, I have already taken care of it. Great. Li Linyu let out a long breath, venting his forced anger, and sat down on the ground, not wanting to move. Li Qing's eyes moved slightly, and he said, the evil thing in the Naya space has been taken care of by me, it is safe now, we can go out. Oh, yes, yes. With a wave of his hand, a black portal appeared, and he walked straight into it, and Li Linyu followed. Passing through the black door and appearing in the command room of the main core cabin of the base, Li Qing asked the robot servant to bring 2 glasses of water, and the 2 of them each took a glass to drink. Li Qing said, Brother Thornbird, I'm not going to be a joke anymore. I'm quite interested in your epic continuous mission chain. Are you interested in selling this mission chain to me? Li Linyu was stunned for a moment, and then showed joy. Okay, this mission is too difficult, I don't want to do it for a long time, if you want it, I will sell it to you. After a pause, he said with embarrassment. It's just the price. Li Qing smiled and said. The price is easy to say. Although there is no specific price reference for this kind of thing, I will calculate it for you at the price of an orange legendary super grave. What do you think? Li Linyu thought for 2 seconds before nodding. No problem. Well, the price of the decoded orange legendary signal chip on the market is between 12 billion and 15 billion star dollars. Yours is a continuous task chain. The process is stinky, long, cumbersome, and dangerous. I will count it as 120. How about a billion? The price is fair, no problem. Li Linyu knew very well that even if he returned to Jinmen to sell, the price would be the same. Maybe after a while, some masters will try their luck and spend about 15 billion to buy it, but he didn't do it. After all, the man in front of him saved himself once, and now he can get money immediately by selling it, and he will have to ask him to help him salvage his warship later. He is not the kind of person who is greedy and can sell it for 12 billion. Li Linyu already very satisfied. But the most important thing is that he is too strong. Refining the origin of the psionic energy of the evil in the subspace, Li Qing's psionic strength instantly increased. At this time, he has already passed 1,000 strengths. The natural mode of the hunter. Although the psychic power has not yet started to ascend, the uncontrollable soaring psychic power still put Li Linyu under great mental pressure, and he felt a little guilty unconsciously when facing Li Qing. This is the natural instinct of any living body when facing a more powerful and advanced living body, and it cannot be avoided. With the blessing of the system, money can be transferred in real time no matter where it is, and 11.5 billion star dollars are transferred, of which 500 million star dollars are the life-saving money promised by Li Linyu. After the transaction was completed, a token of an epic continuous mission chain was handed over to his palm. It is a small and exquisite golden prismatic spaceship like a handicraft. He holds it in the palm of his hand. A reminder that he has obtained an epic level continuous mission chain appears on the light curtain that pops up in front of his eyes. It shows a total of 10 rings, and now he has reached the 3rd ring. After the transaction was over, Li Linyu bought another frigate from him, and was going to the mission site to see if his ships were still there and whether they could still sail. Li Qing released the recovered subordinates first. Considering that Li Linyu said that there were many ghosts that came out with the evil thing in the subspace, he did not dare to release all of them, so he released all the robots and temporarily maintained the base. Run, and then leave a part of the fleet to guard the home, and set off with 2 destroyers and 5 frigates. The golden spaceship that looks like a handicraft is actually the signal coordinates, the token of the epic mission chain. It must be different. Going forward according to the coordinates, after a period of sublight speed, it will appear in another starry sky in the galaxy. From a distance, a huge gas giant planet can be seen in front of it. The violent atmosphere and storm on the surface of the planet impact back and forth, forming huge eyes of the storm, which looks like the eye of on the surface of the gas giant. This planet has 11 satellites of various sizes, the largest with a diameter of more than 5,000 kilometers, and the smallest with a diameter of only a few hundred kilometers. At this time, 2 cruisers are quietly floating near the largest satellite. There are more than 20 destroyers and more than 20 frigates, and there are many crushed warship fragments around. These battleships look intact, but they give people a feeling of death from a distance, like ghost ships. Obviously, this is the remaining fleet of Thornbirds. But why hasn't he come yet? Li Qing remembered that Li Linyu was 1 step ahead of him. Why hasn't he arrived yet? While he was wondering, suddenly the battleship sensor detected a frigate appearing in the starry sky behind him, and after careful scanning, it was the one he had sold to Li Linyu before. Li Qing was also found on the opposite side and sent a message. Li Linyu said in embarrassment. There is no signal coordinates. I went the wrong way just now. By the way, are you just going there? That's the only way. Would you like me to help you go and have a look? Thank you so much. 2 destroyers, 5 guards, and 7 warships sailed straight to the quietly floating ghost ship, and gradually approached. His powerful spiritual energy spread out, and his spiritual sense of touch penetrated the battleship into the void and extended forward. He carefully sensed the floating ghost ship, and soon discovered that a strange reaction came from a cruiser. After a little thought, he withdrew his psionic touch, and the battleship approached the cruiser. When approaching a certain distance, several phantoms suddenly appeared on the surface of the cruiser, completely ignoring the thick armor of the battleship and rushing towards it. Li Qing stood motionless in the center of the bridge with his arms around his arms. When the 3 ghosts approached, only about 1 kilometer away from his battleship, his eyes suddenly lit up, and a circle of burning spiritual flames exploded. He stretched out his hand and moved forward. Grasp. An invisible distortion emerged out of thin air, and then the 3 ghosts were frozen in the void and could not move. Today is different from the past. At this time, Li Qing's psychic energy is devouring and refining the evil in the subspace, coupled with the infusion of psionic energy directly obtained at the critical moment. It has already exceeded the 1,000 mark at this time, and it is already as high as 1964 psionic strength. Used to deal with ordinary ghosts is like an eagle catching chickens, easy to handle. 5 fingers together, 1 pinch, the transparent and twisted area burns with spiritual flames, and the 3 ghosts melt quickly, and burn out quickly, leaving only a small crystal, which falls into the small black hole that appears out of thin air below. There are only a few ghosts who are still here. Then they circled the battleship and found nothing. Li Linyu drove the frigate over. However, after he circled the frigate, his face was full of disappointment. These ships are all ruined. There is no need for him to say it, Li Qing can see it by himself. Although a wave of psychic storm did not destroy the battleship, the psychic storm caused huge damage to the precision instruments inside the battleship. All the accessories inside are now scrapped, leaving only an empty shell floating in the air, unable to start, unable to use. Even repairs can't be repaired. According to the degree of damage, it's better to replace it with new parts than to repair it. In the communication channel, Li Linyu was silent for a long time. At this time, he was also in a dilemma, and his expression was a little awkward. Li Qing could see what he was thinking at a glance. He thought about it carefully, and said proactively. Well, sell these broken ships to me. Li Linyu scratched his head in embarrassment. This is too embarrassing. Seeing his extremely moved but embarrassed look, Li Qing smiled and said. It's okay. Anyway, I'm going to practice shipbuilding skills. These can just be used for practice. Of course, your warships are too damaged. The internal parts are basically useless, and the hull has a lot of damage. The price I will offer will not be too high. Li Linyu nodded repeatedly and said, "Of course, I understand this." He thought about it and said, "In this way, these warships will be sold to you at half the price of bear ships, how about it?" Li Qing nodded. Can. The 2 cruisers add up to 1 billion star dollars, the 6 destroyers add up to 450 million star dollars, and the 26 frigates add up to 260 million star dollars, for a total of 1.71 billion. Let's wipe out 1.7 billion. Well, yes. After the transaction between the two parties was completed, Li Linyu was obviously relieved, and clasped his fists to Li Qing and said, "Brother Li Qing is righteous. I will remember this favor. Let's add a friend first, and if there is anything I can help in the future, just call me." Li Qing smiled and cupped his hands. "It's not easy for everyone to go out, so we should help each other." Li Linyu didn't say much, and clasped his fists vigorously. Goodbye. Goodbye. The communication was shut down, and the frigate that Li Linyu was on slowly accelerated away from this star field. Watching him leave, Li Qing shrugged his shoulders, opened the exit of the Palm universe, and 2 large industrial ships flew out, pulling these dozens of warships into the Palm universe with tractor beams. The reason why I spent 1.7 billion to buy this pile of waste is mainly because of the 2 cruisers. By the way, so many severely damaged battleships can be used to practice skills. Although all the accessories on the battleship are scrapped and repairs are not worthwhile, it does not mean that repairs cannot be made. Once it is repaired again, he can immediately gain the combat power of 2 cruisers, 6 destroyers, and 26 frigates, and his strength will increase a lot in an instant. You must know that it costs more than 1.7 billion star dollars to order a cruiser fully equipped with 5th generation technology at a regular shipyard. Now it only costs 1.7 billion to get 2 ships with 6 destroyers and 26 frigates. What a bargain. It was also because the ship was too damaged for Li Linyu to take it away, so he could only take advantage of it. After all the hulks were taken away, Li Qing turned his attention to the largest satellite of the gas giant planet in front of him. Scanned by the sensor, there is a huge black hole with a diameter of nearly 200 meters at the bottom of one of the huge circular craters on this satellite, and obvious artificial buildings can be seen in the thick dust. On the edge of the hole, there were many broken robot remains, corpses of clone soldiers, and some broken excavating machines, which were obviously left by Li Linyu when he sent someone to dig the grave. Thanks to someone who explored the way, the most dangerous level has passed. The fleet slowly stopped above the circular crater, a troop carrier was released and slowly stopped above the hole, and teams of robot commandos filed out. Under the command of the commander of the ground force, the first batch of advance teams were dispatched, and several drones entered the cave first. Li Qing sat in the battleship and connected to the drone screen. The 4 split screens represent 4 drones. Detected screen. After crossing a layer of dust more than 10 meters thick, you can see a huge artificial building exit, and then there is an all-metal passage, but it may be too long, and the facilities inside are either aging or have no energy. It was pitch black, and there was no sound of anything. The drone goes all the way down, and there is an underground space when it descends vertically to a distance of about 8 or 9 kilometers, but this is only a transit space, and there is on the left and right of this transit space. The 4 drones are divided into 2 groups and enter the left and right passages, and continue down. This is deep enough. The distance of 89 kilometers deep is probably already dug through the Earth's crust. However, Li Qing soon realized that what he just said was too early. The 4 drones flew left and right along the for less than a kilometer, continued down, and then flew to a depth of nearly 10 kilometers before appearing in a huge underground space. Chapter 44 The Ruins of the First Floor, Seeking Subscription for Monthly Pass. A typical large-scale underground base has a total thickness of up to 20 kilometers. Even a battleship's main gun salvo cannot penetrate this thickness. Although he didn't encounter any checkpoints along the way, Li Qing can guess that there must be countless layers of gates in the 20-kilometer passage to close the passage, but now the passage has been abandoned, and all the arrangements cannot be used. Li Qing was not in a hurry to send troops down, but sent more than 20 drones down for reconnaissance one after another, making a comprehensive reconnaissance of every room and space in the entire underground base. Anyway, don't worry, there are no outsiders here, and there is plenty of time to dig slowly. However, on the second day of his meticulous reconnaissance, when he reconnaissed half of the underground base, the drone discovered that there was another layer below, and a huge metal portal stood deep in the base. This cheered up Li Qing. After thinking about it, he sent 2 frigates back to the base to bring a group of robot workers over. Robot workers bring a batch of equipment, take a small aircraft down to the entrance on the 2nd floor of the base, and use a cutting machine to cut the gate. At the same time, the internal facilities on the 1st floor of the base and the things stored in the warehouse were roughly counted. A very standard refuge base, which contains a complete set of industrial systems and millions of robots. These robots are stored in several huge spaces, arranged neatly and densely. According to the appearance, they should be divided into production robots and combat robots. They have not been activated yet. Li Qing didn't dare to activate it now. This thing must have been programmed. As long as it is activated, it will work according to the predetermined program. If the robot's behavior logic program is not reset to distinguish between friend and foe, once activated, it will immediately attack them. 1 million robots, including at least 200,000 combat robots, this is really. Send charcoal in the snow. Li Qing is currently short of manpower, and 1 million robots can definitely solve his urgent needs. Even if the robot is only a 3rd-level civilization, its technological level is not as good as that of human beings, but if it is used as cannon fodder or a worker, what does the difference in technology matter? In addition to 1 million robots and dozens of industrial lines, the 1st floor base has the most refined metal ingots and alloy ingots. Although the hardness is not comparable to the alloy grade used by human civilization, the basic raw materials are here, and it only needs to be reprocessed. After a rough count, there are a total of 5 million square meters of alloys, all of which need to be reworked. After deducting labor costs and other precious metal materials to smelt standard alloys, it is estimated that they can earn about 5 billion yuan. From this point of view, Li Linyu sold this mission chain to himself as a blood loss. The rewards in the base of this mission chain alone can catch up with the 12 billion star dollars sold by tokens. But the account is not calculated in this way. At this time, Li Linyu has nothing, and it is impossible to continue digging by himself. Moreover, this base has more than 1 floor, and the danger that appeared on the surface layer wiped out Li Linyu's entire army. God knows what danger is on the next floor. If the token is not sold, the money on hand is simply not enough to continue to build a fleet with certain strength. Even if the team is reorganized, he will not be able to continue digging with his strength, so it is a very wise choice to sell to make a fortune. Everyone knows that the value of the epic quest chain is extremely high, but if you don't have the ability to dig it, it's waste. In fact, when the 2nd floor was half dug, Li Qing gave the order to stop, and decided to move the contents of the underground base first, so as not to wait until the 2nd floor was opened, and if any war broke out, the materials inside would be destroyed. Or the foundation collapsed, wouldn't it be a loss? And this move took him several months. Even if he opened the Palm universe directly in the underground base and didn't need to go through a 20-kilometer tunnel to move it to the ground, but there are too many things and he has too few hands, especially the sets of large-scale equipment, which require professional handling machines to move them up. He can use powerful spiritual energy to forcibly absorb it, but at this time his spiritual energy has exceeded the strength of 2000 spiritual energy, but he has not yet ascended to the level of spiritual energy. Now he is very reluctant to restrain these boiling spiritual energy, and he has no ability at all. Using psionic energy to do some delicate work can only be carried slowly by robots. Speaking of which, Li Qing needs to do too many things now. It will take at least 7 or 8 years to complete the collection of battlefield wreckage at the base and the exploration of the planet's terrain. Although it does not take 7 or 8 years to move the materials in the base here, it will take more than half a year. In addition, he has to prepare for spiritual ascension, which must go to Jinmen, where he cannot ascend by himself. Well, it doesn't mean that it can't be done, but that if there is no shelter and no guidance, the success rate of ascension will be very low, so low that it is almost impossible. Li Qing actually knows the general procedure of the so-called spiritual energy ascension. That is, when the accumulated spiritual energy reaches more than 1000, he can try to communicate with the spiritual energy world, enter the spiritual energy world, and leave a mark in the spiritual energy world by himself. That is, the coordinates, so as to obtain feedback from the spiritual energy world, even if the ascension is successful. Doesn't it look very simple, but it is actually very difficult. First of all, you need to find a spiritual power tower, and use the power of the spiritual power tower to amplify the spiritual energy and willpower of the ascendant, so that you can enter the subspace without being disturbed by various unknown abnormalities in the subspace, and you also need to use the original coordinates of the spiritual energy world in the spiritual energy tower directly find the spiritual energy world. If there is no psionic power tower to enter the subspace by itself, just finding the psychic world is a problem. Even if one finds the psionic world and enters it, that doesn't mean that the psychic ascension is successful. You have to find something in the psychic world and leave your mark on it as a coordinate to communicate with the psychic world. This point is quite dangerous, because the imprint does not mean that you can just find an open space and leave it, but you must find a spiritual entity in the spiritual energy world to leave the imprint. The psychic world is a spiritual world, and there are very few psychic objects, most of which are various unknown spirits in the psychic world, or evil wills, evil things, or even evil gods, etc. The spiritual will of a psychic ascendant cannot see things when entering the psychic world, and can only be perceived by will. The spiritual will of a psyker who has not yet ascended with psychic power is not much stronger even after being magnified by a psychic tower. Capacity is limited at this time. If there are evil existences in the psychic world disguised as psychic essence, and the psychers leave their spiritual imprints on it at this time, the result can be imagined. Those evil beings enter the minds of psychers in the material universe through this connection at any time, devour your soul on the spot, and take you away. Some clever evil existences will even control you to enter the bustling metropolis, some think of a long stream of water slowly devouring souls, and some harvest all the millions of souls around them in one wave, thus forming a terrible disaster. With this kind of direct devouring, the player cannot be resurrected, and once he dies, he will be gone immediately. Psyker is the strongest ascension, but also the most risky ascension. Well, that was then, happy psychers are now. As long as you use the psychic tower, prepare well, and be careful, it is not difficult to complete psionic ascension. Unlike humans who just entered the new universe, the predecessors of humans at that time did not have any spiritual power towers, and they all entered the subspace by themselves to explore. At that time, the success rate of spiritual ascension was pitifully low, not even 1%. Li Qing remembered that there was a psychic tower in Jinmen, which was not unique to the Yu family. It was sponsored by the Psyker Association of the United Human Empire, and it was exclusively used by the Psykers here. It is said that this thing is very troublesome to build, and it needs to be guarded by several very powerful psychers all year round. The entire human empire seems to be less than 10. Li Qing is going to return to Tianjin after the base is settled, and it would be better to delay it. The standard for psychic ascension is 1000 units of psychic strength, but it does not mean that this standard is necessary for ascension. The stronger the power, the higher the success rate. It is just that it is not easy for most psychics to accumulate 1000 units of psychic power. It is difficult to survive without ascension. Slowly accumulating a few thousand psionic strengths. The cosmic channel in the palm of the hand for transporting materials must always be open. Li Qing has been staying here and cannot leave. There is nothing to do. He simply sent his men back to the base to bring some maintenance materials, and then entered the dock in the high-dimensional fortress to try to repair it. The batch of dilapidated warships left by Li Linyu. Warship modification requires a very high repair skill level, just brush up the skill experience. In the dock, in front of a frigate, Li Qing didn't need any tools, nor did he need to rely on the power of the universe in his palm. He just flew up out of thin air with only the power of psionic energy. A large number of mechanical arms around him stretched out and inserted into the frigate. Take out some of the components shattered by the psionic storm one by one. Most of the precision structures and parts in the accessories have been shattered and cannot be used. He needs to dismantle them one by one, repair or replace them, and then reinstall them. But as the parts were removed, he kept shaking his head after observing them one by one. Many accessories have been broken beyond repair. Even if some can be repaired, the durability and effect will be greatly reduced, and they are also prone to failure. If it was other players, they would definitely replace them all. Li Qing didn't expect these gadgets to be repaired and reused. He just wanted to repair them to accumulate skills and experience. When he returned to Jinmen, he would replace them all with new ones. With this kind of thinking, the operation is very casual. With a finger, the powerful spiritual energy binds a small 5th-generation laser cannon and flies over. Boom! The turret, which was already full of cracks and unstable, burst with the pressure generated by his spiritual instability. Ooh, it can't be repaired at all. A little speechless, he waved his hand, and a huge mechanical arm flew over, dismantling another turret. Psychic instability is not enough to do fine work. First, use the scanner that comes with the shipyard to scan all the inside and outside of the fort to find all the damage, and even the tiny cracks inside the alloy parts can be scanned, and then determine the repair method according to the damage and degree. The shipyards in this high-dimensional fortress have very high-end configurations. If it is an outside shipyard, maintenance workers need to find the damaged location based on experience. Fine cracks are generally difficult to sweep. This maintenance method and shipbuilding method are actually not high-end. The best shipbuilding method is 3D printing, which directly prints out the ship as a whole. However, there are two problems with the 3D printing method. One is that the cost is too high. Whether it is printing materials or maintenance materials, they are all special materials, and the cost is quite high. In addition, because the 3D printed battleship is formed in one piece, once a problem occurs, maintenance is very troublesome, even if it is only a seam, but because it is formed in one piece, it is not only the seam that needs to be repaired, and the corresponding shipyard must be repaired. Although the current construction method is relatively rough, as long as there are maintenance workers and materials, on-site repairs can be made immediately, and there is no need to go back to the shipyard for minor problems. In the age of development, the demand for the number of ships is too high. Naturally, the simpler and more direct the better for such a huge scale. Shipbuilding, maintenance, time passed without knowing it. Although maintenance and shipbuilding are dirty and fun, but when I see my skills and experience continue to improve, and a steady stream of knowledge fills my mind, the sense of satisfaction in my heart is beyond words. If you want to achieve something in any industry, you must be very passionate about this industry. To put it bluntly, you just don't reject it, and you won't feel bored even if you do this kind of repetitive work for a long time. Li Qing doesn't know whether he loves it or not. Anyway, he doesn't reject it, but he can't say how much he loves it. He can bear his temper and stay in the high-dimensional fortress shipyard array of the Palm universe for several months. Strictly speaking, he absolutely loves this industry very much, but he is not the kind of love that other people say, but he is not bored, can bear the temper and work all the time without rejection. I feel that whenever he enters the working state, he feels like entering a rational state. At this time, he has no emotions of love and boredom. He only has a predetermined goal in his heart. As long as the goal is not completed, he can continue to do it. This situation is very strange. Li Qing hadn't noticed it before. He thought he really loved this profession. It wasn't until this time that he had nothing to do until the underground base was moved out, and he stayed in the dock for nearly half a year. Then he noticed this point. In this situation, he can't say why, and he has never seen or heard of this state. The only thing that can be said to be similar is the absolute procedural ability of the mechanical ascendant. I heard that all mechanical ascendants will have a general ability called the absolute program. All mechanical ascensionists can activate this ability to set an absolute goal for themselves, and then all their subsequent behaviors and thoughts will end with this absolute goal forward. But the ability of absolute program cannot be interrupted, and its target can be interrupted at any time, which is amazing. This star field is very remote. Li Qing squatted here for almost 5 months, but he did not see the second player coming. Instead, he received a team message from the team channel. The delay should be 12 days ago. It was sent to everyone in the team, but due to the distance from the team headquarters and the influence of Nebula, it was not received until 12 days later. The message is very simple, so that if the team members are free, they can rush back to the base 3 months after the date of sending the message to participate in the team's large-scale activities. Chapter 45 Team Large-Scale Activities, Seeking Monthly Pass. It is a large-scale team event similar to the one they used to gather the whole team to pool 2 trillion stars to run a business. It is once a year. Last year it was a business run. I don't know what it is this time. There are still 3 months left for the event, and it will take less than half a month to go back to Jolin headquarters at full speed from here, and there is no time. Li Qing replied in the empty team channel. I'll be back on time. With the strength of their team and the relationship of the team commander, the large-scale team activities they are preparing are worth looking forward to. Closing off the communication, Li Qing breathed a sigh of relief, just in time to go back to the outpost, buy some weapon accessories, and arm the repaired 2 cruisers, 6 destroyers and 26 frigates. In addition, after half a year of accumulation, he has made great breakthroughs in many shipbuilding skills and modification skills. Shipbuilding skills have been upgraded to LV-11, and destroyers, elite Raptors, and excellent Black Hawk frigates can already be built. Now the shipyard in the palm of the universe has started as early as 2 months ago, and now 2 batches of 20 destroyers have been built in batches. In addition, his modification technology has been greatly improved, and now he can modify the standard Tornado-class destroyer. The progress visible to the naked eye and the approaching end can be seen, which makes Li Qing high-spirited and full of energy. This trip back, in addition to arming 2 cruisers and destroyers to participate in large-scale team activities, when the team activities are over, he plans to sell all the frigates built by the shipyard to save more money and buy a batch of base expansion industrial equipment, as well as a large number of blueprints and materials for various ship weapon accessories. He is going to put on the agenda the manufacture of weapons and various general accessories for various ships, as well as propeller jump engines and other accessories. To put it bluntly, he felt that there was something missing in shipbuilding alone. The densely packed bare ships existed in the Palm universe, and they couldn't be used just by looking at them. If a battleship can be fully equipped from the hull to weapons and other configurations in one stop, the warship can be used in battle after it is manufactured. Not only can it be sold to make more money, but these ships can be left in the universe in the palm of your hand, and when you lack warships, you can immediately pulling it out comes in handy. This is also the only way to go. With such a large array of docks, we can't just build bare boats all the time. In addition, he plans to expand the base in the warehouse area inside the Palm universe. He dare not say that he can't afford to develop it all, but he can still afford to develop a floor, build a large industrial area, and a large living area. Not to mention the industrial area, the living area is mainly used for shipbuilding engineers and clones. He plans to build a habitable layer on a certain floor in the warehouse area, and then cultivate a large number of clones. Shipbuilding engineers can only use natural persons for such high IQ jobs. The money can only be spent on recruiting before obtaining the permission to immigrate natural persons. There is no way, but various clone crews, clone workers, clone ground troops, etc. This is destined to consume a lot in the future, and I don't know how much it will cost to buy it all the time. It's better to build a livable city and cultivate it yourself. Compared with strict requirements on the authority of immigrant natural persons, the demand for purely cultivating clones is much lower. First of all, you need to build a livable colony base, or a space habitation station, and then obtain the cloning cultivation permit laws issued by the major provinces, and then enough capital. He has the livable land. Even if he doesn't need the warehouse livable layer in the Palm universe, he can use the small ecological circle in the base he built to apply. Although it is a bit of a lie to use such a small space to apply for making clones, but whether it is a lie or not is another matter, as long as the reason for the application can be established. As for the human cloning license law, it generally requires a certain level of prestige in the major provinces. The last time was in his name. The accumulated reputation is not much worse now, and it is estimated that the reputation will be almost the same after a few more efforts. As for the final capital, the cost required here is divided into 2 points. One is the cost of establishing a genetic laboratory and gene bank, and the cost of cultivating clones. Another point is to buy the mother chip of human cloning cultivation technology. Only with this technology mother chip can we cultivate clones without restriction and unlimited. It is worth mentioning that if he has bred clones for his own use only and cannot sell them, he needs a clone sales license. For example, in Jinmen, generally only important members of the Yu clan in Jinmen would have the ability to sell licenses to make this huge profit. It is huge profits. As long as the cultivation base is built, it can cost a few dollars to cultivate clones, and the cost of loading the whole set of skills and brain plugs can be tens of thousands. Any clone worker can sell for 100,000, and the clones can be cultivated in batches. It's all hundreds of thousands of millions, which is completely huge profits. No matter where it is, monopoly is huge profits. On the 5th day after receiving the news from the team, Li Qing made arrangements for this matter and sealed off the base exit that had been evacuated on the first floor. There will not be many people coming to this galaxy itself, and a letter will be exported, and the dust will be swept up, and the radar will not be able to scan it at all. The lower floor of the base doesn't know what danger there will be, so I just go back now to make more preparations and dig again when I come back. The base also made a simple arrangement. After recovering all the wrecks of the warships collected by the industrial ships, 3 destroyers and 10 frigates were left to defend the base. He set off with the remaining 2 destroyers and 9 frigates. On the way back. Going back is much faster than when you came back. You don't need to explore or anything. Once you leave the Stargate, you can jump, and you can't jump at sub-light speed. The nearest few galaxies cannot jump, and can only pass through at sub-light speed. When the interference of crossing several galaxies and nebulae is reduced, the jump will begin immediately. In just 11 days, a fleet consisting of 2 destroyers and 8 frigates appeared in the Galan galaxy. A frigate was surrounded by a pirate fleet patrolling at the entrance of the wormhole while exploring the way, and died heroically. This is unavoidable. The fleet is too small to go directly through the wormhole. 2 ships must be sent to investigate first. There is a risk, and the probability of injury is not small. Returning to the Galan galaxy is not much different from when we left before. There are still 2 months left for the team's large-scale activities, and it is still early, and everyone has not rushed back yet. Li Lai and Li Qi are not there, but Li Zhenghai and their team is in Jalan Star Fort. Li Qing asked him, and learned that Li Lai, Li Qi and others are now at the base north of Star Fort, and sent him the coordinates of the base. Turning around in Star Garan Castle, showing a side to report, the fleet set off for the outpost again. It took 4 days to jump back to the star system of the outpost base. The fleet was parked in a galaxy on the edge of the outpost base, and only 1 destroyer sailed into the outpost base. The warship parked in Star City, connected to the Expeditionary Force Trading Network, and sold some of the spoils in hand first. The blueprints of the 3rd generation laser cannon that can be used 25 times can be sold, and the unit price is 350,000, a total of 8.75 million. A total of 4.7 units of star core matter, 500 million units, a total of 2.35 billion stars. A total of 900 Heian-class frigates accumulated in 8 months, 25 million bear ships on the outpost side, with a premium of 25%, a total of 22.5 billion star dollars. Deducting the cost of 14,900,000 ships, a total of 12.6 billion, a net profit of 9.9 billion stars. A total of 20 destroyers. The unit price of Jinmen is 150 million, the same premium rises by 25%, a single ship is 187.5 million star yuan, a total of 20 ships is 3.75 billion star yuan. Deducting the cost of 105 million 20 ships, a total of 2.1 billion, a net profit of 1.65 billion stars. Comprehensively, the total income of this trip is 29.4875 billion stars. After deducting the cost, deducting the various wages and maintenance costs for these 8 months, the total is about 2.1 billion, and the net profit is 11.8875 billion stars. So far, Li Qing currently has funds of 58.9738 billion star dollars. As in the previous plan, I purchased a large number of blueprints for weapon accessories at all levels through the Expeditionary Force Trading Network, ranging from laser cannons in small S slots, electromagnetic guns, machine guns, point defense in S slots, medium weapons in M, to large laser cannons in L slots. With the electromagnetic gun, and the L slot main gun. And a large number of S small, M medium, and L large universal slots. From frigates to cruisers, reactors, hyperspace engines, thrusters and radar sensors, combat computers, and various A-type functional slot accessories, etc. From blueprints to construction materials, buy a ship as a set. A set of standard Heian frigate needs about 13.5 million yuan for a complete set of drawings except for the ship itself. The salary of a shipbuilding engineer and the salary of an arsenal engineer are about 1.2 million plus 10.25 million, a total of 119.95 million. A top-equipped 5th generation technology frigate plus modification costs a total of about 155 million. If you build it yourself, you can save 35.05 million. If you don't modify it, the total cost will drop to about 142 million. After deducting various costs, you can earn about 32 million. Well, to be precise, only he can earn so much. Other players with private shipyards can't earn so much even if they build everything from ships to weapon general slots and various functional slot accessories. The reason is very simple. Other players do not have such advanced docks as him. Normally, it takes 2 months to build a frigate. He only takes 1 month, saving a whole month's salary of 11.45 million. But still very profitable. So after returning from this trip, Li Qing directly recruited 10 groups of engineers from the arsenal. This kind of arsenal engineer can operate the arsenal machine to manufacture various weapons, various general accessories, and then to the ship's reactor, jump engine, thruster, radar and combat system, etc., including all the X slots of a ship. Regular accessories. There are 2 types of engineers in this kind of arsenal. One can build 5 generations of weapon accessories, and the other can only build 4 generations and below. Their salaries are also slightly different. Arsenal Chief Engineer. Monthly salary 1 million, 1.5 million. Arsenal Senior Engineer. Monthly salary 150,000, 250,000. Ordinary Engineer in the Arsenal, with a monthly salary of 30,000, 50,000. In the front are ordinary engineers of less than 4 generations, and in the back are senior engineers who can build 5 generations of weapon accessories. Li Qing recruited all the senior engineers of the latter, and each group consisted of 1 chief engineer, 5 senior engineers, and 150 ordinary engineers, with a monthly salary of 10.25 million. A total of 10 groups were recruited, and each month cost 102.5 million salary. They can complete the manufacture of all parts of a frigate every month, and complete the manufacture of all parts of a destroyer in 2 months. That is to say, after recruiting 10 groups, as long as there are enough blueprints and materials, 10 top-equipped frigates that have completed all configurations can be shipped every month. Come out and fight. This means that it won't be long before his earning power and his war potential will be qualitatively improved. Think about it, what it means to be able to deploy thousands of 5th-generation fully equipped frigates in the POM universe in just 1 year, and they can be pulled out to fight at any time. And this is just the beginning. As long as the drawings and shipbuilding materials can keep up, it will be no problem to store tens of thousands of ships. In the foreseeable future, salary and maintenance are no longer the big problems that bother him. Even if he can't expand wantonly now, but as his accumulation becomes stronger and stronger, it won't take many years to earn enough money, and the basic market will gradually increase. Expansion will always gradually reach the point where the monthly income reaches tens of billions or even tens of billions. When the original capital is not a problem, the speed of expansion will be very exaggerated. At that time, the only thing that can limit its development may be market restrictions. After all, he can't possibly occupy the entire market. When he produces a certain number of warships every month, it will definitely attract the attention of other arms dealers. The largest arms dealers in Jinmen and Zutar are the Yu family. Other individual players or arms dealers who are not strong enough to share a piece of meat in this big market will never squeeze those big arms dealers to death. No way, the rules are set by them, and they have the ability to overturn the table to rewrite the rules at any time. Even if he has the comprehensive strength comparable to the military masters and giants, he can't beat other local snakes. All right, Li Qing felt that he had thought too much and went too far. Even if that day really came, it would be 20 or 30 years later, and he might not be in Jinmen at that time. If he really wants to be as powerful as the military lords and giants, he must have formed his own fleet to leave Jinmen and enter more distant star fields to explore. Zutar is located between Jinmen and the belly of the United Human Empire, and is covered by nebula. His development potential is limited, at least in his opinion. If he wants to open up his own territory, it will definitely not be here. This is only his early stage. The place where you started, you will definitely have to change places after you gain momentum. Either go north to fight with the Bruvan Joint Civilization, or go south to the Timor Star Field to deal with the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire civilization that lies between the Perseus spiral arm and the galaxy's central astrolabe star field. No matter which civilization is defeated, the territory of the entire United Human Empire will be greatly expanded, and eating the corpse of any alien civilization that is not inferior to human civilization will make the overall strength of human civilization a lot stronger in a short period of time. You will definitely eat the fattest piece of meat. Li Qing stayed in the outpost for half a month, enduring the 50% higher prices on the outpost than in Jinmen, and bought 2 cruisers 300 clone crews, 20 destroyers 100 clones crew, 50 frigates 50 clone crews, a total of 600 plus 2,000 plus 2,500 equals 5,100 clone crews. Chapter 46 Reconstruction of the Warehouse Area, Seeking a Monthly Ticket. P.S. There are 3 updates today, and 2 updates every day starting tomorrow. Clone crew members are bought out at 200,000 in Jinmen, and at the local price of 300,000 in the outpost, a total of 1.53 billion stars for 5,100. Of course, the supporting senior crew and captain were recruited early on. Then I bought some scattered but not cheap things, the most expensive of which were all kinds of food and consumables. Before, Li Qing always thought that clones had little consumption, but after observation during this period, he found that although these clones have defects in genes and souls, theoretically they don't need all kinds of consumables like natural people, but in fact they have this aspect required, but not mandatory. To put it bluntly, it's okay if you don't provide them with various consumables, but if there are additional consumables and diverse food supplies, their enthusiasm and work efficiency will be greatly improved. He didn't prepare for it before. When he came back this trip, he bought a large batch of food and a large number of consumables, with a total value of more than 1.5 billion. This is enough for 100,000 clones and natural persons to consume for 15 years, mainly for storage, to prevent being lost outside for too long due to accidents, and chaos will easily arise if there are not enough supplies. In addition, 100 agricultural planting-related experts were recruited, with a monthly salary of 180,000 yuan, and 2,000 cloned farmers were bought out, each costing 200 million stars for 100,000 yuan. And 100 animal husbandry-related experts, with a monthly salary of 200,000 yuan, bought out 2,000 cloned herdsmen, and spent 200 million stars for each 100,000 yuan. Then a batch of agricultural production facilities, various fully automatic reclamation and planting machines, and of course various plant seeds, including various economic crops, and the most common food. Of course, spending so much money to get these things will not be reclaimed in the base ecological circle. Although the ecological circle of 20 kilometers in length and width is not small, the reclamation is definitely unreliable. His goal is to hold the warehouse in the high-dimensional fortress in the universe. He plans to choose 2-story levels, one for agricultural area and one for animal husbandry. Although there is no water or soil in the warehouse area, these are minor problems that can be solved slowly. Just find an asteroid belt in a galaxy, collect a large number of broken meteorites and throw them into the universe in your palm. First, put the ignited star in the universe in your palm to melt into lava, disinfect viruses and bacteria, and then crush the cooled lava to cover the entire warehouse. A thick layer forms the soil strata. It takes a very complicated process for normal rock to turn into soil. Gravity, flowing water, wind erosion and other natural environments need tens of millions of years to change from rock to soil, but he can artificially form soil in a short period of time through high technology. Directly crush these lava fragments with machinery, and then use machinery to artificially simulate the conditions of soil formation, what elements need to be artificially added, and finally form soil suitable for planting. However, the soil is not yet ready for planting at this time, and further cultivation is needed. This is actually not a big problem. You can directly use high-tech means to add attachment elements into the soil. Generally, it will reach the soil standard for planting in 1 or 2 years. Theorized that it only takes 3 years to convert a large area of wasteland into plantable soil, as long as you have enough investment. In fact, there will be this step of engineering when transforming the planet, but the investment is greater and the time consuming is longer. After all, transforming a desolate star full of hard rocks into a livable planet in a harsh environment requires a huge amount of resources. However, his soil transformation covering 2,000 kilometers in length and width is actually a huge project, adding up is not inferior to transforming an asteroid. The only advantage is that he doesn't need to consider modifying the atmosphere and environment, because the warehouse area already has the function of temperature regulation. At that time, he will install climate regulation facilities, weather control facilities, etc., to simulate extreme weather such as wind, rain, and even tornadoes and typhoons. Come out from the outpost and go straight to Star Fort Garin. There are a total of 2 cruisers, 8 destroyers, and 35 frigates on this trip, which is considered a good mix among individual players. The fleet hops away from the outpost several times in a row, stopping in a galaxy with an asteroid belt. The fleet plunged into the asteroid belt, easily destroyed the 3 wild monster mining ship escorts, and stopped in an open area inside the asteroid belt. At this time, Li Qing's flagship is still the modified elite Hurricane-class destroyer. Although the cruiser has thicker armor and stronger firepower, his command skills are not enough for him to command the cruiser at this time, and his skills cannot be added to the cruiser. Cruisers are slower than destroyers and frigates regardless of their normal navigation speed and flexibility, and they cannot get bonuses. When using this as a command ship, once you encounter a powerful enemy, you will not be able to use many flexible operations at all, and you will easily be forced to confront the enemy head-on. And the loss is huge. The loss of 1 frigate is nearly 150 million, and the loss of 1 destroyer is nearly 700 million. The cruiser is even more exaggerated. If the cruiser is converted into a small carrier module, the cost will be higher. The 2 cruisers in Li Qing's hands are just ordinary high-end configurations, neither modified nor top-end configurations, let alone change them into aircraft carrier modules. The ships are ready-made, and the weapon accessories alone cost a total of 4 billion. Plus 6 destroyers for a total of 2.8 billion. A total of 26 frigates spent a total of 3.1 billion. Altogether cost him 9.9 billion star dollars, almost over 10 billion star dollars. In the Palm universe, all the collected meteorites are burned and melted into lava by the ignited stars in the Palm universe. The bacteria and viruses contained in it are all purified, and then poured into the cold void to freeze quickly, and then twisted and crushed into countless fine lava particles by high gravity, mixed with the purchased soil elements and poured directly into the 6th and 7th floors of the warehouse. The warehouse area is 1,000 kilometers high. He only divided it into 10 large layers, each layer is as high as 100 kilometers. He expects to pile up a full layer of gravel 10 kilometers thick. This step took him almost a month, mainly because there was too much demand. 2 soil layers with a length of 1,000 kilometers and a thickness of 10 kilometers, even if the operation is simple, it cannot support a large amount. After finishing, he hollowed out a large circle of meteorites nearby. After the first step was completed, Li Qing directly ordered the fleet to jump back to Jilengxing Castle. The next step was slow work and meticulous work. Under the command of 100 agricultural experts, 2,000 farmers and 2,000 herdsmen began to use machinery to level the ground and plan for reclamation area, and then start the next step of soil cultivation. This step will take a year or two, and he doesn't need to take care of it, just wait for 2 years to come and see. Such a large area, once reclaimed, the production of both food and meat can definitely provide self-sufficiency for more than 1 billion people. Looking at the tendency of the Palm universe to develop into a base step by step despite being a warehouse area, Li Qing was also a little speechless. When the warehouse area was just unlocked a long time ago, he thought about opening up the warehouse area, similar to a large-scale immigration of a space living station, but after thinking about it later, he felt that the maintenance cost was too high and rejected that idea. At that time, his idea was outrageous. He planned to open up all 10 floors as living quarters, and all other materials would be imported from the outside, so the maintenance fee must be outrageous. Now a pastoral area and an agricultural area have been reclaimed, and the original idea seems to be readjusted. Comprehensive transformation is still not easy, but if only a few areas are developed in a segmented manner, it seems to be feasible. For example, the warehouse area below the 5th floor, the agricultural area on the 6th floor, the animal husbandry area on the 7th floor, the consumables and livelihood industrial production area on the 8th floor, the living area on the 9th floor, and the comprehensive area on the 10th floor, including various laboratories, various vocational colleges, clone training bases, military areas and so on. Compared with the original idea, the scale has been reduced by dozens of times, and agricultural areas and industrial areas have been opened up. All consumption can be self-sufficient, and basically no maintenance fees are required. Li Qing thought about it carefully, and felt that there was room for maneuver in this plan, even if the funds he had now were far from such a large area of development. The area of each floor in the warehouse area is as high as 1 million square kilometers, and the height of each floor of 100 kilometers can be divided into 10 floors without affecting it. The 5th floor is 5 million square kilometers. If it is developed from scratch, the funds required will be extremely exaggerated. Think about it, how outrageous the funds will be needed to develop more than half of the Earth's Washaw land area. This is still the case that there is a universe in the palm that can be opened and hung. You can directly put the meteorite into the universe in the palm, melt it and smash it, and send it to the warehouse layer one by one. Without this, it would take decades or hundreds of years to fill the 5-story warehouse area with a thickness of 1 million square kilometers and a thickness of 10 kilometers with manpower and transport ships alone. Not to mention manpower and material resources. It takes a superpower to go all out and invest tens of billions of dollars to build and develop a giant space habitat station from scratch. It will take decades and nearly 100 years to complete it. A project of a giant space habitation station, speaking out will definitely make people think it is crazy. 4 days later, Li Qing returned to the Jialan galaxy, and saw at a glance that the usually deserted galaxy base became lively at this moment. The once-a-year large-scale team event is only less than half a month away. Team members scattered outside have rushed back one after another. A large number of warships have gathered. Even if the large fleet is parked in other open spaces in the galaxy, there are also 2 parked near the Star Castle. 3,000 small and medium warships. Li Qing randomly found an open space to park the fleet, and a destroyer left the fleet and sailed to Star Fort. The team channel was lively, and many names that had never been seen before were chatting in it. Beep. Communication lights up. Connected to See Li Lai projection appearing in the center of the bridge, he said with a smile. I knew you were back when I saw your avatar light up. We are in the Star Fortress. Come here quickly. At the same time, He also received a shared location. Click to view. It is located in the inner business district of Star Castle. Okay, I'll be right there. After mooring the battleship, a small aircraft dragged a long tail flame into the huge Star Fortress. Star Fortress is actually a combat fortress that combines the functions of a space residence station and an interstellar fortress. In addition to having powerful combat capabilities, it also has a huge space inside. Theoretically, Star Fort or Star City can also be used as a colony, but in practice, very few have the power to do so. Most of them are used as combat bases, and most of the space inside is transformed into warehouse areas, trading areas, or shipyards, etc., which can store transit materials, repair ships, and so on. Of course, considering that Star Castle has a large number of staff, it also has residential areas and entertainment and commercial areas, but the scale is generally small. The commercial area of Jialan Xingbao is located on the edge of the trading area. It is a field-shaped area. The surrounding and central cross are commercial streets. There is a super large commercial center in the center, and there are many small streets on the side of the commercial street, like Pedestrian Street, Bar Street, etc. are all here. As the only commercial area in Star Fort, it is not only a gathering place for team members, but many staff in Star Fort also like to come here. Occasionally, some casual players will come to replenish and play. Come to Bar Street according to the coordinates, and find a large comprehensive bar called Starlight, which contains many entertainment facilities other than bars. Li Lai, Li Qi, and many other members are here, and they are booking a private room on the second floor. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows is a huge bar pool. The dazzling lights are flickering, and the DJ is screaming loudly. Many men and women are dancing on the dance floor. Li Qing pushed the door open and entered. Everyone raised their heads and greeted him one after another. Li Lai took a glass and put it in front of him, opened a new bottle of wine and poured it for him. Li Qing raised his eyebrows and smiled. Leading them to make a few waves of money without a white belt, at least the posture is correct. After clinking glasses and taking a sip, Li Qing asked, "Where have you been making a lot of money during this time?" Li Lai waved his hand and said, "To make a lot of money, except for some mining, there is no big money to make." Li Qi also shook his head and said, "We don't have your treasures. Large caravans can't be played, and small-scale ones don't make money. Only mining." At this time, one of the only two girls in the team, a girl named Liya, raised her glass to him and asked with a smile, "Where did brother Li Qing get rich recently? Take us with you when you have time." Looking at her tone, Li Qing's heart moved. It seemed that he had made quick money before, but now this kind of small money is not enough. He took another sip of wine and said, "Recently, I went to a place more than 400 light years northeast of Jialan to find a galaxy and set up a base. I got a group of mining ships to go there, and set up a group of planetary mines to collect planetary materials." Li Lai listened and said strangely, "How did you go so far to build a base? It's so far away, it's not in a team-controlled area, there are no patrols nearby, security is a problem when you're not around. Although the team is safe, there are too many people." Li Qing explained, "Although it is a bit far away, it is close to the isolation interference zone. Few players pass by. I leave a fleet to guard my home. I am not afraid of a fleet that is not too large." But what they said is indeed a problem. The number of players is not completely absent, and the wild monsters are mostly small scale, but it does not mean that there are no large scale ones. What I am most afraid of is the occasional abnormality. It would be embarrassing to spawn a large wild monster base near the base. But the problem is not too big. The big deal is to increase the size of the fleet when I go back after a while. They briefly chatted about their respective developments, and quickly proposed not to talk about these things, but to drink and have fun first, and talk about these things later. Of course Li Qing has no objection, it just so happens that he also wants to relax. It has been nearly 2 years since the beginning of development, and I have been in a state of running, either running here or there, and I have not enjoyed it seriously. It's a pity that there are 2 girls, and it's hard for them to find a group of girls to play with, and it's a little bit disappointing. Chapter 47 Li Lai and Li Qi's Refuge. The next day, Li Qing didn't wake up until near noon. "I drank too late yesterday and didn't sleep until 3 or 4 in the morning." Ding dong. In a daze, I felt a communication notification sound. I opened my eyes and looked at the beautiful lighting on the top of the bed for a while, then stretched out my fingers and snapped my fingers. The confusion disappeared in an instant. The simple application of psychic powers, or even skills, are not counted. Any psychic user will naturally be able to after awakening for a long time. Although Li Qing has not taken a professional psychic skills course until now, and he did not have a teacher in this field when he was taking elite and noble courses in his family. After all, for the nobles, psychics are also the very few who are favored by heaven, and most of the noble children have nothing to do with psychics in this life. Spiritual energy is very magical. You can refer to the magic in Western fantasy, and the fairy spells in the myths and legends of China in the Earth Age. Psychic energy has no attributes, but it can be freely transformed to present various attributes. As long as he is willing, his left hand will condense a hot flame to boil water, and his right hand will condense a group of cold air to freeze and boil tea. You can also condense psionic energy into fireballs, ice arrows, and wind blades according to your own will, or summon a thundercloud attack. There is no difference between a powerful psychic user and a legendary fairy. In the past, ignorant people regarded natural psychics as mages, but now they already know that the gods and immortals in ancient myths and legends are actually very powerful psychics. At this time, Li Qing's psychic strength has reached 2000 plus. Placed on an uncivilized life planet, he can completely pretend to be a powerful mage to obtain a very high status. Of course, at this time, he doesn't have that interest, and there is no uncivilized life planet for him to play with. Open the communication. The correspondent is an assistant of Yu Yuefei, a tall woman in OL style and silver glasses, she said with a smile. Your Excellency Li Qing, Your Excellency the Commander-in-Chief has informed all Corps members that a team meeting will be held in the meeting hall of Star Castle at 10 a.m. 2 days later. Please be sure to attend the meeting. Li Qing nodded. Tell Your Excellency the Commander, I will arrive on time. Okay, I will help you register first, and I will send you another invitation in 2 days. Closing off the communication, Li Qing didn't take this matter to heart, so he ordered a piece of food and ate it. Ding dong. This time it's the doorbell. Come in. The door of the room opened quietly, and Li Lai and Li Qi came hand in hand. Sit. 2 silver chairs slid over without a sound, and Li Qing said without raising his head while eating the food. Don't go to bed early in the morning, can you come over together? The two looked at each other. Li Lai coughed lightly, and said. It's like this. I discussed with Li Qi and other companions more than once, and we unanimously decided that I want to hang out with you. Li Qing paused after eating, and looked up at the two in surprise. You guys came here early in the morning to talk about this. Li Lai smiled. Then you think, don't talk about love. Li Qing looked at the two of them carefully, and looked at the seriousness on their expressions. After a while, he lowered his head and continued to pick up the rice, and said. Give me a reason to accept you. Although he does have the idea of building his own team, it is simple to do it alone, but it has limitations in many places, and it is difficult to do it at the same time. However, recruiting people is one thing, and who to recruit is another. His income standard is not too strict. After all, with his current situation, it is impossible to recruit those top elites. Middle-level people like Li Lai actually meet his standards. In other words, Li Lai and Li Qi actually met his requirements regardless of their strength standards or their status as the same clan. But compliance is one thing, and the process that should be followed still needs to be followed. The two looked at each other. Li Lai gestured for me to come first, and said seriously. I won't talk about the reason. It's just that I think I have a future with you. Let me talk about my advantages first. I am a blue innate talent, a naval command type, and my name is Firepower Supreme. The skill effect can be superimposed with the basic naval command skill. While talking, he directly showed the innate talent attributes to him. Firepower, blue, this naval commander believes in firepower. Passive attributes. Attack power of all ships and weapons under your command plus 20%, hit plus 10. Active effect. Activate the skill effect. The attack power of all ships and weapons under your command plus 30%, hit plus 20, last for 30 minutes, cool down for 10 days. The power is good. Blue innate talent, and a pure fighting type, a real man for 30 minutes every 10 days, superimposed with basic command skills, a powerful horse in the outbreak stage. With this innate talent, he can mix well wherever he goes. At this time Li Lai continued. In addition to this innate talent, I have a little talent in fleet command, and I can take charge of one aspect of the battlefield alone. After listening to him, Li Qing nodded slightly, and said to Li Qi on the other side. You also talk about your advantages. Li Qi nodded and replied. My innate talent is also blue, but it's not a combat type, it's an auxiliary type. Similarly, a sharing interface appeared in front of Li Qing. Scout Specialist Blue, this naval commander leads fleets that are always one step ahead of the enemy. Passive attribute. The detection range of radar sensors of all ships under your command plus 50%. Active effect. Activate the skill effect. The detection range of radar detectors of all ships under the command will be additionally plus 200%, last for 30 minutes, and cool down for 10 days. It's also quite strong. Li Qing smacked his lips and said, "Both of you are very talented, but to be honest, you both have a small team now. Why do you want to come and hang out with me? Others would rather be a chicken head than a phoenix tail. Isn't it good for each to be the head of his own small team?" Li Qi replied, "It's really good to be tall. It's really comfortable if you don't have any big ambitions in your chest. But Li Lai and I are not content with the status quo. But with our backgrounds and talents, it's okay to be a small boss, but if we want to stand out and become a big shot, it's a lot worse." And he glanced at Li Lai, smiled wryly and said, "Both Li Lai and I are blue named talents, each has its own advantages, and the ability is not much different. We have cooperated many times in the Jolin team during this period, but he and I both know that the two of us in the current situation, no one can convince the other, neither me nor him can convince the other brother. This is destined to not be able to truly unite. Even if the two of us decide to merge, there will still be two factions with deep estrangement internally. Once a dispute arises, the team will easily split." After listening, Li Qing squeezed his chin and said, "Then you can be sure to follow me, and your subordinates will be convinced." The two nodded at the same time, and Li Lai first said, "We can't be sure, but through the previous period of contact, we think you have that possibility. Combining a team is actually nothing more than the following points. Either it is powerful enough to overwhelm everyone, or it can bring real benefits and benefits to everyone, or it can give everyone a vision that can be realized with a high probability. You are not strong enough now, but the benefits and benefits you can bring to everyone are real. Everyone has already experienced it. As for the third point, it doesn't matter whether you are a psychic or your legacy in space. Jane has unlimited potential. When these 3 points are combined, as long as you are really muddy and can't support the wall, it is worth everyone's investment. In fact, we got along with each other some time ago, and everyone felt okay. It was too easy to make money with you some time ago, and the gap in this period of time is too big, which makes them feel that they get along well with you. Every word you say to me is pure praise. Everyone loves to hear this kind of words. At least at this time." Li Qing's face is expressionless, but the corners of his mouth are slightly raised, which can show that he is in a good mood at the moment. Now he can be sure that the two of them have another hidden advantage, that is, they can flatter. In fact, up to now, he has already recognized it. Ability, needless to say, is the upper limit of what he can accept. At this stage, it is impossible for him to accept those super elites who have zimming epic innate talent as his subordinates. Super elites like that have already seen their potential and invested in them. They are the bosses themselves, and it is impossible to come to him as his subordinates, so normally speaking, the innate talent of Blue is the best subordinate he can recruit. He has good talent and ability, plus they are all of the same race, so the cost of betrayal will be higher than that of strangers in the future. Combining the three, what problems can he have? No. So when they finished speaking, Li Qing stood up with a smile and shook hands with Li Lai and Li Qi one by one, saying, "I have no reason to refuse, so from now on, we are on the same boat." He didn't ask them what the original team members thought, and the two of them naturally represented the unity of opinion within. He doesn't care that they each have their own teams, and he is even happy to see it. There will be different factions within any force. For a boss, it is not good news that his subordinates are monolithic. Different forces have different interests, so he can balance them, so as not to be emptied by partnerships. There was no signing ceremony, nor any formal meeting. The three of them drank a glass of wine, and then called everyone to have a meal, which was regarded as joining the group. That night, Li Qing received information about their respective teams from the two. There are 11 people in total, and there are 4 people on Li Lai's side. They are Li Lai, Li Ya female, Li Hang, and Li Haopo. The 3 are all green innate talents. There are 7 cruisers, 15 destroyers, and 64 frigates. The 7 people on Li Qi's side are Li Qi, Li Zhenghai, Li Xiaolu, Li Min, Li Jia female, Li Ziyu, and Li Lidong. Their innate talents are between white and green. There are 8 cruisers, 19 destroyers, and 98 frigates. In summary, Li Qi's side has 3 more people and more ships, but Li Lai's side is stronger on average. In addition to the 2 cruisers owned by Li Qing, there are a total of 11 destroyers and 45 destroyers. The entire team has a total of 17 cruisers, 45 destroyers, and 197 frigates. The overall strength of the entire Jolin team can only be ranked outside the top 10, and none of the main battleships is flawed. But it's only for the time being. It won't take a few months for the new battleship to leave the factory. His strength will immediately usher in a wave of soaring, and it will not be a problem to enter the top 10. In addition, Li Lai's team now has 60 billion stars in cash, and Li Qi's team has 56 billion stars in cash. This refers to cash. If they are willing, they can return to Jinmin and use various means to raise another 300 or 400 billion funds. When they ran a business with him before, a dozen of them raised a total of about 400 billion yuan, but most of it was loans, and the principal was actually not high. You don't earn much and you spend a lot. I heard that they have ordered a total of 8 high-end cruisers, 20 destroyers and 100 frigates from Jinmin. They are not the core members of Jolin, they have no priority, and they still need to queue up. The order was placed more than half a year ago, and the construction has not yet started. They are not in a hurry, this is normal, and they have long been used to it. Li Qing has not told them that he has a shipyard for the time being, and he plans to wait for a while to get along with them until the team is stable. In the next few days, Li Qing will work with them to understand each other and count the assets of the entire team, and then plan the positioning and configuration of the team based on the situation of the entire team. When this team activity is over, their base will be moved to the galaxy where Li Qing's base is located, and a large team-type joint base will be established. It is worth mentioning that although the merger has been decided now, it is actually still in the inspection period and running in period. Only after a period of time when both parties are sure that there is no objection will the base be relocated and merged. At that time, Li Qing will consider giving they share dividends. Well, only ordinary shares, no original shares. Unless they have extra high-value treasures that can play an irreplaceable and important role in the team, he will consider allocating original shares, otherwise all ordinary shares. On the third day, Li Qing received a reminder from the commander-in-chief's assistant that he was going to the internal conference room of Fort Garin. The huge crystal door was pushed open, and inside was a large meeting room like a hall, with a huge crystal round table in the center and a circle of chairs around it. At this time, there were only 10 people in the conference room. 4 waiters and 6 core members of Jolin who had met before were chatting around the hall with crystal wine glasses. Li Qing pushed the door open and entered. The 6 of them subconsciously glanced back at him, and they all smiled and raised their glasses to signal. The 5 of them turned their heads and continued chatting, but one of them looked Li Qing up and down with shocked eyes, and suddenly apologized to his companion walked towards him. Li Qing smiled and picked up a glass of unknown blue wine from the waiter's plate, and raised his glass to signal. His Excellency Zhang Ruiyang, I met this person when he joined Jolin before signing the contract. The Jolin team added one of his 6 psychers, a psyker of civilian origin. Zhang Ruiyang returned a salute. The aura in his pupils flickered and scanned Li Qing. The amazement on his face was beyond words, and he asked after a while. If I'm not mistaken, Your Excellency Li Qing's psychic power has already far exceeded 1,000. He nodded. Exactly. I remember the last time I saw you. Your psychic strength was less than 500, but it has exceeded 1,000 in only half a year. It's amazing. Fortunately, I refined a powerful subspace spirit body. That's too enviable. Okay. Chapter 48 Large-scale military activities of the Expeditionary Force. P.S. Brothers, ask for a monthly pass at the end of the month. We are all psychers and have a lot of common topics, so we went to the other side and found 2 places to chat in a low voice. During this conversation, Li Qing discovered that Zhang Ruiyu had a very profound knowledge of psychers, and he knew a lot of knowledge and skills that he had never heard of before, so he took the opportunity to ask. Zhang Ruiyang did not hide any secrets, and told each other one by one. The 2 sat on the edge of the hall, talking happily. Zhang Ruiyang was born as a commoner and a pioneer 2 years older than him. He has been pioneering for 8 full years now. Although psychic talent generally only accumulates more than 400 units of psychic power until now, no matter the proficiency of psychic skills or spiritual, he knows a lot more about energy than he does. Li Qing originally only knew that spiritual ascension required finding a spiritual tower, and then using the power of the spiritual tower to communicate with the spiritual world, but he didn't know that different spiritual towers communicated with different places in the spiritual world. I don't know what to do after communicating with the psychic world, and I don't know that psychic ascension actually has difficulty and strength. Zhang Ruiyang sat in front of him and talked eloquently. As far as I know, every psionic tower will enshrine a powerful psionic saint, which is a pure psionic body formed after the powerful psionic energy accumulated by the psionic tower enters the psionic world, and it is also the body of the psionic high, the coordinates where the tower is stationed in the spiritual world. When we prepare for the spiritual ascension, we actually use the power of this spiritual saint to bring us into the spiritual world. It is said that when our psychic power ascends, our conscious body will have a chance to touch various things in the psychic world after entering the psychic world. With our weak spiritual power, it is difficult to distinguish what these things are. At this time, we need a powerful senior psychers guide us with the help of psionic sages. The psychic world is extremely dangerous. Even a senior psychic enters it. There is no small risk. Of course, the more powerful the psychic, the less risky, so when our psychics ascend, it is best to spend money to hire a very powerful psychic. The psychers in the house help take care of it. If you have this relationship, it's best to use it. This is very important to us, and we must not be careless. When Li Qing heard this, he immediately thought of Yu Yuefei, the leader of the group, and asked, I don't know the relationship between the Yu family and the Jinmen Spirit Tower, do you know? The reason for asking this is mainly because the Jinmen Spirit Energy Tower does not belong to the Yu family. Zhang Ruiyang shook his head and said, I'm not too sure about this. We have a total of 6 psychers in our team, but no one has yet reached the standard of 1000 psychic strength for psychic ascension. No one has tried it yet. However, although the Jinmen Psychic Tower does not belong to the Yu family, it has been in Jinmen for so many years, so the relationship should be good. Hope so. As time passed, other core members gradually arrived, and soon sensed several powerful psychers pushing the door in. Looking up, they saw Yi Xiao and Yu Yuefei, the direct descendants of Nanshan Yi's family, entering the door from left to right, followed by several. One of their younger brothers is also a psycher. One is unbelievably handsome, and the other is dazzlingly beautiful. The two came in side by side, looking like a pair of strangers. The core members of the team who came first all stood up to greet her and Yi Xiao, and she responded one by one. When she saw Li Qing, she was obviously stunned, with a hint of surprise in her eyes like Zhang Ruiyang, and then she was full of splendor. But she didn't act abnormally, she just greeted her normally and took her place. The ranking of the seats is based on the shares everyone owns. Li Qing's 2.5% of the original shares ranked 6th, and the position was quite high, which naturally caught Yi Xiao's attention. He is also a psychic user, so naturally he was a little surprised when he noticed his abnormality at the first time. Then, Li Qing keenly felt a trace of inexplicable hostility. Looking back, he saw Yi Xiao smiling slightly at him. The inexplicable hostility just now disappeared instantly, and he nodded calmly in response. The team has a total of 17 original shareholders, but there are more than 20 core members, and the few more are subordinates of the 2 major shareholders, Yu Yuefei and Yi Xiao. In the original share structure of the entire team, Yu Yuefei, the largest shareholder, owns up to 58% of the original shares. The second largest shareholder, Yi Xiao, a direct descendant of Nanshan Yi's family, owns 18% of the original shares. The third largest shareholder, Luo Taiyuan, a descendant of the Longzong Luo family, owns 5% of the original shares. The fourth largest shareholder, Ding Yoren, a direct descendant of the Jinjiang Ding family, owns 4% of the original shares, and this is a beautiful woman with good looks and figure. The fifth largest shareholder, Wang Yanqing, a descendant of the Danyang Wang family, owns 3.5% of the original shares. The sixth largest shareholder is Li Qing himself, owning 2.5% of the original shares. These 6 major shareholders account for a total of 91% of the original shares, and the remaining 11 shareholders together hold a total of 9% of the shares. It is worth mentioning that the original shares owned by Yu Yuefei are actually divided into 2 parts. One part is 40% of the original shares owned by herself, and the other part belongs to the team and is similar to incentive shares. If the team adds new shareholders, the shares allocated are divided from here. There is now 18% left. In addition, such original shares are not allowed to circulate among internal shareholders, nor are they allowed to be sold to outsiders, unless permitted after discussion at the general meeting of shareholders. Everyone sat down one by one, and Yu Yuefei, who was at the top, said, I believe that the purpose of this meeting is clear to everyone. Let me make a long story short. This large-scale team event is related to war. I got a large-scale team task from the Outpost Expeditionary Force. 1 month later, the Expeditionary Force is preparing to attack the southern part of the Shada Tribal Alliance. The province has launched a large-scale military operation, the main purpose of which is to attack several major military bases of the Shatta tribe in the southern province, including several space habitats. This time the operation is not limited to our team. Most of the top 20 teams near the outpost will participate. Any team participating in the operation will get twice as much contribution as before, and a certain number of battleship blueprint exchange permissions will be opened. If you want battleship, this operation is a good opportunity. After she finished speaking, she glanced at everyone and said in a deep voice, "This military operation is the first large-scale military operation of the Imperial Expeditionary Force against the United Civilization of the Shatta tribe. It is of great significance. The performance of any team in this military operation is related to the internal evaluation of each team in the Expeditionary Force. It will have an extremely important impact on our capture of living planets in the future, and I hope that everyone will go all out in this operation and get more meritorious service." To this end, she paused for a moment to attract everyone's attention, and said in a deep voice, "For this team action, I will use 3% of the original stock as an incentive fund to reward members who have made outstanding contributions in this action. The specific conditions will be sent to everyone later." Li Qing immediately felt a slight change in the atmosphere in the conference room, and he himself was quite surprised. Speaking of thousands of words, everyone has no specific understanding of how important this is, but she took out 3% of the original shares to reward the team members who made important contributions in this operation, which shows that she has a clearer understanding of the importance of this operation. You must know that he only got 2% of the original shares when he took the blueprint of a fearless flagship. Everyone's eyes flickered, some whispered, and some spoke softly. The meeting didn't last long. They were all young people who acted vigorously and hadn't learned the slowness of the old people. The meeting ended quickly, and everyone chatted and went out in twos and threes. Li Qing was also about to get up, when he heard Yu Yuefei's clear and sweet voice. "Your Excellency Li Qing, wait a moment." Looking back, he saw several people who hadn't left, and he was slightly stunned. He had some expectation in his heart and asked, "Is there something wrong with the Commander-in-Chief?" She nodded with a smile. "There is something I want to ask you in private. I wonder if you are free." He nodded and said, "Available, Your Excellency Li Qing, please follow me." Her assistant made a gesture of invitation to the back. There are several separate small rooms behind this conference hall. Yu Yuefei slightly apologized to Yi Xiao, who was obviously waiting for her. "Sorry, I have something to do." Yi Xiao felt a little uncomfortable, but his expression was normal. He knew that Yu Yuefei's search for Li Qing should be due to his sudden increase in spiritual power. To be honest, he was also very curious, so he waved his hands with a smile and said, "It's okay, I happen to be curious too, tell me about it later." After speaking, he nodded to Li Qing, and went out with two subordinates. He did not regard Li Qing as a competitor, regardless of his family background and appearance, his own talent and ability, as well as his behavior and conversation. Li Qing was not a threat to him. In the room, Assistant Yu Yuefei made a cup of tea for each of them and then left. There were only 2 people left in the room. Li Qing took a sip from his teacup without hesitation, and saw Yu Yuefei's beautiful face with his eyes slightly closed. Without waiting for her to ask first, he said directly, "The group leader came to me because of my sudden increase in psychic power. This is because some time ago when I dug a grave, I found an extremely weak virtual spirit body that had been trapped for an unknown period of time. After refining, the power of psychic power increased sharply." "Well, that's right." She also took a sip from her teacup and said, "Your current psychic strength has far exceeded the standard for the first psychic ascension. Are you ready to hold the psychic ascension ceremony? Go to Jinmen after this team activity is over. That means you haven't made an appointment with a senior psyker to help you." "Well, not yet." She pursed her lips and smiled, and said, "I have this relationship here. A very powerful psyker can guarantee you 100% successful psychic ascension, and is stronger than ordinary psykers after awakening." 100% successful. Li Qing's first reaction was disbelief. He hasn't heard that psionic ascension can be 100% successful. Even if the super psychics in the Empire who have lived for thousands of years do it themselves, they can't guarantee 100% success. But look at her confident appearance, Li Qing. Still don't believe it. You are beautiful, but you can't talk nonsense. He hesitated a bit to organize his language, and said, "It's not that I don't believe it, the main thing is that the ascension was 100% successful. This is unlikely, right?" UFA acted like I knew you would think so, and said. I knew you didn't believe it. In fact, I was just a metaphor. In fact, the psychers she has helped so far have not failed. It is not wrong to say 100%. Li Qing was amazed. If what she said was true, it would indeed be very powerful. If that's the case, that's really good. I don't know what conditions are needed to invite that person to make a move. You are a core member of the Jalan team, you don't need any conditions, you can go at any time. Well, after this team activity is over, I will go to Jinmen to visit that excellency. UFA nodded, stood up and said. Don't worry, you will find that what I introduced is correct. Seeing that she had finished speaking, Li Qing also stood up and stretched out her hand. She hesitated for a while and stretched out her hand. Feeling the warmth of the little hand, he subconsciously squeezed it lightly and let it go. UFA frowned slightly, but seeing his indifferent expression for a moment, she didn't know whether he was doing it on purpose or not. An hour later, in UFA's private residence deep in the Star Castle, a stunning beauty who was exactly the same as UFA in terms of appearance and figure received a message from her sister, with a hint of joy on her face, muttering to herself. Another qualified psyker. I don't know if he can pass the test and become my man. Ha Chu. Li Qing, who was going out, sneezed suddenly, raised his head in doubt, and murmured. Who is missing me? Going back to the residence assigned to the core members in the Star Fort, I immediately sent a message to Li Lai, Li Qi and the others, asking them to come over for a meeting. After a while, 11 people who lived not far away rushed over. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Li Qing manipulated the rear projection light curtain on the wall a few times, and a line of text appeared on it, which was exactly the content of the meeting he had just sorted out. He knocked on the wall and said, You guys read it first. 5 minutes later, he took a sip of water and said to his subordinates. This is the specific content of this large-scale team event. Do you have any thoughts? Li Lai rubbed his chin and thought for a while, then said. Actually, regardless of the activities, or the 3% of the original shares, we can't care about it. Although you are the 6th largest shareholder of the Jalan team, the leader, you can't even enter the top 10. It is difficult for us to compete with those the major shareholder. For us, the most likely thing to fight for is the mission issued by the expeditionary force that can reward the blueprint of the battleship, and that is the key. Li Qi also nodded and said. We don't lack other battleships, but the main battleships. If we can get 2 battleships, our overall strength will more than double in no time. Well said. Li Qing nodded and said. So we don't need to worry about other things in this large-scale military operation. We will focus on the battleship blueprint from the beginning. When the military operation starts, we will decide according to the situation. At least we must obtain a battleship blueprint. The others didn't interrupt when the 3 of them were talking, but they all agreed by looking at their expressions. Li Qing knew it well, stood up and said. If that's the case, then our goal is the blueprint of the battleship. There is only 1 month before the military operation. You 2 go and discuss what is needed for such a large-scale military operation, and what we still lack. Send it to me when the time comes. Feel free to contact me with any questions, we are disbanding now. After they left, Li Qing thought for a while, and sent a message to Zhang Ruiyang, a veteran Zhonghu who had been pioneering for 8 years. After a while, Zhang Ruiyang replied with a message. The most critical points of such a large-scale military operation are reconnaissance, information, supplies, and strength. It is almost enough to do these 4 things well. Whether it can be successful depends on the situation on the spot. Chapter 49 UFA's Crazy Idea. 2 days later, the fleets gathered in Garan Star Castle left for the outpost one after another, and the fleets gathered in the galaxy gradually decreased, especially the main fleets of those major shareholders set off one after another, and the entire galaxy suddenly became empty. Li Qing and the others left on the 3rd day, and arrived at the galaxy next to the outpost galaxy 4 days later. The outpost is now inaccessible. All player fleets are parked in the surrounding galaxies, and only 1 frigate can enter. Jalan rented a piece of starry sky here early for the fleet of team members, and it is also the gathering place for the team. Li Qing parked the fleet here and drove a frigate into the outpost. Through the wormhole, I saw frigates lined up on the other side of the wormhole. The regional channel was noisy, mostly talking about large-scale military operations in half a month. This military operation is the first large-scale military operation against the joint civilization of the Shatta tribe since the establishment of the outpost. Not only will most of the top 20 large teams near the outpost participate, but even more small and medium teams and individuals will participate. Such a large-scale event for the whole people, whether it is appeal or ordinary people will participate. But now the problem is that there are too many preparations for large-scale military operations, and many large and small teams will stockpile all kinds of materials as much as possible. As a result, the prices of outpost bases soar. Percent. That is to say, it is about 120% minus 130% when it is shipped from Jinmen and sold to the outpost, and 150% is sold to the player by the outpost. But now a large number of players are hoarding goods, resulting in less goods, and the price will naturally rise. When Li Qing and his men rushed over, the prices here had reached about 180%, and some popular items were already twice the original price, which was the price in Jinmen, 200% of the average side price. But many things should be bought or still have to be bought, and I can only bear to buy them at double the price. Damn, if you can collect a batch of goods from Jinmen at this time, wouldn't it be crazy to make money? Li Lai felt emotional while checking the prices on the trading website that rose every few minutes. After speaking, he looked up at Li Qing, his eyebrows raised. Li Qing spread his hands speechlessly and said, "You think I don't want to, but it's only half a month before a large-scale military operation, and it will take at least 4 months to go back and forth. By the time we come back, the military operations may be over." Li Lai heaved a long sigh. "It's a pity that we have nothing to do with each other. If I had known the news earlier and returned to Jinmen earlier, I would have earned at least hundreds of billions now." Li Qing is silent. "I am still not sharp enough, not economically minded. In fact, if I returned to the outpost immediately when I first received the group message, I would barely have enough time to go to the store at that time. That was 3 months ago. I rushed back to Jinmen immediately and then returned for another 4 months. It took only 1 month. It is estimated that the military operation is not over yet, and there is still time to participate." But he wasn't sharp enough for it, and didn't even realize it at the time. It is too late to realize this, so it can only be an afterthought. At this time, Li Qing already had an idea in his mind, and he should still need to recruit several other talents. For example, talents in administrative management, economics, etc. If you have a subordinate who is sensitive to this aspect, you will not miss an opportunity to make a lot of money this time. Although twice the price is expensive, you still have to buy it when it's time to buy, especially the various metal elements that can be smelted into alloys with steel or necessary. He has now collected a large number of ancient warship wrecks, returned them to the furnace for remelting, and now needs other metal elements to be smelted into alloys that meet the technological level of human civilization. A total of about 4 billion star dollars was spent to purchase a large amount of precious metals and elements, as well as some things that may be needed in the next military operations. Then open the official website of the Expeditionary Force, log in, and then register as a team. In the next military operations, their team will be regarded as a whole. Although the large-scale military operation officially started half a month later, the Expeditionary Force officials have opened up the collection of various missions at this time. Players can now receive some reconnaissance and confrontation missions to prepare for the official operation. Li Qing glanced at the many missions, first randomly picked up a few repeatable reconnaissance missions, and then shared them among the team. Then click to view the missions marked with a purple asterisk among the many missions. They are missions of the excellence level, and they are also missions that can reward battleship blueprints. There are not many tasks, there are only 4 in total, all of which can be repeated by multiple teams. All teams can be allowed to collect them, but whether they can be completed is another matter. Combat mission. Killing the enemy excellence. For every frigate that destroys the united civilization of the Shatta tribe, 1 point of combat points will be rewarded, destroyers will receive 2 points, cruisers will receive 5 points of combat points, and battleships will receive 50 points of combat points. Accumulated 5,000 points of combat points can be exchanged. 1 standard battleship blueprint, up to 2. Combat mission. Destroy excellence. Destroy a large military base of the Shatta tribal united civilization with your own power, and reward the standard battleship blueprint, up to 3. Combat mission. Captive excellent. Break down a space residence station of the Shatta tribe's joint civilization, and for every 1 million people of the Shatta tribe's joint civilization captured, a standard battleship blueprint will be rewarded, with a maximum of 2. Combat mission. Go deep behind enemy lines. Excellence. Go deep into the territory of the united civilization of the Shatta tribe, harass the enemy's supply lines and plunder the supply fleet. The reward depends on the degree of damage. Of course, there are only 4 for the time being. When the military operation officially starts, there will definitely be more missions that reward battleship blueprints depending on the form of the war. These tasks can all be claimed, and Li Qing doesn't care whether he can complete them or not, he will take them first. It is worth mentioning that the rewards seen in these tasks are only the best rewards, and there are actually subdivided rewards. For example, to capture populations, every time a population is captured and brought back, it can be sold directly to the outpost. One can sell for at least 4 or 5,000. If it is a foreign population with a green or blue talent, it will be more expensive. Although there are clone cannon fodder, it does not mean that there are no slaves. Like this kind of civilized war, the loser will either exterminate the family, or the whole family will become slaves, and they will never stand up. Well, in most cases, you must not stand up, not absolutely. If the overall ideological trend of advanced civilizations is peaceful or pro-foreign or equal, the conquered alien civilizations will end up relatively better. If the ideological trends of higher civilizations are xenophobic or racist, the conquered alien civilizations will generally end badly. Being a slave is actually not bad. What is even worse is being raised as pork pigs and slaughtered regularly to make canned meat. Especially the indigenous civilizations that have not flown into the sky, in the eyes of xenophobic advanced civilizations, they are no different from livestock. They will use genetic modification technology to adjust their genes to make them more in line with their own tastes, and then raise them on the planet like poultry. In fact, when the poultry is being raised, they will be slaughtered regularly for meat. The trend of thought in human civilization is extreme militarism and xenophobia. There are also many people in other thoughts such as equality and pro-foreignness. Most of the alien civilizations conquered by human civilization end up as slaves. The premise is that the appearance conforms to human aesthetic standards. If the appearance is too ugly, the consequences will be unpredictable. After receiving the mission, when everyone was ready, the fleet left the outpost, mixed with many player fleets, and sailed to the territory of the united civilization of the Shatta tribe. In the middle of the journey, Li Qing took out a copy of the information about the Shatta tribal union to check again. This copy was more detailed than the one given by Li Lai before, and it also included most of the non-hidden military bases in the Shatta tribe united civilization. The space station, the space residence station, and the capital of the southern province, the basic information on a living planet called Lair of the Reef. Too ugly. The Shatta tribe is composed of 8 large alien races, all of which are evolved from arthropods, and their appearance is extremely inconsistent with human aesthetic standards. What are arthropods? Refer to the age of the Earth, such as shrimps, crabs, bees, ants, butterflies, spiders, centipedes, locusts, sunflies, praying mantises and other various insects. These things themselves are not good looking. When they are magnified thousands of times and evolve into intelligent life, the level of disgust soars. They are a proper monster template in the movie. Such alien races that do not conform to human aesthetic standards, once conquered, will end up as slaves, and most likely they will be raised as food. After all, one of the 8 alien races evolved from shrimp. Using genetic technology to readjust its genes to make its meat more delicious, it should be a very popular delicacy. The distance between the outpost and the united civilization of the Shatta tribe is actually not far away. When the outpost was established, the site itself was chosen for conquest. The location was not far from the southern province of the united civilization of the Shatta tribe, or the outpost. The base itself is in front of the expansion of the Shatta tribe's joint civilization, blocking their expansion. At this time, 5 jumps away from the outpost base is the battlefield between the two sides. A fleet of the expeditionary force is stationed on the battlefield all year round, stalemate and fighting with the fleet of the united civilization of the Shatta tribe. A steady stream of player fleets poured into the outposts of the outpost bases. Usually, the battlefields where small-scale fleets confront each other suddenly flooded with a large number of player fleets, which caught the Shatta civilization fleet by surprise. When Li Qing, Li Lai and others led the fleet over, traveled through more than a dozen galaxies and did not see a warship of the Shatta civilization. The fleet found the assembly point preset by the Jalan team in the outpost galaxy. After waiting for a long time, Li Qing received a communication request from UUFA, entered a channel, and found that all the core members of the team were present. UUFA's bright and delicate face appeared on the channel and said to everyone, "I have selected 2 large-scale missions. Let's take a look and decide to choose one of them as the main strategy direction for our team." Then Li Qing received a message from UUFA, which was 2 tasks. By the way, the news should not be spread outside. Li Qing made an okay gesture and checked. Then the next second frowned. Playing so big. The first option is crazy. They actually want to enter the Shatta tribal united civilization to attack the Shatta number 6 space habitat, destroy a giant alloy casting factory in the number 6 space habitat galaxy, and then plunder hundreds of millions of people. However, when he saw the second option, he immediately knew that he had underestimated her. The second option was even crazier. She actually wanted to lead the fleet into the deeper depths of the Shadow Tribe's joint civilization and sneak attack on the southern line of the Shadow Tribe's joint civilization, the capital of the province, the planet of Reef Lair. Not to mention whether it is possible to hide the whereabouts of such a huge fleet deep in the enemy's hinterland. The key Reef Lair is a planet of life. That galaxy has gathered tens of billions of alien races. Just like Jinmen province, there is a huge fleet stationed all year round. UUFA's current behavior is equivalent to them running to attack the Jinmen galaxy. It's true. At this time, all the core members in the channel basically read the message sent by UUFA and fell silent for a while. Luo Taiyuan, the third largest shareholder of the team, was the first to say, "I think the risks of the two options are very high. I won't talk about the latter one, and the former one is not easy to achieve. We can't guarantee that we can defeat the enemy's garrison fleet, let alone the deep enemy's hinterland over there. There is support to arrive. Once the war drags on for a long time and the enemy's support is in place, we can't even run away." Li Qing didn't speak. What Luo Taiyuan said was exactly what he thought. The other core members didn't answer either. They all had the same idea and thought this option was too difficult. No one cared about the latter option, that one was too outrageous, and everyone believed that it was UUFA's choice for the first one for comparison. After all, seeing the second outrageous option, relatively speaking, the first one is not so outrageous, but it is easier to accept, a very simple psychological effect. UUFA seemed to have expected everyone's reaction, and replied, "Normally speaking, it is difficult to do it with our strength. I didn't consider this at first, but one of the benefits offered by the expeditionary force in this military operation is really hard for me to refuse. I learned through family channels that this time the expeditionary force will take out a place for the helicopter corps. If we can successfully break through the target space habitat station, destroy the heavy industry base of the Shadow Tribal United Civilization in the southern province, and plunder more than 100 million population, our team will receive an elite team medal issued by the Imperial Expeditionary Force, and be directly promoted to the Legion without all the prerequisites for promotion to the official Legion." Promotion to the Legion. Everyone's attention was attracted by this sentence, even Li Qing was no exception. The Legion is a regular force recognized by the Empire, with the Legion buff recognized by the new universe, and many super benefits. For example, the right to cultivate and sell clones, the right to enter certain special commodity markets, etc., and the most critical provincial tax distribution right. According to the regulations of the Empire, 10% of the annual tax revenue of each province will be allocated to the legions within the province, which will be shared equally by all the legions within the range. How much is 1/10 of a year's tax in a province? This depends on the situation of different provinces, but we can take Jinmen province as an example. The total annual tax revenue is estimated to be tens of trillions, and 1/10 is several trillions. There are only 3 regular legions in the entire Jinmen province, and on average, they can be divided into trillions per year. Chapter 50. Get ahead. If Zutar establishes a province in the future, the flow of people may be higher than that of Jinmen when it develops, and the net income will be several trillion yuan a year. But to Li Qing, this point is not too critical. He can't get much of the trillions in income with his shares. What he values is the many super benefits obtained by the Legion. Whether it is the permission to cultivate and sell clones, or the right to enter the market of special commodities, etc., it is automatically open to the core members of the Legion, which means that all core members will automatically receive all the above super benefits, and will not withdraw their rights if they quit the Legion in the future. What does that mean? This means that a lot of money that could not be earned before can now be earned. This means that many ideas that were only imagined before can now be implemented. It means a lot. Li Qing admitted that he was persuaded. He must participate in this military operation, even if all the warships are destroyed, it is worth it. Smilingly raised his hand and said, "I think the commander-in-chief's decision is very good, I agree." Everyone looked sideways, showing strange eyes. But they immediately nodded in favor. A total of 23 core members, 20 agreed, and 1 abstained. Since everyone has passed it unanimously, we can prepare now. UUFA looked down and didn't know what, then raised her head and said, "You can set off one after another now, I will send you a coordinates later, and everyone will jump over there directly." Soon Li Qing received an updated star map, which marked more than a dozen transition markers. After careful inspection, He found that these markers were just on the edge of the isolation interference zone, just in time to avoid the joint patrol of the Shatta tribe fleet. You must know that the technological level of the Shatta civilization is between the 3rd and 4th levels, and many galaxies on the edge of the isolation interference zone can only jump through the 5th level jump engine. Influence and efficiency are greatly reduced. Before making this plan, UUFA had already made preparations, and spent a lot of money to buy a lot of reconnaissance intelligence information from other players. After analyzing the information together, she found a way to quietly sneak into the southern part of the Shatta tribe's joint civilization. Roots in the hinterland of the province. Judging from the star map, as long as you jump all the way according to the coordinates, you can directly come to the vicinity of the galaxy where the number 6 space residence station in the southern province of Shatta civilization is located. Next, as long as you pass through a few galaxies without being discovered by the enemy, you can jump directly to the galaxy where the number 6 space residence station in the southern province of Shatta civilization is located to launch a surprise attack. According to the data, the number 6 space residence station in the southern province of the Shatta civilization is a giant space residence station. The whole is composed of dozens of small and medium-sized residence stations. There is a super alloy melting furnace factory and many supporting factory services. To put it bluntly, most of the residents here are employees of this super heavy industrial zone, as well as the families of combatants in the nearby fleet. They are the most important points in the southern province of the Shatta tribe united civilization. Once it can be destroyed, it can greatly weaken the heavy industry production capacity of the Shatta civilization in the southern provinces, and weaken their combat strength in disguise. Yes, it is destruction. There is no need to think about capturing this galaxy. With their strength, it is impossible to capture this galaxy. They can only wreak havoc before the main force of the enemy reacts, and then flee after plundering enough people. Even so, they will inevitably suffer heavy losses, and the fleet used for the main attack will definitely suffer huge losses. So, although all the core members agree to carry out this task, they still have to fight later on the road, arguing about who should be in the front row, who should be the main force, who should be in the rear, and so on. Gather with Li Lai and the others, send them the star map, and the fleet starts to jump directly. Considering their habits, Li Qing divided the fleet into 3 teams, with himself as the first team, Li Lai with 4 as the second team, and Li Qi with 7 as the third team. I am the commander-in-chief of the fleet. Li Lai and Li Qi are the second and third deputy commanders of the fleet respectively. If he leaves for something, the 2 of them will take over the fleet in turn. The short jump ended, and a galaxy near the isolation interference zone appeared directly. At this time, many fleets had already jumped over in advance. Didn't stay for long, and continued to jump. After spending 6 days on the road, the fleet finally arrived at the depths of the southern province of the united civilization of the Shatta tribes. Affected by the isolation and interference zone, it was difficult for the warships of the united civilization of the Shatta tribes to come here, but they could jump in directly. The fleets of the team assembled here, and Li Qing was pulled into a communication channel as soon as he jumped over. At this time, 8 core members had already assembled in it. There are not enough people, so we have to wait. Li Qing looked at the star map. This is the last stop of the jump. Next, they will pass through 6 galaxies in a row at sub-light speed, and then jump directly to the number 6 space residence station in the southern province of the united civilization of the Shatta tribe. Galaxies, launch a surprise attack directly. Of course, they can also jump over there now, and then attack habitation station number 6 through 6 galaxies. But now jumping is not called a sneak attack, it is a strong attack. They will be discovered just after the jump, and when they arrive at the number 6 space residence, what they need to face is the heavy guards of alien races waiting for them. After waiting for about half a day, with a sudden distortion in the empty void, a circle of turbulent energy exploded after a few seconds, and the last huge fleet has jumped over. All the core members arrived. UUFA's beautiful face appeared on the light curtain. She looked beautiful and dashing in a well-tailored uniform, glanced at everyone, and said in a deep voice, "I won't say much about the plan. Everyone knows that I will assign tasks next. I, Yi Xiao and Tai Yuan will be the main attackers. Deng Yangxin, Lu Jinsheng and Zhao Wenren will be the assistants. Yan Qing and Li Chengzai will be the reserves. You ran with Li Qing on the right wing, Lu Qing and Lu Yi on the left wing, and the others in the rear. They are waiting for orders at any time. The tentative allocation is like this. If everyone has any objections, raise it now, and it cannot be changed temporarily after departure." Everyone was silent, and no one had an opinion. Seeing this, UUFA nodded and said, "Very good. Since everyone has no comments. She looked at the time and continued. It is now 15:14 standard time of the expeditionary force. Everyone, go prepare for the departure on time at 17:00. After disconnecting the communication, Li Qing sent another message to Ding Yuan, and it was connected quickly. The tall and charming Ding Yuan appeared on the light screen. Once connected, she said, "How about your fleet follow me later and intercept the enemy ships that circle around for me?" Obviously, she didn't think much of Li Qing, who didn't even have a battleship, so she didn't let him go to the front row but let him guard the flanks. Although she looked down upon him a bit, the arrangement was considered to take care of him. Of course Li Qing would not refuse, but instead of responding on the spot, he stated his own advantages. Commander Ding should know that I am a psychic, and I have a 20% bonus to the speed of the ship. In addition, I have a companion whose innate talent is to increase the radar detection range by 50%. Maybe he can be our wing scout. Ding Yuan immediately replied, "I know you are a psyker, but my innate talent can increase the speed of the fleet of my fleet by 30%, which is higher than your psyker, but the innate talent of your subordinate is good. You arrange for him to command a scouting fleet." Turning off the communication with surprise, Li Qing clicked his tongue, feeling that he underestimated the heroes of the world. Fortunately, there are not many such top elites, and he is still developing. He has a strong premonition that after his psychic power soars, his innate talent Son of the Stars will change, and by then his strength will definitely increase. Great improvement. It's a good thing that he doesn't need to be the main attacker. Next, he simply followed the fleet at a certain distance from Ding Yuan's fleet, and asked Li Qi to lead 2 destroyers and 5 destroyers to form a reconnaissance fleet to follow. Fleets leave the rendezvous point one by one, entering sub-light speed in waves. From the outside, each battleship turned into a flash of light in an instant, disappearing into the material universe. The first 2 galaxies passed quickly, and then the fleet left the isolation interference zone and appeared in the normal galaxies, covered by nebula, but they could no longer have much impact on the 3rd or 4th generation engines and radars united by the Shadow tribe. Destroyers equipped with various accessories related to electronic interference and interception scattered out. These warships have been modified, and the additional slots are slots, which are equipped with various electronic warfare accessories. It is possible to scan the surrounding area. Various hidden monitoring facilities. Li Qing's fleet followed behind, and from time to time received notifications from the entire fleet about the battle situation. From time to time, monitoring hidden in asteroids or comets, or even disguised as meteorites, was detected and interfered. The fleet passed through 4 galaxies in one breath without being noticed. After passing through the wormhole and entering the next galaxy, the fleet assembled at the entrance of the wormhole. UFA appeared on the fleet communication again and began to speak to the entire fleet to boost morale. To be honest, a heroic beauty encouraged everyone with a passionate tone, and the effect was indeed very good. At least many members of my team's channel are fighting with high spirits and looking forward to the next battle. Everyone has it ready to activate the jump engine. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As soon as the countdown ended, the huge fleet turned on the jump engine at the same time. After charging for more than 10 minutes, the energy brilliance of the sky exploded, and the huge fleet with a total of more than 4,000 disappeared instantly, leaving only circles of residual energy fluctuations. Everyone, prepare for battle. This jump is to jump directly outside the gravitational well of the star system where the number 6 space residence is located, directly into the current galaxy, and may enter the battle as soon as they enter the field. This was the first time that such a large-scale military operation was carried out. To be honest, Li Qing was still a little nervous. Time disappears every minute and every second, and no matter how far the leap is, it will end. As the battleship combat system sends a countdown, his heart also lifts up. 10 seconds later, the transition ended, and the battleship appeared in the cosmic starry sky. The sensor radar immediately displayed the pictures of the surrounding starry sky in front of them. Before the alarm sounded, Li Qing breathed a sigh of relief, and checked the radar scanning screen. They were in a dense dust belt. From the radar scanning screen, it could be seen that the battleship was surrounded by broken ice and dust, and then saw a huge frozen comet with a diameter of more than 140 kilometers. The shattered ice and dust belt they are in is the huge comet tail formed behind the frozen comet when the ice layer on its body was stripped and scattered when it passed through the starry sky. They just jumped to the tail of the comet. The huge fleet dispatched a large number of reconnaissance ships to disperse immediately, and the main force reassembled the formation, and went straight to the edge of the galaxy's gravitational well without much stop. By this time, it is no longer possible for them to hide their bodies. Such a large fleet is still in the lair, and there are surveillance and patrol fleets everywhere. Many large fixed surveillance facilities have a very far surveillance range, which is farther than their strongest radar detection range. It is much bigger, and the enemy probably has already discovered them. As soon as the fleet entered the range of the galaxy's gravitational well, Li Qing clearly felt the ship tremble slightly, and the battleship was affected by a disturbing force field. This thing comes from the Starboard-class space station located in the center of the galaxy. The effect acts on the gravitational well of the entire galaxy, prohibiting any enemy ships without identification marks from entering sub-light speed or jumping in the galaxy. If it is a Star City-class space station, the interference field is not only more effective, but also has a wider range, and can extend to the Kuiper belt beyond the gravitational well. That is to say, if there is no special means, then they will not be able to enter the galaxy at sublight speed, and can only enter the galaxy at a normal speed. But how could they be unprepared for such a large-scale military operation? As industrial ships equipped with strong anti-jamming force fields were incorporated into the fleets, their resistance to the jamming force field was greatly strengthened, and their hyperspace engines were all it as the fifth-generation technology, and the interference force field itself has a very strong penetrating ability to the third-generation technology. Combining the two, the interference force field has little effect on them, and they can still use sublight speed to enter the galaxy. A violent shock caused Li Qing, who had just come out of the sublight speed, to change his face slightly. He immediately connected to the command channel and asked, "Are we intercepted or?" Ding Yoren, who entered first, didn't have the relaxed expression on his face at this time, but it wasn't the solemnity of fighting, but said with a strange face, "Someone came before us." What? The large team Halo also received the same mission as us, and arrived one step ahead of us. Now it has launched an attack on this base, and we just crashed into the battlefield. Li Qing's expression was in the shape of Zhong at this time. At this time, the battlefield form was sent from the general headquarters, and he checked it immediately, and his face also showed the same weirdness as Ding Yoren. In the void not far in front of them, two huge fleets are fighting fiercely. A fleet size and battleship model are the same as theirs. There are about 70 or 80 battleships, more than 200 cruisers, more than 300 destroyers, and more than 6,000 frigates. It is the Halo team that Ding Yoren said. The other fleet is the standard battleship of the Shadow Tribal United Civilization, with nearly 300 battleships, more than 800 cruisers, over 1,000 destroyers, and nearly 20,000 frigates, 3 times their size. Chapter 51 Melee. Although the warships and technology are a bit behind, the combined fleet of the Shadow Tribe is 3 times the size of the Halo, and it has the home field advantage, and the fleet will jump into the arena at any time. After just watching for a while, Li Qing can conclude that this operation of the Halo is very difficult to succeed. But now the problem is coming. Halo can't succeed, their strength is not as good as the Halo team, and they definitely can't succeed. Besides, the Halo came first, and the news of the war had already spread. It is estimated that there are already enemy support coming soon. If the Halo retreats, they probably have to retreat. He could think of this, and so could Yu Yuefei and the others. Sun Yi Xiao said in the command channel, "I think we can cooperate with Halo to take it down. This giant residential station belongs to one of the cores of the United Civilization of the Shadow Tribe in the southern province. It has a population of nearly 1 billion. Even if we cooperate to carve it up, it is enough to plunder the population." Quote. Luo Taiyuan also nodded and said, "I also agree. The enemy's defenders are much stronger than we expected. The Halo can't beat us, let alone win. Only cooperation can win." Those present are not idiots, they can understand this simple situation, and quickly decided to cooperate with Halo by majority vote. The Halo side was not stupid, they responded immediately, agreed to cooperate, and didn't even have time to decide on the distribution of the loot. Military. Li Qing's mission has not changed, attacking with Ding Yoren, or assisting in combat. The fleets of Li Lai and Li Qi are all under his command. There are a total of 17 cruisers, 42 destroyers, and 197 frigates. Except for no battleships, the conventional battleships are almost catching up with the two brothers Lu Qing and Lu Dong. In the vast starry sky, countless dazzling beams of light traverse the starry sky, and every splash of a huge fireball represents the sinking of a warship. The huge fleet entered the battlefield, stretching from left to right for a distance of more than 100,000 kilometers. By the time Li Qing's fleet met a fleet dispatched by a foreign race, it was already an hour after the striker started the battle. When he saw that the enemy fleet had 1 battleship, 31 cruisers, 67 destroyers, and 500 frigates, Li Qing's expression was slightly solemn, and he quickly simulated the strength of both sides in his mind, as well as his own capital, and then came up with an idea, said to everyone in the channel. There is a battleship. I am going to execute the beheading tactic and sink that battleship first. Li Lai said in the channel. What do you say? I am going to divide the fleet into 2 parts. Half of Li Lai's fleet is under my command. All the modified aircraft carriers and cruisers under Li Qi's command will be temporarily incorporated into Li Lai's fleet. The fleet circles around and raids the enemy battleships, and uses the space fighters of the aircraft carrier cruisers to encircle and kill the battleships. The so-called aircraft carrier cruiser is to replace the cruiser's cannon and salvo modules with hangar modules, which can be equivalent to a small aircraft carrier relying on the space fighters in the hangar modules to fight. In addition to frigates, destroyers, cruisers, and battleships can all be converted into small aircraft carriers. After the standard cruiser is modified, the bow can accommodate 10 hangar slots, the central core can accommodate 20 hangar slots, and the stern can accommodate 8 hangar slots, a total of 38 hangar slots. Each hangar has a total of 36 space fighters, exactly 1 squadron, add up to a total of 1368 space fighters. Refitting an aircraft carrier cruiser is actually not very expensive. The most expensive thing is the space fighter. A 5th-generation Deep Space Ghost Fighter is priced at 5 million, and 1368 totals 6.84 billion stars. However, although the aircraft carrier has strong combat effectiveness, the loss of space fighters is also large. Generally, an aircraft carrier-type cruiser will be equipped with a large hangar-type industrial ship, which is equipped with a large number of spare fighters. It can be supplemented at any time to maintain the combat effectiveness of the battleship. It can be said that for a standard cruiser to be refitted with a small aircraft carrier, it will cost more than 10 billion dollars to build from scratch and add up the logistics. Li Lai and Li Qi only have 1 each, and they are usually reluctant to participate in small-scale battles. Facing a powerful enemy this time, they couldn't tolerate their reluctance. The 2 small aircraft carriers were incorporated into the fleet and separated from the main force to circle to one side, while Li Qing led the fleet to face the alien fleet head-on. Lined up, facing boom. The size of the enemy fleet was not much larger than theirs. Only 1 battleship was a big threat. Li Qing did not avoid the edge for the time being, but directly attacked it. Boom. The main gun of the battleship with a range of up to 5,000 kilometers suddenly lit up, and a dazzling particle light spear shot out across the battlefield. A destroyer was hit by the light spear, and the thick energy shield was directly shattered, and the armor was instantly melted until a huge hole exploded in the hull. The battle damage was uploaded to Li Qing at the first time. Seeing the tragic projection of the destroyer under attack in front of him, Li Qing raised his eyelids slightly and ordered. Destroyer number 18 retreated and stepped up maintenance, and the fleet kept moving forward at a constant speed. Just the most basic particle light spear can almost instantly kill a fully equipped destroyer. If the configuration is almost replaced with a 4th-level shield and armor module, this gun can directly kill a destroyer in an instant. Particle Lance. A heavy energy lance that fires high-energy particles that melt down armor. Type. Instant. Energy. Damage. 35000-55000. Fire rate. 150 seconds. Shot. Hit. 90%. Range. 5,000 kilometers. Fix. Minus 25% shield damage. Fix. Plus 25% armor damage. This is the deterrent power of the battleship, the absolute main battleship. The power of the main gun of the X super large slot is extremely terrifying. As long as the gun is fired, it will definitely be damaged. The only luck is that its fire rate is very slow, and it takes up to 3 minutes to recool and recharge for each shot. Taking advantage of this time, the warships of both sides quickly closed the distance, and soon entered the range of the main gun of the L large slot. Li Qing's side recharged the muzzle in advance with the 20% range bonus of the Psyker. All the main guns are focused on marking the destroyer. According to Li Qing's order, a round of violent shelling blasted out, tearing a Shadow Civilization destroyer into 2 pieces, paralyzed and burning in the void. After a round of shelling, they also entered the range of the opponent's large weapons. After 2 rounds of dazzling fire, the 2 frigates rushing forward turned into 2 of fire and were blown to pieces. Nearly 300 million dollars were just gone. Li Qing didn't even bat an eyelid, and remarked a new attack target, which was another destroyer, and then ordered the fleet to adjust the attack angle and recharge the weapons. Compared to the enemy's attack target is the frigate, his targets are all destroyers. The reason is simple. Destroyers are the fastest among the 4 warships. They have their own technological advantages. If they can destroy opponent destroyers on a large scale, when their size is small enough, they can take advantage of speed and have absolute initiative. Everyone knows what it means to have the initiative on the battlefield. You can attack when you advance, and you can defend when you retreat. The only variable is the battleship with an extremely long range, but the battleship has 2 cruiser aircraft carriers to deal with. As long as you are willing to pay enough price, a single battleship is still easy to deal with. 3 minutes later, another thick particle light spear pierced through the void. The destroyer that was targeted was attacked by a certain amount of energy in the previous exchange of fire. When the particle light spear hit the hull, it melted through the emptiness of ignited a splendid martyrdom. They did not hesitate to fight back, and once again concentrated fire to bombard a destroyer. The Shatta civilization fleet imitated a round of concentrated fire, and bombarded 2 frigates again, and another 300 million star dollars were gone. At the same time, the distance between the 2 sides is getting closer and closer, soon entering the frigate engagement distance, and completely entering the battle stage. At this time, any party who wants to retreat must abandon part of the fleet to back up. The 2 sides went back and forth like this, and every back and forth meant that 1 destroyer and 2 frigates were bombed, and at the same time, every 2 rounds, 1 destroyer was killed by the main artillery of the battleship. Overall, they were still at a disadvantage. But this disadvantage began to reverse after Li Lai circled a large circle behind the enemy's radar detection range and took his position. The 2 cruisers, a total of 2,736 fifth-generation deep space ghost fighters, were released outside the radar detection range, and then all the fighters went straight to the battleship. At this time, their fleet has entered a state of full engagement. Most of the battleships are pushing forward to engage Li Qing's fleet. Although there are still a small number of fleets around the battleships, the number is too small. The technological level of the key Shatta tribal alliance is between the 3rd and 4th generations. Most of these conventional non-main fleets use weapons and accessories of the 3rd generation of technology, pose a fatal threat to the fleet. Li Lai, who has experienced many battles, has an extremely precise grasp of the battlefield situation. When a huge fleet of aircraft enters the battlefield, he immediately activates the active effect of his talent. Firepower Blue. This naval commander believes in firepower. Passive attributes. Attack power of all ships and weapons under your command plus 20%, hit plus 10. Active effect. Activate the skill effect. The attack power of all ships and weapons under your command plus 30%, hit plus 20, last for 30 minutes, cool down for 10 days. The active and passive effects are superimposed, a total of 50% damage bonus and 30 extra hit points. Then, instead of attacking the battleship directly, the fleet rushed to the frigate group composed of 40 frigates beside the battleship. Li Lai stood on the bridge of the command ship. On the empty bridge in front of him was a huge battlefield projection. His hands were spinning on it, and the angle of the battlefield projection also changed with his manipulation of both hands. Although Li Qing's order is to behead the battleship, how to behead depends on his actual operation. Able to fully obey the commander's orders and execute them completely, this is a qualified commander. But if you want to become an excellent commander who can stand alone, you must not execute orders mechanically. You must have your own insights. Not only can you execute orders perfectly and complete them, but you must also do better on this basis. Can execute orders flexibly. In his opinion, directly attacking battleships can indeed interfere with battleship operations, reducing the pressure on the frontal battlefield. But if you attack the battleship directly and ignore the fleet, with the shield and armor thickness of the battleship, even more than 2,000 space fighters will not be able to destroy it for a while. At this stage, not only the attack of the fleet will cause considerable damage and loss to the fleet, the enemy will calmly dispatch warships from the front to support. But if you attack the frigate with all your strength first, the frigate can be sunk in a short time with the firepower of the fleet. At this time, the battleship becomes a lonely family, and a large number of fleets will inevitably be dispatched from the front line to escort. It is not so easy to call in the fleet during the melee. The front line is not dominant. Once the battleship cannot use the main guns to support, and part of the fleet is dispatched to leave, the front line will collapse immediately, leading to the collapse of the entire line. He thought so, and he implemented it that way. When the talent is turned on, the firepower of the fleet instantly increases by 50%. Coupled with the hit enhancement, the effective firepower almost doubles directly. In less than 5 minutes, all 40 frigates were destroyed by densely packed space fighters. Li Qing, who was on the frontal battlefield, immediately felt the weakening of the enemy's offensive, and then saw that part of the fleet was retreating while fighting, and the other part of the fleet, which was obviously used as cannon fodder, was widening the distance to expand the depth of the battle. He immediately contacted Li Lai, quickly learned of the results of the battle there, and immediately ordered. Everyone has it, bite him hard. At the same time, he said to Li Qi, you take number 6, number 7, number 8, number 11, number 14 to number 19 destroyers and number 144 to number 194 frigates are half-leaved from the battlefield. If the main force of the enemy retreats, immediately catch up with the interception. At this point, Li Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Unless there is a fleet to support from other battlefields, the battle will be stable. He counted the losses. In the less than half an hour of the battle, he lost a total of 11 destroyers and 31 frigates. The damage was serious and he withdrew from the battle. 1 cruiser, 5 destroyers and 18 frigates lost a lot. Big. It can be expected that the enemy will lose some warships in the dying struggle and counterattack later, and the total loss is estimated to exceed tens of billions. But as long as they can win, the post-war gains will definitely be extremely rich, and they will definitely be able to make up for all losses and earn money. 4 minutes later, as he expected, part of the enemy fleet began to withdraw. Li Qi, who had prepared earlier, immediately led the fleet to leave the battlefield and catch up with the interception at a faster speed. Unable to escape on this side, more than 2,000 deep space ghost fighter jets attacked the battleship frantically on the other side. The huge battleship had no power to fight back and had to start to evacuate to the other side of the battlefield. The firepower of the battleship is extremely fierce, but all of them are large L weapon slots and G missile slots. This kind of powerful weapon is good for fighting a battleship, and it is impossible to hit a small, super fast and flexible space fighter. It is equivalent to a Tyrannosaurus Rex facing a group of blood-sucking mosquitoes and having no choice but to be beaten passively. As soon as the battleship evacuated, the remaining enemy ships had a tendency to be defeated because of the retreat, which would lead to a sharp drop in morale. With the sudden withdrawal of several frigates, a greater rout was triggered, and they fled in an instant. Li Qing restrained his fleet to chase for a certain distance, then retreated to clean up the battlefield, and harvested more than a dozen weapon blueprints, 3 frigate blueprints and 1 destroyer blueprint. The loot on the regular battlefield is higher than that of wild monsters in terms of drop rate and quality. After all, the risk of the battlefield is so high, how can the rewards not be generous? Chapter 52 Melee. Why there are so many battleship blueprints available for exchange in the outpost, apart from the joint support of the major forces of the United Human Empire, it is mainly because of the explosion on the battlefield. The location of the outpost just blocked the expansion of the joint civilization of the Shatta tribe. At the beginning of its establishment, it fought many times with the fleet of the joint civilization of the Shatta tribe. On the huge battlefield of battleships, as long as an enemy ship is sunk, 1 or 2 blueprints will usually pop up, most of which are various weapon accessories, and a very small number are battleship blueprints. But this very small number is only relative. After a big battle, you can get a few. If you can sink a few battleships, whether it is the X-slot main gun or the battleship blueprint is a good thing. As the core of the battleship, the X-slot super large main gun has 2 billion particle lances and 4 billion more powerful neutron lances. The blueprints are 200 million and 400 million respectively. It's a pity that the battleship's shield, armor, and hull are too thick. Many shield generators are equipped with shield generators that can restore energy shields during wartime. Li Min and Li Jia cleaned up the battlefield, and all the gains were recovered with industrial ships. Li Qing checked them one by one. There are a total of 26 blueprints of weapons and accessories, 5 frigates and 1 destroyer blueprint. 10 times, combined, it can be worth a lot of money. The blueprints of warships can only be used once, and the combined value is about 20 million. Compared to the loss, it is considered a blood loss. I can only hope to defeat the opponent and plunder the galaxy. After clearing up the battlefield, Li Qing ordered the fleet to rest and replenish ammunition, while he himself contacted Ding Yuan, ready to cooperate with her. Suddenly Li Lai's message popped up, and he said with a serious face. Fortunately, the enemy battleship has been sunk. Li Qing stood up in surprise. pulled his finger little by little, and a light curtain popped open, showing the battlefield picture from Li Lai. A battleship wreckage that was completely battered by the bombing was floating in the void, blazing flames burned on the wreckage. Good, Li Qing praised. Beyond my expectations. This battle is planned for you. At this time Li Lai said. Although there is no blueprint for the explosive battleship, there is a blueprint for a particle lance and a blueprint for a large armor that can be used 30 times. Okay, let's go back to the team first. Closing off the communication with Li Lai, Li Qing first passed the news to the whole team to boost morale, and then opened the battle details sent by Li Lai, and checked it carefully. Which battleship did Li Lai sink? Li Qi was stunned for a moment when he received the news, and then a strange feeling emerged in his heart out of thin air, and an inexplicable sense of urgency emerged spontaneously. Everyone hangs out together, and you suddenly make a great contribution, then I have to make a great contribution too, or I will be inferior in comparison. 2 minutes later, in the bridge, watching the battle of sinking the battleship in fast-forward mode, Li Qing had two emotions in his heart. One feeling is that Li Lai's innate talent is so explosive. The second feeling is that space fighters are indeed very restrained large ships. Battleships with super thick shield armor and super firepower have no power to fight back against the sky full of space fighters. It can be said that, in terms of heads up, even a hangar destroyer converted from a destroyer can easily kill a battleship with kite tactics as long as it has a sufficient distance. Battleship main guns have a range of more than 5,000 kilometers, but space fighters often have an effective combat radius of millions of kilometers, which is not at the same level at all. So converting an aircraft carrier with a cruiser is the most practical way to counter battleships for players without battleships. Of course, this does not mean that the aircraft carrier is invincible. After all, no fleet is purely composed of battleships. Generally speaking, a battleship or an aircraft carrier is the main force of a fleet, supported by a large number of ships. A large number of frigates equipped with P-slot fire protection are the nemesis of the aircraft carrier. The rate of fire of tens of thousands of bullets per minute is very effective in intercepting space fighters, miraculous. Not to mention that this modified aircraft carrier itself has no combat effectiveness. Once caught by the enemy, the end will be miserable. So although the aircraft carrier is powerful, it must be used in conjunction with other warships. After a short rest, Li Qing led the fleet to approach Yuyoran. After communicating with Yuyoran, the fleet turned a corner on the battlefield and outflanked it from the other direction. Through the reconnaissance screen passed by Li Qi, it happened to be the location of 5 enemy battleships and 2 battleship-refitted aircraft carriers. There are nearly 100 frigates and 10 destroyers escorting them. Observing the enemy's configuration, Li Qing said to Li Lai, "You let the fighter planes start to interfere in advance, and we will follow behind." This move may cause huge losses to the fighter planes on the 2 cruiser aircraft carriers, but it is still a good deal compared to the loss of battleships. The densely packed fighter planes spread out and rushed towards the enemy's main force cluster more than 30,000 kilometers away. The reconnaissance and early warning aircraft mixed in the fleet transmitted pictures in real time. Multiple enemy space fighters intercepted and were overwhelmed by the fleet on the spot. Not to mention the quantitative gap of dozens of times, it is the crushing of the 5th-generation machine against the 3rd-generation machine itself. However, just as the small aircraft group was submerged here, a black mass of space fighters suddenly rose from the direction of the enemy's main cluster in the distance and greeted them. As soon as the 2 sides approached, dense battle information swiped the screen on the spot, and countless data slid across the light screen in front of them like flowing water. Li Qing stared at the front with expressionless eyes. At this moment, the super innate attributes played a role, allowing him to imprint and memorize the screen-like data in his mind like a machine scan, and then his brain moved at a super fast speed. Turn around and quickly understand the screen-like battle data. Innate attributes are related to the player's every move, every word and deed. When the innate attributes are strong enough, they can directly give the player extraordinary abilities beyond ordinary people. For example, now, Li Qing's innate memory as high as 32 makes him have a memory ability that exceeds the limit of ordinary people by an order of magnitude. Coupled with the same powerful perception, mind, and spirit, a humanoid robot appears. Not only can memorize, but also understand these data in an instant. It took less than a minute for the 2 huge machine gun battles, and he analyzed the details of the 2 machine gun battles from the huge data, and roughly simulated the battle situation and results. The result is of course that they won. One side is the 5th-generation fighter, and the other is only the 3rd generation. How can they win without being crushed in scale and quantity? In less than 20 minutes, the incoming Shatta civilization fleet became scattered, the number became smaller, and the route speed was faster. 10 minutes later, the enemy planes began to withdraw, and Li Lai ordered his own fleet to return, but the main fleet did not advance immediately, but waited for the fleet to return completely, and the rear industrial ships came to replenish the fighters. The enemy dispatched a total of 2,115 third-generation fighters in the battle just now. Although they were completely suppressed, there were so many fighters after all. Many fighters were sunk in the melee. While sinking more than 1,300 enemy sorties, our own 153 space fighters were also lost. Including the losses in the previous battle, the total loss is about 400 aircraft, and the battle damage is about 2 billion stars. Compared with the total of about 2,700 space fighters, it accounts for nearly 1/7, and the combat power is not small. Influences. It was already half an hour after the space fighters were replenished. During this period, he was not idle all the time, but kept sending undamaged space fighters over, not close to the enemy's main ship group, but between the enemy's main ship group and the enemy's main ship group. Between the battlefields on Uran's side, the aircraft fleet specialized in intercepting the enemy could not support the main battlefield, reducing the pressure on Uran's side. After the space fighters were replenished, Li Qing sent a message to Uran. I launched an attack on the enemy's capital fleet in 5 minutes. Uran quickly responded, I will cooperate with your attack. Close the communication. Li Qing raised his hand and waved. Attack. The fleet spread out into a wild goose formation and advanced towards the enemy's main force. Uran immediately ordered to strengthen the offensive to hold down the enemy ships on the main battlefield. The distance between the two sides quickly approached, and soon it was less than 10,000 kilometers. Li Qing quietly opened the Palm Universe channel in the center of the fleet, and frigates flew out of it. These are a batch of frigates built recently. They have been equipped with weapons and accessories, but they have no crew members. They can only compile simple combat procedures by setting up their combat computers. Simple combat plans can be implemented, and too complicated orders cannot be implemented. At the same time, if the enemy uses electronic jamming equipment, it is easy to affect its combat computer and paralyze it. All in all, this is pure cannon fodder. That's what Li Qing thought, and he ordered the new frigates to run ahead to attract firepower. When our side gradually entered the range of the main guns of the battleship, there were already nearly 100 cannon fodder frigates in the front row. With 5 extremely thick particle light spears piercing the void, the 5 frigates' cannon fodder perished on the spot. It is definitely not cost-effective for a battleship to fight a frigate, but the shooting angle he left for the 5 battleships on the opposite side can only attack the front row of cannon fodder, and cannot hit the destroyers or even cruisers behind. As the fleet moved forward rapidly, the second round of battleship main gun attacks soon ushered in. With the explosion of 5 fireballs, another 5 frigates perished. After a while, 10 frigates were destroyed, and the battle damage was as high as 1.5 billion stars. This is the cruelty of war. Years of hard work are gone in an instant. And this is just the beginning, the real war has not yet begun. It was not until the third round of bombardment was over that his fleet brought the enemy's active fleet into attack range. With beams of death beams blasting out, the frigates that were under fire were sunk one after another. 2 minutes later, Li Qing's fleet was fully engaged with the enemy's fleet, and he immediately ordered Li Lai to release the fleet to interfere with the enemy's capital ship. The densely packed aircraft group rushed forward, and the enemy immediately released the remaining aircraft groups to fight with them, and the scuffle instantly entered a white-hot state. Li Qing stood expressionlessly in the center of the bridge. There were more than a dozen light curtains floating on the huge bridge in front of him, each representing a different battlefield. His powerful innate attributes allowed him to fully grasp these dozens of light curtains even without the assistance of a staff officer. Everything on the battlefield completely controlled the situation of the battle. Although the losses were huge, most of them were cannon fodder, and the main force was largely intact. In his opinion, there was hope of winning the situation. Facts are as he expected. After paying the loss of more than 200 space fighters, their aircraft fleet abruptly defeated the remaining enemy aircraft fleet. At this time, the huge aircraft fleet has encircled and interfered 5 battleships and 2 battleship aircraft carriers. Although there are a few main battleships that can't be helped at the moment, the attack frequency of the 5 battleships has been greatly reduced under the interference, supporting the main battlefield in disguise. About 20 minutes later, the enemy fleet was gradually defeated with more than half of the losses, approaching the capital ship in an attempt to rendezvous. Of course Li Qing would not let them go as they wished. The whole army pressed on and stalked, especially the few remaining destroyers. The frigates could escape, but the destroyers could not. Boom! A thick pillar of azure blue light pierced through the void, hitting a battleship of the United Civilization of the Shatta tribe, and the huge energy impact caused a large crater in the center of the battleship's shield to sink. He hasn't completely settled on his side yet. On the other side, Yuyorin has already defeated the enemy's main force, chasing after the defeated soldiers. The 4 high-end battleships opened fire in unison. The neutron lance, which is 1 level more powerful than the particle lance, can easily destroy any warship below the destroyer. Before, the Shatta civilization could rely on 5 battleships to fight against 2 aircraft carriers. After Li Qing entered the field and cut off the connection between the large army and the main group, how could the front row resist the concentrated fire bombardment of the 4 battleships? The next step was to beat the dog in the water. Li Qing's fleet and Yuyorin's fleet joined forces to pursue, taking the opportunity to pick up some bargains from behind. In the communication channel, Yuyorin rarely showed a smile on her face. She looked at Li Qing with her charming phoenix eyes, and said, "You played an important role in this battle. You can share 25% of the spoils of enemy battleships that are sunk later." Li Qing smiled and cupped his hands. "Then I will not be polite. This is what you deserve." The victory over a strong enemy, and the good news from other small and medium battlefields indicated that they had won this battle. This made Yuyorin feel good, and for the first time, she took the initiative to chat with him. In Li Qing's previous impression, this beautiful woman from the Ding family in Xinjiang province was quite aloof, except that she had a better relationship with Yu Yuefei, who was a woman, and rarely communicated with the rest of the team, usually mostly alone. After some exchanges, it can be seen that her aloofness is not pretending, and her personality is indeed of the type that does not like to talk, which does not match her charming appearance and tall and hot figure at all. This is not to say that she recognized Li Qing's strength, but that in her eyes, Li Qing's evaluation changed from average to fair. After all, the opponent assigned to Li Qing in the battle just now was not very strong. It is normal to win, and if you lose, it is a proper waste. After chatting for a while, news of victory came from other battlefields one after another. They have also sunk a battleship and converted a battleship to an aircraft carrier. There is still no blueprint for a battleship, but there are many other accessories. Paper is treated with 3 generations of large lasers 30 times. In addition, the main enemy fleet on the other side of the main battlefield has also fallen into a disadvantage, but it is still there and is still resisting tenaciously. Chapter 53 Crazy Evil Thoughts. But the result has been predicted, and when players from other battlefields converge, defeat is inevitable. That is to say, this galaxy may be captured by them. Even if the 2 large teams of Jolin and Halo split equally, it would be a profit. In the channel, Li Lai, Li Qi and others rubbed their hands excitedly, full of anticipation for the next step. Li Qing is no exception. Compared with others who have to use transport ships to plunder slowly, he has a universe in his hand, which is much more maneuverable. At this moment, Li Qing suddenly received a message from Yu Yuefei, and she said with a serious face, "Now the main fleet is fighting with the main force of the Shatta civilization. Although we are temporarily victorious at this time, the enemy's fleet may jump over at any time. We can't wait to completely defeat the enemy, so now we need you to plunder this galaxy." A star map is displayed, on which is a giant space habitation station like a honeycomb. This is Shatta Civilization number 6 Space Habitat Station. It is composed of 3 large-scale residence stations in the center, 12 medium-sized residence stations in the middle layer, and 36 small-scale residence stations in the outermost. With a population of more than 1 billion, you go now, first plunder at least 100 million people, and then go to the other side to plunder the materials of the super alloy foundry when you have free time. Everyone listened to the order. The fleet started, and Li Qinghe led the rest of the fleet to fly over. There are still sporadic warships in the galaxy, which can only cause some interference to them, and will not affect operations. When I came to the place marked on the star map, I saw a giant residential station fixed in the orbit of a large planet with a star ring from a distance. At this time, a large number of civilian spaceships were evacuating with full loads of civilians. No one ordered, and the fleets of Jolin and Halo scattered and surrounded them, trapping all the spaceships that had no time to escape near the residence. This giant residence is composed of 3 large residences, 12 medium residences and 36 small residences. The shape of these residential stations is very similar to bowling pins standing in space, with the top being small and the bottom being large. Among them, the diameter of 3 large residential stations is about 50 kilometers, and the height is about 200 kilometers. Circle around. The smallest 36 small residential stations have a diameter of only about 5 kilometers and a length of about 15 kilometers. They surround the center and are distributed in the upper and lower circles. These large and small residential stations are all connected by alloy structures as a whole, forming a giant residential station that can accommodate the lives of more than 1 billion people and includes industrial residential stations that produce food and various consumables. The fleet surrounded the residence station, and a large number of landing craft deployed in the cruiser ejected from the battleship to find the exit of the residence station. The ground troops would use the equipment in the landing cabin to open the residence station exit, or directly penetrate the outer wall of the residence station, enter it to plunder people and resources. Li Qing's fleet does not have a landing pod, but there are a number of troop carriers in the POM universe, but in the public, the special Halo fleet is also there, so it is not convenient to show it in front of everyone. Although this thing is not a secret in the eyes of Li Qi and others, it cannot be known to the whole world. Of course, the main reason is that it still cannot be operated. This giant living station is so big that he can't fit it in even if he wants to. If you can put it in, everyone will know it. Seeing the brilliant results here, and the addition of a fleet from the Halo to the superalloy foundry on the other side of the galaxy, he probably wants to make a fortune. Ding Yoren, who is in charge of the plundering operation here, spoke to the command channel. Li Qing, Lu Jinsheng, Yan Chengping and Yan Yan said, "You two brothers and sisters will come with me, and Li Qingyi and Lu Jinsheng will stay here to host." No problem. Li Qing and Lu Jinsheng responded respectively, and took over the control and command of the army that had invaded the residence, the industrial ships moored beside the residence, and the captured civilian ships of the Shatta tribe. These civilian ships were also captured. They use it as a prey population. The main fleet left, and the remaining fleet could barely maintain the siege of the residence. Fortunately, the fleet of Halo was on the other side, and they tacitly agreed to each side, and the army they sent only plundered the residents on their own side. A large number of civilians united by the Shatta tribe were driven out by armed forces and sent into the spaceship parked in the port, packed in densely like sardines. This group of civilians united by the Shatta tribe looks like a spider evolved, with a humanoid upper body and a spider belly on the lower body, wearing strange clothes, with a belt around the waist of the spider belly, and the 8 spider legs below are wearing trousers and 8 spider legs. Spider boots like high heels. There are quite a few Spider-Men in strange but extremely gorgeous clothes, probably the dignitaries among the Spider-Men, and they huddled together with nervous expressions like ordinary people. In the battle between civilizations and civilizations, the losers are very clear about the outcome. After all, in the Zutar star field, the war between them and 2 other alien civilizations has lasted for thousands of years. In fact, Li Qing is not very clear why the Empire plunders so many alien populations. If you say it is not qualified to be a slave, using robots as cheap as clones, but they are hardworking and obedient. It's not normal, the experiment doesn't need so many people. After much deliberation, he couldn't figure out what would be the use of capturing so many people of different races, and he even offered a core quota in exchange. If you don't know what you don't understand, it doesn't prevent him from being interested. When this military activity is over and he returns to Jinmen, he has to ask the family and reapply for the development fund from the family. Although I received the personal development fund once, but only received 100 million star dollars that time, what's the use of that? Now he is already a core member of the Jolin team. When Jolin becomes a legion, the status of this core member will rise again. With the status of a psyker, he can apply again for both the personal development fund and the group development fund. The share of the application this time is not the same as before. With his current status, he cannot be dismissed without tens of billions. And the pioneering fund is nothing. When he shows his potential, his status among the pioneering members of this generation in the family will inevitably rise, thus gaining more support from the family. Especially if Jolin can show the strength to seize a living planet in the future, as one of the core members of Jolin, the family will inevitably make various investments in him. Directly sending money and sending ships is not allowed due to the rules, but it is completely okay to call a large number of people of the same race to come and help. Randomly come hundreds of members of the same race to join Jolin and be under the leadership and command. In minutes, you can gather trillions of star assets and a huge fleet. By that time, regardless of whether it is true or false, at least these people will be under the command in name, which can directly improve his status in Jalan, thereby obtaining more benefits, and they can also obtain a lot of benefits after the team seizes the planet. Get what you need, win-win. As time went by, a large number of people were driven out to load ships, and then they were transferred to fly out of the galaxy's gravitational well, far away from the galaxy's interference force field transition. It is worth mentioning that although they are plundering the population now, the base space station of this galaxy has not been breached. It is still there, but the space station is built on the orbit of the star in the center of the galaxy, and the orbit of the star is far away from the orbit of the star built above the orbit of the planet. The space habitat stations are not in the same orbit, and they are extremely far apart at this time, and the distance cannot quench their thirst. And at this time, they only temporarily gained the upper hand. The main force of the enemy garrison has not been wiped out, but they are entangled and unable to escape. Boom. The Halo team's sudden bombardment of the residents attracted Li Qing's attention. Crazy. I don't know what medicine I took wrongly. A battleship in Halo suddenly charged up its main gun and opened fire. One shot hit one of the 3 large residential stations in the center of the giant residential station. The terrifying neutron light spear pierced through the thick outer wall of the residence, melting through layers of inner wall structure like a bamboo, and pierced through the wall from the other side of the residence. Is this crazy? Li Qing quickly passed the news to Yu Yufei, but there was no response. He asked Lu Jinsheng in surprise. It seems that something happened to the commander-in-chief, can you contact me? Lu Jinsheng shook his head and said, I couldn't get in touch just now. As soon as the words fell, Lu Jinsheng and Li Qing received a communication from Yu Yufei at the same time, and she said solemnly, I just found the induction signal of a large fleet. The enemy has support coming soon. We can delay it for a while. Now you are plundering people by any means. You can catch as much as you can within an hour. The communication was disconnected. Li Qing rubbed his head. This change is both accidental and reasonable. The enemy will definitely have support, but I didn't expect the support to be so fast. It's no wonder that Halo suddenly started attacking the residence station. It is estimated that they received the news before they received the news. Instead of plundering slowly, they used the fastest method, even if it resulted in the death of a large number of alien populations. He is still thinking about how to operate, while Lu Jinsheng has already ordered the warships to fire at the connection between the residence stations and the residence stations, blasting apart the fixed residence stations one by one, and then sending the army to land, brutally driving the aliens away. Come out and catch the boat. Li Qing shook his head, then turned to Li Qi and ordered. Get ready. It's not that he can't bear it, he won't blink no matter how many times this alien race dies, which doesn't conform to human aesthetics. The main reason is that such a rough operation is too wasteful. With a blank face, he watched his subordinates break into the residence station violently and forcefully drive out the aliens inside. From time to time, the unprepared Shatta civilization aliens were sucked into the icy space by the gap in the space station, and the water in their bodies was instantly drained. Because a mummy floated in the void, and countless lives just disappeared, Li Qing brows are slightly wrinkled. Powerful psychic energy endows him with super strength spiritual perception, which can clearly sense levels that ordinary people cannot see. Each painful alien soul exudes a distorted breath. No, it is not that he has never seen the death of his men. The souls of men who died in normal battles are not like this after death, and they will naturally dissipate after a period of time after death, instead of emitting a distorted breath as they seem to be affected by something now. Look left and right, both on the side of the halo and all the dead souls here. This made Li Qing vigilant, and his first reaction was whether someone was doing something wrong. After thinking for a while, he applied for a call with Yu Yufei. The connection was quickly connected, and the solemn Yu Yufei projection appeared in front of him, and said quickly, You only have 2 minutes, so focus on what you have to say. He immediately told her what he had discovered. Yu Yufei's face changed before he could finish speaking, and then the communication was suddenly shut down. After a few seconds, it was reconnected, but it was her private communication rather than the command communication. Some sullen. Tell me about it in detail. By the way, you can use telepathy to communicate with the dead soul. I don't know if it's an illusion, but he found that Yu Yufei seemed a little different from just now, with an inexplicable sense of oppression, and he couldn't tell what it was, and it always felt a little weird, like a surprise, but it didn't quite look like it. Of course, he didn't have any further thoughts, or this was his own illusion. The so-called spiritual perception is the unique ability of psychics. Psychers can use this to communicate with any existence with psychic powers, including souls naturally. When his spiritual perception touched this distorted soul, he instantly sensed the gaze of an unimaginably terrifying existence, and his whole body quickly ignited spiritual flames, and a black distortion emerged out of thin air around the spiritual flames. Not good. He erupted with psionic energy on the spot, and the strength of the surging psionic energy increased tenfold, and he forcibly burned the circle of black distortion. But Li Qing didn't show any joy on his face. He stretched out his right hand, and an upside-down black eye mark appeared on the back of his hand at some point, and he could feel the inexplicable breath coming from the mark after careful sensing. Yu Yuefei, who was on the opposite side of the communication, saw the mark on the back of his hand, with a look of understanding on her face, and said to him, "Don't worry, I will help you purify this imprint after the event is over. By the way, no matter what happens later, you just stay away as soon as possible. No matter who gives you an order, you don't need to obey it." After a pause, she added, "Including me." The communication was disconnected. Li Qing rubbed his forehead, feeling a little headache. It's crazy. He is also a psyker. In fact, he already has some guesses about the current situation, but he never thought that someone would be so crazy at first. The current situation is actually very simple. That is, there are psychers uniting with the evil existence in the subspace, and they are preparing to implement a super large-scale sacrifice ceremony in this galaxy. Whether it is an existence in the subspace or the spiritual energy world, they like to harvest the souls of intelligent life the most. The spiritual disaster itself is one of the common natural disasters in the universe. Obviously, the outpost launched a large-scale military operation this time, and some psychics wanted to take this opportunity to make a big one, sacrifice hundreds of millions of intelligent life souls to some unknown subspace evil existence, in exchange for obtaining powerful psychic power. This method is very dangerous, trading with the evil existence of the subspace, and putting yourself in every minute, but there are always people in the world who like to take risks. It was obvious that Yu Yuefei had already seen who the perpetrator was, but she didn't tell herself. What a headache. Li Qing rubbed his head, and sent a group message to Li Lai, Li Qi and his subordinates through private messaging, making them ready to run away at any time. Chapter 54 Sudden Betrayal. Enemy support has begun to enter the field, and the fleet near the residence station quickly packed up and prepared to leave. Your Excellency Li Qing and Your Excellency Lu Jinsheng immediately lead the fleet to the raiding team out of the battlefield and go outside the gravity well of the galaxy. Your task is to safely this fleet back to the outpost. Enemy support has entered. About 80 battleships, 330 cruisers, 650 destroyers, 4,400 frigates, Your Excellency Yi Xiao. The situation was chaotic at this time. Li Qing had already ordered the fleet to respond to the retreat of the army that had entered the residence station. Yu Yuefei's order could still be seen on the command channel, but he didn't know the situation on the other side of the main battlefield. On the other side, Lu Jinsheng is commanding a fleet of transport ships full of civilians of different races to leave the residence station. The Halo fleet is also mobilizing at this time, and there is chaos near the residence station. In this chaotic situation, the plundered alien civilians are in the worst situation. From time to time, small alien aircraft are seen rushing out of the residence station taking advantage of the chaos, and are quickly destroyed by warships parked around. There are rescue pods everywhere in the starry sky, and some of them are passing near their fleet. He saw a rescue pod was shattered by the aftermath. Inside, there should be a female shataman holding a young shataman, holding a fearful expression to die. Inside the cracked escape capsule. At this moment, life is worthless. One of the 3 core living cabins in the center of the giant residence station was broken, and the violent vibrations had already shaken all the connecting components. At this time, each residence station had been separated, like a bundle of bowling pins being hit by a bowling ball and torn apart. Under such circumstances, Li Qing was a little ready to move. Large and medium-sized residences are nothing more than that. The size is too large, and the diameter of those small residences is only 5 kilometers, which is lower than the passage diameter of the universe in the palm, and can be completely accommodated. It is too slow to send the army to land and plunder. Although a small residential station is only 5 kilometers in diameter, it is 15 kilometers long. It is divided into hundreds of layers, and each layer is divided into countless grids like a honeycomb, which can accommodate thousands of people. Million population. Tens of thousands of grids exist three-dimensionally in this living cabin. Even if tens of thousands of ground troops are sent to attack, it will be difficult to search all of them in a short while. Not only is it troublesome, but a large amount of property inside cannot be looted. But if, with some guilt, he scanned around with the warship radar, but in the end he couldn't hold back the greed in his heart. With a thought, a small residential station that was separated from the main body and drifted away quietly opened up in the direction of movement. Black hole. Under the horrified expressions of the captains and crew members on the two nearby frigates, this huge living station was slowly swallowed into the black hole. Then, the channel was opened, and Lu Jinsheng appeared in the communication with a horrified expression and shouted. Did you just see it? Li Qing pretended to be confused and said. What, you say? A look of surprise appeared on his face. What is this? Lu Jinsheng shook his head. I don't know, it appeared just now and directly swallowed a living station. I've never seen this kind of thing. Please report it to the commander-in-chief. After the communication was disconnected, the surprise on Li Qing's face disappeared instantly, and he pinched his brows, not knowing what Lu Jinsheng would think when he knew the truth. I have to admit that the feeling of hanging up is really cool. I want to hide it from outsiders, but there is no way to hide it when using the universe in the palm. On the one hand, I want to keep a low profile, and on the other hand, I can't help but want to play tricks. The combination is tenderness. Everyone is like this, standing up again. Hey, just treat me as joking. Li Qing grinned at the corner of his mouth, holding back the cheerfulness in his heart and not smiling. At this time, the residence station had been collected into the universe in his palm, floating in the void, and suddenly arrived in a strange starry sky, with no enemies around, and soon many small private aircraft flew out, but they did not dare to fly too far, just in the sky. Fly nearby. For the time being, Li Qing ignored these foreign races of the Shadow Tribe United Civilization. He banned the sublight speed and transition in the palm universe, and they could only fly slowly by propellers. Without those two means of acceleration, they would not be able to reach the high-dimensional fortress in the center of the universe in the palm of their hand just by using normal thrusters to fly them for 10,000 years. Open and hang only, not open and hang up, and countless times. When it is turned on once, it is inevitable to turn it on for the second time. Within a few minutes, he stretched out his claws again, and a black hole appeared under the residence station, floating out in another direction to swallow it again. This time Lu Jinsheng did not make a fuss, but Li Qing keenly saw that his fleet had quietly retreated a certain distance, and the withdrawal speed of the troops was accelerating. He smiled, and continued to extend his claws to the third residence. But at this time, suddenly a large fleet led by 12 battleships flew over from the main battlefield. The fleet saw from a distance that there was no greeting, and the guns of the central battleship began to charge. Damn, what is this? Although Halo's battleship's main guns aimed at the residents instead of himself, Li Qing still felt a little weird. Don't plunder the population yet. The news was sent through the command channel immediately. Before Yu Yufa could make a sound, Yi Xiao's voice came from the channel. I'll come and take a look. Yu Yufa still didn't respond in the command channel, but sent him a message on the private channel. Prepare to retreat now. Li Qing raised his eyebrows, and immediately gave Li Lai, Li Qi and others an order in the channel to evacuate immediately. Most of the battleships were withdrawn, but he himself stayed. Boom boom boom. 12 thick neutron light spears blasted into the residence station, and a large residence station that was regarded as the target of the fire was torn in half on the spot, and the structure and alloy fragments of the residence station were scattered all over the sky. The people of the United Civilization of the Shadow Tribe who were hiding inside were directly swept out, and quickly turned into mummified corpses floating in the void. Immediately afterwards, a large number of large and medium-sized weapons concentrated fire, blasting the two halves of the residential station to be riddled with holes. Li Qing's pupils were filled with spiritual light, and in his eyes, he could see painful and distorted souls everywhere inside and outside the residence. Suddenly turned his head and looked back, a fleet led by 7 battleships rushed over. From his psychic perspective, he could see a huge source of distortion in a battleship in the center of the fleet. He understood instantly. It turned out to be Ni. At the same time, after Yi Xiao rushed over, Yu Yoren's warning came from the channel. The enemy support fleet has already approached the residence station. We tried our best to intercept it, and the members there retreated immediately. Li Qing reluctantly took the third residence station into the Palm universe, and left the residence station area with a few ships. Then it's Yi Xiao's turn to make trouble. Sacrifice so many intelligent life forms, it is estimated that some super subspace evils will be attracted, and even the eyes of the 4 evil gods in the spiritual world may be attracted. It is too dangerous to stay there. One thing to say, Yi Xiao borrowed the power of the team to carry out such a big move, but the key team didn't know about it. This will definitely cause dissatisfaction among many people, and I don't know what UUFA thinks, whether it will be settled after the fall. If nothing is done afterwards, her reputation both inside and outside the team will drop significantly. Boom, boom, boom. Another wave of bombardment blew up another large residence cabin, causing countless casualties among civilians of foreign races hiding in the residence station. From Li Qing's psychic perspective, it was hundreds of millions of distorted souls struggling painfully in space, and the resentment emitted made him feel palpitations. If no one pays attention to it, a super powerful ghost will definitely be born in this star field after a while. Then the fleet continued to fire, smashing residential stations one by one, and killing a large number of civilians. Until about half of the 12 medium-sized residential stations were bombed, UUFA's voice came from the command channel. The enemy's main force has broken through and is approaching the residence. Her expression looked normal, but Li Qing could feel the suppressed anger in her tone. Inside the battleship, Yi Xiao looked at UUFA's projection expressionlessly. He held a dark gold torch in his left hand. Numerous tentacles wrapped around the surface and extended to the top of the torch. A ball of distorted flames burned at the top. The face was looming, as if something was sealed inside and wanted to get out. Circles of invisible fluctuations spread around the torch, illuminating his face flickeringly. This is a high-level relic, a psionic torch. After a while, he suddenly reached out to touch her delicate and flawless face. A trace of hesitation flashed in his eyes, and he said, "If you agree with my proposal, you can also participate and share the benefits with us equally." As soon as the voice fell, the core member projections lit up one after another in the command channel, and Ding Yoren asked coldly, "You presided over this sacrificial ceremony." 20 or so core members of the team showed up one by one. Some were silent, some were dazed, and some were as angry as Ding Yoren. Facing her questioning, Yi Xiao spread his hands and replied with a smile. "Yes, this sacrificial ceremony is hosted by me in cooperation with Halo Yi Yuan. Halo is also involved. Of course, otherwise, how could they have arrived here earlier than us? You actually colluded with outsiders. Don't say it so harshly, that's not an outsider, Yi Yuan is my cousin." It is obvious that many people have surprised expressions on their faces, but there are also a few who seem to have known it for a long time. Li Qing squeezed the space between his eyebrows, and in just a few words, Yi Xiao and the Halo team took advantage of this military operation to break through the no hundreds of millions of people of different races were sacrificed in exchange for benefits that ordinary people could not imagine. At this moment, everything was on the surface. Although Yu Yoren and other senior team members looked ugly, they didn't continue to ask. Although Li Qing felt a little weird, he hadn't joined the team not long ago, and he didn't know what was going on inside the team, so he wisely didn't say anything. But one thing is for sure, after this incident, the Jolin team is expected to split. After making such a big deal, it is impossible for Yi Xiao to stay in Jolin. Actually, what surprised Li Qing was that everyone thought that Yi Xiao joined the team to pursue a beauty, and no one thought that he could turn against UUFA so decisively. You must know that in the eyes of outsiders at this time, he is the one who is most likely to pursue a beauty. UUFA has never refused his pursuit in front of everyone. Admirable. This is the talent who can do great things. Li Qing squeezed his chin, thinking about whether he should also do something big. But after careful consideration, it is not very easy to operate under their noses. He dare not try whether dozens of battleships can destroy the universe channel in the palm, and what will be the consequences after breaking it, so he can't do it for the time being, and decides to wait and see. Is there any chance? At this time, UUFA also appeared on the command channel, and she could clearly see the disappointment in her eyes. She took a deep look at Yi Xiao and asked, "Why did you choose this action?" Yi Xiao spread his hands together. "I also want to stay in Jolin, but this opportunity is so rare, I don't want to give up." UUFA let out a long breath, the disappointment in her eyes disappeared, and said in a deep voice, "Everyone has his own aspirations. I respect your choice. According to the agreement, you will leave by harming the interests of the team and betraying the team. Therefore, the original shares you own will be forcibly taken back without compensation." Yi Xiao nodded. "I don't have any objections. Those should be your compensation. I'm sorry for you first." In addition, she looked at the other people in the command channel and said, "I know that many of you are close to him, and some of you came to Jolin because of him. Now I will give you a chance to leave with him. I will buy your shares at the original price." Everyone was silent, and a little Luo Taiyuan said, "Sorry, I quit." Can. Someone started, and someone followed immediately. The two brothers Lu Qing and Lu Yi raised their hands and said, "We quit too." Can. Immediately after Deng Yangxin, Zhao Wenren, Li Changzai, and several core team members also withdrew one by one. The huge team fell apart in an instant. However, this is just the beginning. When the people belonging to Yi Xiao quit the team one by one, Yi Xiao directly said to Lu Jinsheng in the command channel, "Brother, bring your subordinate fleet to Halo, plus the population you control, and Halo will be promoted to the Legion when you go back. At that time, you will be given 1% of the original shares, core member status, and 2 battleships. You should know how valuable 1% of the original shares of a regular army are, and you will never be treated badly." The fire suddenly burned on his body. Lu Jinsheng was extremely surprised, and then showed a heart-beating expression. He looked up at Yu Yuefei and said, "If the team can give me 5% of the original stock and more than 3 battleships, I will stay." However, beyond everyone's expectations, she refused. "Sorry, I can't give it." Lu Jinsheng immediately felt that he was not taken seriously, and even Li Qing felt that he was not taken seriously enough. Of course you can't get promoted simply by Lu's ability, but unfortunately at this time, he holds most of the population that the team plundered just now, which is related to whether the team can be promoted to the Legion. Of course, judging from the current situation, the population plundered by the team and the results of the battle are unlikely to meet the standard for promotion to the Legion, but if this part is missing, it will definitely not meet the standard, which means that not only their military operation failed completely, but the team also fell apart, the strength plummeted. Confirming that Yu Yuefei is really unwilling to give it, Lu Jinsheng spread his hands. "If that's the case, then I'm sorry." Yu Yuefei replied blankly. "You don't need to be embarrassed, this is our two-way choice." Successfully wooing Lu Jinsheng, Yi Xiao looked at Li Qing again. A trace of unexplained anger suddenly surged in his heart. He skipped him and turned to Wang Yanqing, the 5th largest shareholder of Jolin, and said, "Brother Wang, are you interested in joining the Halo that is about to be promoted to the Legion? I can guarantee you 1.5% of the original stock of Halo, and the status of a core member." Chapter 55 The Chosen Son, thanks to President Wu Baiyan League. Wang Yanqing shook his head intently. Different road non-phase plan. Yi Xiao nodded. "No problem." Looking at the two brothers and sisters Yan Chongping and Yan Yan again, he asked, "Whether you two are willing to come to the Halo, I can promise to give you a core member status." The two siblings also shook their heads. "We think it's not bad to stay in Jolin." Yi Xiao didn't ask a second time, and glanced at everyone again to look at Yu Yuefei, with a flash of tenderness in his eyes, and asked, "You can decide again. If you agree, you can have whatever I have." Yu Yuefei shook her head expressionlessly, neither angry nor speaking, making it hard to understand what she was thinking. Yi Xiao kept looking at her for a long time. Finally his eyes dimmed, and he sighed. "If that's the case, let's leave it alone. The next time we meet, we will be enemies." At this time Lu Yi suddenly said, "Don't you invite Li Qing? He now also has a part of the plundered population and a blueprint for the fearless flagship." Yi Xiao raised his eyelids and glanced at Li Qing. Xiao Qing withdrew his gaze, and said lightly, "What qualifications does he have that deserve my personal invitation?" Li Qing, who was thinking of a reason to refuse, froze, and everyone looked over in a daze. At this moment, Li Qing felt a great humiliation. Just watching a play and being humiliated for no reason, Li Qing's heart boiled with anger, but it didn't show on his face. Neither was he as angry as other people imagined, nor did he say harsh words. It was meaningless. He just stared at Yi Xiao coldly, his eyelids drooped and he remained silent. He didn't know why Yi Xiao was so hostile to him. This is obvious hostility. With Yi Xiao's disposition, if there is no hostility, it is impossible to deliberately say offensive things like this. Elite education allows them not to deliberately speak ill of ordinary civilians, especially those who have the ability to bring benefits to themselves. He also didn't want to study why Yi Xiao was hostile to him. It was already a fact that he humiliated himself in front of everyone, and the enmity was settled. Yi Xiao didn't take this matter to heart. Although he was a little surprised why he would be so impulsive all of a sudden, he would not regret what he had done. It's not enough to make him scruples. If he offends, he will be offended. At this time, the most important thing is to complete the sacrificial ceremony and complete the spiritual ascension. With a wave of his hand, all the communication channels in front of him were closed, and then he quit the Jolin team, removing many friends who were originally in Jolin one by one. When he moved to a familiar name, he paused. Xiaoqing raised his head and took a long breath, and cruelly removed her name. When the name was removed, he seemed to give up something, and the whole person changed. Exit Jolin. Join the Halo. A new command channel appears in the communication. The light flashes, and a handsome man somewhat similar to him is projected, laughing and embracing his hands and saying, "Welcome, my brother." Core members from the light appeared on the command light curtain one by one, welcoming him to join. Yi Xiao raised his head again, looked around at the core members of the various auras, and said in a deep voice, "I'm Yi Xiao." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This is the unicorn of my Nanshan Yi family. There are beautiful women everywhere in the world. When you have enough strength and status, what type do you want? While establishing a new province, you personally propose marriage as a military lord. Can the Jinmin Yu clan refuse?" Yi Xiao nodded. "I see. Very well. It's up to you next." Yi Xiao stretched out his left hand, and the psychic torch seemed to sense his thoughts, and the face in the center of the twisted flame in the center of the torch became more active and urgent. Gripping the psychic torch tightly, he slowly closed his eyes. A layer of distortion slowly emerged on his body, and an invisible wave spread rapidly around the torch. On the other side, the Jolin command channel was quiet for about 2 minutes, and Yu Yuefei appeared again. Looking at the empty command channel, she was not as depressed as others imagined, but said to the remaining shareholders, "This change was indeed unexpected to me, but it wasn't too unexpected. I already knew that the current form of the team would not be able to last for too long. There would always be a day of splitting up, but I didn't expect it to come so early. This split has greatly damaged the strength of the team, but it is also good for the crisis to break out early. It is better to break out now than to split when facing the critical moment of competition for the living planet in the future." No one in the command channel spoke. Her direct subordinates are okay, and Ding Yoren has a good relationship with her. Yi Xiao didn't even persuade her before. But Wang Yanqing, Li Qing, Yan's 2 brothers and sisters, and Duan Qian, although the core members stayed, but given the current situation of the team, there is a possibility of leaving. Especially when the operation is over and they return to the outpost, other large teams will probably come to lobby them and the middle-level members when they hear the news of Jolin's split. If the treatment they give is high enough, it is not impossible for him to quit one by one when the time comes. Yu Yuefei also understood this, so after thinking about it, they said, "In order to thank you for sticking to the team under such circumstances, I decided to take out half of Yi Xiao's returned original shares and distribute them to you." Ding Yoren, Wang Yanqing and Li Qing each received 2% of the original shares. Yan Chumping, Yan Yan, Duan Qian, Zhang Ruiyang and Deng Wu each received 1% of the original shares. In addition, Yi Xiao stayed in Jolin. Many industries of Star Castle will be converted into Star Yuan and distributed to everyone according to the ratio just now, and will remain in the middle of the team. Money is the best medicine to cure diseases. You can clearly see some smiles on everyone's faces, and Li Qing's annoyed and depressed mood has also improved. At this time, Yu Yuefei said again, "The joint reinforcements of the Shatta tribe have arrived. This operation is basically a failure. Everyone can prepare to retreat now." At this time, Li Qing received Yu Yuefei's private communication again. He thought it was for his part of the plundered population, so he took the initiative to say, "I have asked Li Lai and Li Qi to leave early with the fleet, and now they have entered the sub-light speed state. After leaving the gravitational well, they will be able to jump immediately, and return from the original route, and nothing will happen." Yu Yuefei shook her head and said, "I'm not looking for you for this matter." A question mark appeared on his forehead. "What's that? You were so humiliated by Yi Xiao just now, are you still angry?" Li Qing narrowed his eyes, his expression collapsed, and asked, "What do you want to say?" Yi Xiao is going to sacrifice all the souls of the hundreds of millions of alien intelligent beings who died in this galaxy to a subspace evil. Once successful, he will be able to complete the strongest spiritual ascension immediately, and instantly obtain no less than 100,000 strength spiritual power. I have a way to discuss him here. Do you want to participate? I will help you get a share of this ceremony, and let you soar spiritually right here. Li Qing was silent for a moment, then said, "I'm just an ordinary psyker, and I dare not participate in this kind of ritual involving evil god-level existences in the subspace. This counts as a rejection." Although he is very angry, he is still rational. What is the concept of a ritual of sacrificing hundreds of millions of souls? It will definitely attract super beings in the spiritual energy world or subspace. And as far as she is concerned, it is obvious that she is luring him into the game, No matter how you look at it, it is like looking for cannon fodder, and he dare not do it. Yu Yufa was a little surprised. She was smart and quickly understood what Li Qing was worried about. She covered her mouth with a light smile and said, "Are you worried that I will use you as cannon fodder?" Li Qing didn't speak. She understood in her heart, and explained. "Don't worry about this. I'm not using you as cannon fodder. I really have a way to intercept a benefit in this ceremony. I do not believe. I can show you my whole cards. Don't see." Hey, Yu Yufa was a little annoyed that he didn't eat oil and salt. "Why are you like this? If you give up this good opportunity, you won't have such a good opportunity in the future. One thing to say, she looks very cute when she is out of breath. But no matter how cute he is, he won't fall for it, and he won't be fooled by being foolish because he can't tell the difference between east, west, and north just because of a few words from a beautiful woman. Aren't there 3 psychers in the team? Why don't you look for them? Their psychic strength is not enough, and now you are the only team that meets the standard. Then I still won't go. Hey, why are you so unpursuing? Don't you know how big the gap is between ordinary psionic ascension and top-level psionic ascension? Don't you know that this kind of advanced psionic ascension can determine the upper limit of your future ascension times? You just don't want to have a longer-term future." In no mood, Yu Yufa. She felt that she had never been so speechless in her life. I really want to pinch his ear and bring it up, and don't even want the benefits delivered to my door. If it wasn't for the team who meets the standard now, she would have ignored him a long time ago. Although it was okay to give up, she couldn't swallow it. She didn't express anything about Yi Xiao and Halo's behavior on the surface, and she herself thought of using some reasonable reason and method to separate them to solve the internal problems of the team, but it doesn't mean that this matter is over. Women are inherently stingy and hold grudges. The more beautiful a woman is, the more stingy she is, the more she likes to hold grudges. How could she not express anything after suffering such a big loss? But Li Qing insisted on not cooperating, which made her very helpless. Someone had to actively cooperate with her plan. After a little hesitation, she sighed and turned off the communication. Li Qing also heaved a sigh of relief. Although he believed that Yu Yufa was unlikely to deceive himself, he didn't dare to try this kind of thing just because it was possible. With the universe in my hand, it is not difficult to rise up. I do have a grudge with Yi Xiao, but there are many ways to get revenge, so there is no need to take this risk. Ready to leave. He ordered the captain to turn around and prepare to leave this galaxy first. As soon as the order was issued, another communication was picked up, and when he opened it and saw Yu Yufa's familiar face, he said, dumbfounded. "I've made it very clear, I'm not going." Yu Yufa didn't answer these words, but just stretched out her hand. A circular light door appeared in front of her, and then a light door exactly the same as her side appeared out of thin air in front of her battleship bridge. He looked up at Yu Yufa, and keenly noticed that the position she was in now seemed to be different from before, and even her clothes were different. Because there was no difference in appearance, he didn't pay attention to it just now, but when she used psychic power to directly open a psychic channel connecting the 2 places, he immediately became alert. This move cannot be done by a psyker who has not yet ascended, even a powerful psyker who has successfully ascended. Yu Yufa smiled slightly and said, "Do you dare to come over?" "Dare not." Yu Yufa obviously lost control of her expression for a moment, gritted her teeth and gave him a hard look, before stepping into the psychic passage. Then, under Li Qing's eyes, a stunning beauty just walked out and stood in front of him with a smile like a flower. But, Li Qing frowned, subconsciously took a step back, tilted his head and asked in an uncertain tone. "You are not Yu Yufa, who are you?" She stretched out her hand to touch her face and asked. "How do you know I'm not?" "Feel. Then you are very sensitive." "Who are you?" "I am her sister Yu Yuyao." "Yu Yuyao." "I don't know if it's an illusion. Li Qing always feels weird, and always has an inexplicable sense of oppression and palpitations when facing her. Seems to feel that his eyes are full of doubts." She waved her hand and said. "Don't look at it. I don't have any flowers on my face." "You have no flowers on your face, but you are prettier than flowers. Aren't you afraid that I will cheat you? I will show you now why I let you complete revenge." She suddenly stretched out her right hand, and gestured with her eyes. "Stretch out your right hand." He hesitated for a second, stretched out his right hand to cover her slender and small right hand, and touched it. Before he had time to feel the touch of the beautiful woman's hand, his consciousness soared instantly, and before he could react, he had left the battleship, the universe, and entered a world. in the chaos, and then flew to the depths of the chaos along a dazzling streamer, entered the depths of the chaos at a speed beyond his reaction, and then saw a world that was always changing. Psionic world. Li Qing was very surprised, raised his head and didn't know when his consciousness had returned. At this time, Yu Yuyao had turned into a pure psychic entity in his eyes. His eyes were full of dazzling pure psychic energy and a touch of coercion. Although he couldn't see his face, but he could faintly feel a beautiful face under the pure spiritual energy. You are. A name naturally appeared in Li Qing's mind, Chosen Son. The so-called Chosen Son is also called the Son of the Void Realm, or the spokesperson of the Void Realm. It is a spokesperson chosen by the Void Realm, that is, the spiritual energy world. By same as Li Qing's current state, he can gain spiritual power to strengthen himself every day. It's just that he used the universe in his palm to steal the psionic energy of the void, while she actively poured the psionic energy into the void, without restrictions. The Chosen One is a psychic, but not only a psychic. The Chosen Son is immortal. As long as he has the identity of the Chosen Son, he will be immortal. He can be killed but has no lifespan limit. This means that the longer the Chosen Son lives, the stronger his strength. There is no limit in theory. But in fact, there is a limit to the strength improvement of the Chosen One. Interests and obligations have always coexisted, and the greater the interest, the greater the obligation. Naturally, the status of the immortal son of the Chosen One has corresponding obligations. Of course, Li Qing doesn't know what the specific obligations are. In human history, the Chosen Son has only appeared once in records, and there is no record of the existence of that statue. Responsibilities, but no one knows exactly what responsibilities and obligations are. When she knew the identity of Yu Yuyao's Chosen Son, Li Qing understood why she took the risk of revealing her identity to see him and let him make a move. It must be because she couldn't swallow that breath, but there were other reasons. So, if I help you with this favor, what benefits can I get? Chapter 56 Deal with Yu Yuyao. Yu Philippine was silent for a while, and it was obvious that her mood had changed a lot. You should be able to see my identity. Cooperate with me, I can help you intercept part of the sacrificial soul, and use this opportunity to ascend spiritually now. Li Qing shook his head and said, that's the reward for cooperating with you. What's the benefit of me helping you? These are two different things. Don't confuse them. What's the difference? Does it make no difference? Why are you so stingy, man? Isn't your dignified Chosen Son also so stingy? Yu Yuyao seldom wanted to be angry and laugh at the same time. She didn't have the time to entangle with this point. Over there, Yi Xiao was already communicating with the virtual world, so she said, I will give you 3% of Jalan's equity afterwards. I don't want this. What would you like? Li Qing smiled slightly and said, I heard that the Chosen One is the spokesperson of the void and has many privileges. One of the privileges is to condense spiritual entities. I want to obtain this ability. He has enough original stock. Unless he becomes the second largest shareholder by more than 5% all of a sudden, it won't be of much use. He is very interested in the legendary abilities of the Chosen One. The so-called psionic entity is to extract pure psionic energy from the virtual world and condense a psionic entity in the real universe. The strength of the psychic entity is determined by the psychic energy injected during condensing, which is equivalent to creating a new life body, which can freely inject memory and personality, and create a powerful psychic who is completely under his command. He is much stronger than he is now, at least he is also a storm-level psyker. There are two types of free injection of memory and personality. One is to set memory and personality by oneself, and the other is to inject human soul into it, which is equivalent to rebirth. Pure psychic entities only have the two professions of naval commander and army general. Psionic entities infused with human souls can have other professions such as governor and scientist. Generally speaking, the latter is more powerful. What Li Qing wants is this legendary ability. Yu Yuyao shook her head and said, no, this ability is not equal to your effort. Li Qing got excited when he heard it, and asked, how much more do I need to pay to get this ability? Yu Yuyao shook her head and said, you can't afford that right now, unless. Unless what? Faith to me. Speak English. Yu Yuyao said seriously, what I'm saying is the truth. Although I can bestow some special abilities on other psychers, this gift is limited in number. If I give it to you, I will permanently lose one chance to bestow it. I must gain something that is equal to what I lost. Li Qing was silent for a while, and asked, aside from being loyal to you, is there any other alternative? Yu Yuyao looked up and saw Li Qing looking at her with resolute eyes. She said silently, either give me 10 trillion stars, or a high-level relic of equal value, or a benefit of equal value. 10 trillion stars. Li Qing's lips moved slightly, and he was speechless for a while. After a long while, he asked suspiciously, are you lying to me? Why is an ability so expensive? Yu Yuyao did not answer directly, but asked rhetorically, do you know the specific effect of condensing psionic entities? Isn't it using psionic energy to condense an entity? And then, do you know how often it is condensed? Do you know how strong the condensed entity is? Do you know that the condensed psionic entity can be strengthened? You know that the condensed psionic entity can exist permanently in the physical universe. Li Qing. After a few seconds of silence, he asked, is an installment purchase possible? Yu Yuyao is currently in the state of psychic materialization and cannot see her appearance, but she can feel her surprise. Why do you have to have this ability? In fact, you only need to be loyal to me and become my chief apostle. You don't need to pay a penny to get this ability. In addition, you can also get my full support. I am son of the Void Realm. With my help, you will be able to pass the next spiritual ascension without any difficulty in the future. Don't you feel moved at all? You don't have to worry about what I will do to you. After becoming my apostle, I won't restrict your freedom. You just need to come back every once in a while to help me defeat other apostles of the children of the void. Or, her voice suddenly softened, and she said in a charming tone, if you can complete the chief apostle's trial and help me defeat a child of the void, I won't even marry you. By the way, my twin sister will also be yours when the time comes. Can I pay in installments? Yu Yuyao was stunned, and then said a little annoyed, you're not even moved. Are you still a man? Li Qing raised his eyelids and said with a blank expression, who said I'm not tempted? I'm very tempted. You don't know how beautiful your sisters are. Then why are you? But you're just writing some blank checks. How can I get in the car, unless you are now? Installments are fine, 10 trillion stars, and I will pay 2 trillion stars each year in the next year, and pay it off within 10 years. If you can't pay it back, you will pay an additional 10% overdue fee of the year's outstanding debt every year. Of course, if you change your mind one day, you can come to me at any time. My promise is always valid, but only before I find the chief apostle. Sure enough, he fooled me. Li Qing rubbed his forehead. This year's 1 trillion star debt is a bit exaggerated, but... and many more. Li Qing suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, isn't it 1 trillion? How could it be 2 trillion? Isn't the total amount 20 trillion? Yu Yuyao looked confident. You want to pay in installments for 10 years without interest. A circle of substantial spiritual fluctuations swept across the battleship's thick shields and armor, and his and Yu Yuyao's expressions changed slightly at the same time. Make a decision quickly, a powerful subspace is coming. Li Qing raised his head and looked in a certain direction. The wave was coming from there. The naked eye could not see anything, but his spiritual sense could feel the distortion of the void. An extremely powerful evil will was slowly breaking through. Space descends on this starry sky. Looking back, he let out a long breath and said, is it really indispensable? Cannot. Well then, I am willing to be your apostle. Well, sign a contract, a total of 20 trillion, etc. What did you say? Don't you want me? I agree now. Li Qing feels that he can't afford to pay off the debt of 2 trillion yuan a year. In fact, he can't afford to pay off even 1 trillion yuan a year. The reason why I must have this ability is mainly because of the induction in the dark. This ability may be very, very important to me. Yu Yuyao was silent for a few seconds, feeling at a loss. What? You repented? She stretched out her hand to touch the center of his brow with no expression on her face, and a little bit of spiritual light gathered, quickly condensing into a mysterious rune and blending into his forehead. He stretched out his hand and pressed the center of his eyebrows, wondering. That's it. This is just a sign. If you want to become my apostle, you must pass my psychic ascension. Oh, come on then. Wait a minute, I will intercept the soul when Yi Xiao summons the evil thing in the Naya space and starts to sacrifice. For some reason, Yu Yuyao didn't feel happy about finding a suitable chief apostle at this time. Li Qing noticed it and asked. You don't seem very happy to me. She didn't speak. Do you feel at a loss? By the way, was your promise true? You said that if I become your chief apostle, you and your sister will be mine in the future. A wave of abnormal psionic energy rippled, and Yu Yuyao almost withdrew from the state of psionic entity. At this time, he regretted the bragging just now, and also doubted whether this choice was wrong. If she couldn't find a better one for a while, and it would be difficult to find a better one in the future, she really had the idea of changing it. Fortunately, this embarrassment didn't last long. As the fluctuations in the different space became more and more intense, Li Qing didn't have the time to tease Yu Yuyao anymore, and concentrated on observing the distant void from the perspective of psionic power. Inside the huge bridge of the battleship, there were fallen corpses all over the ground. Yi Xiao, who was covered in psychic flames, was hanging in the air with a psychic torch in his hand, and the luminous hair condensed with psychic energy rose high in the back of his head, strands heart-pounding twisted waves spread out from him. From the perspective of physics, the space and the alloy structure of the surrounding battleships are constantly twisting and undulating with the fluctuations like the sea surface. In the void outside the battleship, a huge vortex that can only be seen from the perspective of spiritual power has formed, and a huge distorted phantom is slowly emerging from the center of the vortex. As time went by, the huge distorted phantom slowly emerged from the vortex, and half of the illusory body slowly solidified and turned into a solid body. A spiritual energy entity that cannot be described in words, or this thing does not have a fixed form, and what they see at this time is only what they can see. At this time, Yu Yuyao suddenly reached out to grab his hand, and an inexplicable wave surged, and Li Qing saw that the hand held by her quickly turned into spiritual energy and spread upwards, and soon the whole body transformed from flesh and blood into spiritual energy entity. The moment he completely transformed into a psychic entity, his perspective changed again, and he felt the endless dazzling around him. Raising his head, surprise appeared in his eyes. In the state of psychic entity, he saw that Yu Yuyao's whole body was composed of golden streamers, and the golden starlight gathered in the sky behind her head to form a galaxy-like hair extending downwards, wrapping around her flawless body, as if wearing a pair of clothes. Like a long dress woven with endless golden streamers, he was amazed. What I saw before was only the surface, but what I saw now is her real body, perfect, holy, and full of majesty. Besides, there were 3 spiritual lights protruding from her body. One was connected to herself, and the other 2 flew to the distant void, and the other end was connected to a figure exactly like her and another figure. I am the destination of billions of souls, the Lord of the end of all things. The majestic voice sounded out of thin air in his consciousness, echoing. Waves of distorted waves swept across like tides, but when passing by them, they naturally bypassed them and couldn't touch them. He looked at Yu Yuyao. She stared intently at the void in the distance, motionless, and seemed to have no intention of explaining. All right. Li Qing withdrew his gaze and looked at the distant starry sky. The existence of the subspace known as the destination of billions of souls and the Lord of the end of all things has completely descended on the material universe. It seems to be very satisfied with the tribute of the starry sky. The huge twisted arms are raised, an invisible wave sweeps like lightning, and the endless twisted soul floating in the starry sky burns with black flames and rushes towards the direction of the vortex. In the middle of the journey, the soul has been burnt out and turned into a black soul power and thrown into the whirlpool. Hundreds of millions of black soul power gathered, and soon turned into a dark sea of souls. Yi Xiao looked at the power of soul in the sky, and felt that every time the Lord of the end of everything devoured a part of the soul, a part of pure spiritual energy would be fed back to himself through the soul torch in his hand, and his spiritual power had already increased by a lot in the blink of an eye. As much as 100 points. Stretched out his right hand, and the pure spiritual energy in the palm gushed out and turned into a ball of spiritual flames that transformed into a distorted woman. He looked at the palm affectionately and muttered to himself. With such a powerful force, who can stop me, Yu Yuefei, you are destined to be mine. Clenched 5 fingers together to make a fist, and the spiritual flame collapsed. It's now. Yu Yuyao stretched out her hand to hold it empty, and a golden lightning fell from the sky on her palm. She held the dissipated golden thunder light and turned to look at Li Qing, saying, I will use the power of the void to suppress the existence of Naya's space. You come to intercept the river of souls. Note that Yi Xiao has a high-level treasure called a spiritual torch in his hand. It also has the function of collecting souls. You need to communicate with him as much as possible. Compete for more soul power. She opened her palm, and the ball of golden lightning had condensed into a rune composed of golden lightning, saying, I will temporarily grant you the status of an apostle of the void, which will give you the ability to harvest souls and intercept incoming souls as much as possible. After speaking, he raised his palm and slapped him on the chest. A ball of golden lightning exploded on his chest, and withdrew his palm. A golden lightning rune appeared on his chest, and at the same time, he naturally knew in his mind that he had the ability to harvest and refine souls. Go. Yu Yao slapped him on the chest again, and he immediately felt a distortion in the space. When he looked at things again, he immediately felt the great horror coming from behind hit his mind. Turning his head suddenly, he found that he had appeared on the edge of the vortex. Behind him was the existence of the huge subspace, but at this moment, a layer of golden thunder appeared around the vortex, and several thick lightning chains shot from the void. Stretch out and lock this extremely powerful warp existence in place. Intercept now. Hearing Yu Yao's reminder, Li Qing immediately came to his senses. Seeing the power of the soul coming from all directions, a feeling of extreme hunger arose spontaneously, and he subconsciously opened his mouth and took a deep breath. This is. On the other hand, Yi Xiao reacted when the Lord of the End of all things was trapped. At first, he was going to follow the order of the Lord of the End of all things to urge Yi Zhen to help him, but when he saw a small vortex appearing in the Sea of Souls after devouring the power of the soul, he immediately reacted, without saying a word, urged the soul torch in his hand. The soul torch exuded a strong attraction, and a large amount of soul power rushed towards him. Chapter 57 Preparing for Psionic Ascension, Silver League Plus Update. Li Qing immediately felt a very powerful attraction attracting the surrounding souls, and even he himself could faintly feel this attraction acting on himself. Looking up at Yi Xiao, I don't know if it was a coincidence, but Yi Xiao happened to look over too. Their eyes collided, and they immediately knew each other's identity. You again. Every time he saw Li Qing, Yi Xiao felt an unknown anger in his heart. He didn't know what was going on before, but now he understood that it was because the other party's spiritual talent was stronger than his own, and it came from the sixth sense that the other party might pose a threat to him, which naturally produced hostility. It was just a vague feeling before, but now seeing Li Qing appearing to devour the power of his soul that should belong to him, Yi Xiao became even more angry. Snorted coldly. Don't even think about it. With a thought, the psychic torch in his left hand lit up, and a layer of aura along his left hand quickly blurred into a spiritual body, and within 10 seconds the whole person also turned into a psychic entity. After turning into a psychic entity, the power of the psychic torch instantly increased several times, and the speed of devouring it also increased several times. Not only was a large amount of soul power flowing to Li Qing forcibly sucked away, even he himself was affected and slowly moved over there. Hate me so much. Li Qing didn't panic. Instead he smiled, and was about to open the universe in his palm, when suddenly a golden chain flew out and pierced his back. A powerful force fixed him in place, and a steady stream of force came. A circle of tiny the golden lightning slowly spread around him, forming a small golden vortex, exuding a stronger attraction. But after Yu Yao forked out a golden chain, the suppression of the Lord of the End of all things was reduced. The original absolute suppression gradually loosened, and a halo mixed with evil will exploded. Li Qing's mind was stabbed, and an evil voice sounded in his mind. Human beings, surrender to me, and you will be rewarded. The black hole behind him opened up. The aura containing evil will was swallowed by the black hole, and the sound stopped abruptly. Fuck you D, what do you have about beautiful twins? Li Qing didn't even have any interest in listening, so he directly opened the universe in his palm. With the blessing of the universe in his palm, his psionic energy instantly increased tenfold, and his soul harvesting ability also increased tenfold in an instant, surpassing Yi Xiao's psychic torch power in an instant. And this was just the beginning. He directly opened the cosmic channel in his palm completely, and soon extended to the edge of the vortex where the Lord of the End of all things was. The edge of the pitch-black black hole collides with the edge of the evil vortex. As the channel continues to open, the edge of the black hole overflows along the edge of the vortex, quickly enclosing the huge vortex. The subspace evil that wrestled with Yu Yao was stunned, and the golden lightning that was constantly exploding also stopped beating. After a while, Yu Yao's voice sounded in his heart. What is this? A high-level relic I own. You also have a high-level relic. Is it not okay? Do me a favor and suppress this so-called Lord of the End of everything into my legacy. You want to enslave him. Is it okay? Do you know how strong he is? What you see now is only a small part of his power. Most of his power needs to resist the repression of the virtual world and the rejection of the material universe. I want to try. Yu Yao was silent for a second, then said. I can temporarily cut off the connection between him and the void for you, but you only have 30 seconds. Enough. By the way, I still need the ability to condense the spiritual entity. Give it to me now. You don't have psychic ascension yet, and you're not an official void apostle, so you won't be able to use it. Then how can I ascend spiritually? Purify all these distorted soul powers and put them into the void. And then, at that time, you will naturally know how to ascend spiritually. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. You mean you want me to purify these distorted souls and turn them into the void? Then what benefits can I get? Normal psychic ascension is to communicate with the psychic world. Find a spiritual object in the psychic world and leave the coordinates. Now all the souls that have been purified by your hand enter the void, and they will gather a powerful psychic saint. That is you coordinates in the spirit world. Yu Yao explained. Can the spiritual things that ordinary psychers randomly find be compared with the psychic saints? Can the psychic feedback obtained by small coordinates be compared with the psychic saints? However, Li Qing was keenly aware of something immediately, and asked. Do you want to build a private psionic tower by yourself? So what? Nothing. Let's get started. The next second, a dazzling golden light lit up in the void behind the Lord of the End of all things, and a huge golden figure slowly emerged. Behind him was the vast and ever-changing ocean of virtual realms. The moment the golden figure appeared, the Lord of the End of all things let out an unwilling roar, and his body sank steeply, shrinking inward into a pitch-black ball, which was a sphere that attracted even light and sank rapidly. But at this moment, a big golden hand pressed down, and the void quickly solidified, and the sphere was half floating and half sinking, motionless. Cooperate with me. Li Qing raised his head to the sky and roared, jumped up and rushed towards the black sphere. The big golden hand paused for a moment, pressed down hard, and sank into it together with Li Qing along with the sphere, and then the black hole quickly shrank and disappeared. Okay. Entering the universe in the palm and losing the source of power, the big golden hand quickly faded and disappeared, while the compressed black hole exploded, and an indescribable wave of spiritual energy blasted millions of kilometers away. The huge planet-like figure slowly stretched its body, and an indescribably terrifying spiritual pressure swept across everything. What a powerful existence. Li Qing was ecstatic in his heart, and his figure quietly left the universe in his palm and reappeared in the real world. I don't care about it for the time being, and I'll come back to it after my psychic power has soared. Anyway, this guy can't turn the sky in the universe in the palm of his hand. The power of the universe in his palm can steal even the original energy of the void realm. What is a mere subspace creature? Don't look at the fierce appearance of this guy, but spirit bodies of this level in the void realm are not dare to say that it is everywhere, but it definitely does not exist at the top. At this moment, Li Qing is already thinking about how to make this thing later. He has a strong premonition that after his spiritual power soars, not only the innate talent of the Son of the Stars will undergo great changes, but the universe in his palm will also undergo great changes. He is looking forward to it very much. Returning to the material universe, a huge golden vortex reappeared in the original position. Without the Naya space evil, Yu Yao can free up her hands to harvest this massive amount of soul power. Although Yi Xiao has a high-level relic that can continue to be devoured, the efficiency is not as fast as hers. An invisible force called him back to the bridge of his battleship. He looked at Yu Yao, who was surrounded by golden light and dancing like a goddess, and asked. This should be regarded as a successful completion of the task. Almost. Then why didn't I feel the psionic feedback? Wait until the collection is complete. By the way, is that connection UFA? After a few seconds, she couldn't help turning her head anymore, and Li Qing looked away in embarrassment. Don't get me wrong, I'm just curious about the difference between your golden psionic power and normal psionic power. She obviously misunderstood. He was really researching this point just now, he was really not lustful. After all, she is in the state of a psionic entity at this time, and her whole body is composed of golden psionic energy, so there is nothing to see. But she is a girl after all, and she is naturally sensitive to this kind of gaze, and some misunderstandings are normal. Under her full urging, the vortex devoured the power of the soul so fast that Yi Xiao couldn't match it even if he had a high-level relic. He could only watch most of the power of the soul being taken away without any means. However, he wasn't too angry. After all, even if it was only a small part, it was more than what was fed back through the existence of the subspace called the terminator of everything before. The only thing he was angry with was that UFA and Li Qing received more benefits than himself. When the last trace of soul power was swallowed, he resolutely restarted the reserve robot crew, the ship retreated, and at the same time ordered the subordinates on the main battlefield who were resisting the Shadow Tribe's joint civilization reinforcements and the Halo troops to retreat. Here, Yu Yao also closed the virtual passage. The dazzling golden light on her body dimmed a little. She turned and said to Li Qing. Let's go. Stretching out his hand, a psionic channel emerged, and he walked into it immediately. Li Qing looked back at his subordinates who had been killed by the subspace evil that was the Terminator before, and sighed. Everyone, I'm sorry, I will give your family double the pension. Then walked into the psionic channel without hesitation. This hurricane-class destroyer, which has been with him for a long time, can no longer be taken away at this time. Pass through the psionic passage and appear in a small courtyard. Looking at the quaint small courtyard, Li Qing came to the small pond in front of the courtyard and stroked it with his hand. It was real water, and the fish in it were real. He was quite surprised and said, "Where is this place?" At this time, the door of the small building opened, and Yu Yuyao, who had recovered from the psychic entity state to the physical state, came out. Looking at her exquisite face that was almost exactly the same as Yu Yuefei, Li Qing couldn't help sighing. You two sisters really look alike, almost exactly the same. She walked to the small courtyard with a blank expression and sat down in front of the mahogany coffee table. She took out the tea set and boiled water while saying, "You can communicate with the void realm to start spiritual ascension at any time. Are you going to ascend now or return to the outpost and start the ascension?" "Now, I can't wait. Now UFA is evacuating, and you will ascend together when you leave this star field." The small courtyard was quiet, only the sound of her making tea. Li Qing didn't speak, and sat quietly opposite her, watching her smooth and skillful movements, and looking at her almost flawless face from time to time. It was both pleasing to the heart and the eyes. After 3 rounds of tea, there was a knock on the door suddenly, and then the small courtyard door was pushed open. A beautiful woman who was almost identical to Yu Yuyao came in, and then another tall woman came in. It turned out to be Ding Yoren. Yu Yuefei took a look at Li Qing and wasn't too surprised. She already knew about her sister's choice and what happened just now. Ding Yoren looked at Li Qing in surprise, but didn't speak, and sat down behind Yu Yuefei. Yu Yuyao tapped on the table lightly and said, "Now that everyone is here, let me ask you one last time, are you willing to be my apostle?" Yu Yuefei lowered her head. "I do. Me too." Li Qing smiled. "Of course I would." As soon as the voice fell, a golden spiritual energy mark appeared between the eyebrows of the 3 of them at the same time, and then their consciousness instantly soared into the sky, quickly passed through the void, and quickly shuttled along a golden passage, flying to the vast and ever-changing sea of stars in the distance. Is this the spiritual world? In addition to the coordinates provided by Yu Yuyao, he can also vaguely sense the connection between the universe in the palm and the existence of the unknown virtual realm, and the continuous source energy of the virtual realm is being secretly stolen by the universe in the palm. I don't know how long it took. They have passed through the endless subspace to the virtual realm where they don't know where, and plunged into the vast virtual realm. The moment he threw himself into it, Li Qing felt as if he had plunged into an ocean of infinite pure psionic energy, and the endless psionic energy was poured into his soul. He has a clear understanding in his heart, which is the reward of Shijing for himself. He purified hundreds of millions of souls into the virtual realm, and these souls would form various spirit bodies in the virtual realm, which is equivalent to the aborigines of the virtual realm. He provided the void realm with hundreds of millions of newborn citizens, so he should be rewarded naturally. It is worth mentioning that, like the evil thing called the Lord of the End of all things just now, are using sacrifices to sacrifice souls to virtual existences, those souls are swallowed by those virtual existences, not integrated into the virtual realm. A steady stream of psionic energy was poured into his soul consciousness, making his soul consciousness stronger, not only quantitatively but also qualitatively. It turned out that his psychic strength was just over 2,000, but now it has become more than 4,000, doubled, and it is still growing. On the other side, not far from him, Yu Yuefei and Ding Yoren's soul consciousness is also being infused with psychic energy, but unlike him, Li Qing is actively instilled by the virtual realm, while they are infused with spiritual energy. Yu Yuyao used her authority to provide them with spiritual power and strong will. To put it bluntly, the psionic power he received was rewarded by Void Realm, and the psionic power the 2 of them obtained belonged to Yu Yuyao and passed it on to them. Continuous pouring of spiritual energy. His spiritual energy strength soon exceeded 10,000, and continued to increase. I don't know how long it took, but the strength of his psychic energy has exceeded 20,000, and so much psychic energy is only a small part of the psychic energy surrounding him waiting for his fusion. At this time, information about how to ascend spiritually naturally appeared in Li Qing's mind. After quickly comprehending the information, he suddenly realized. With a thought, the huge psionic energy gathered in his soul consciousness began to burn and then purified. The most critical step in the ascension of psionic energy is to purify one's psionic energy before finding the coordinates left by the spiritual object. Because after finding the spiritual object and leaving the coordinates on it, the psionic energy of the psyker will undergo a qualitative change under the influence of the void. At this time, the psionic ascension ritual is over, and the psyker will be forcibly expelled from the void. Li Qing is currently in the feedback stage of the virtual environment, and the spiritual object he is going to leave the coordinate imprint on is Yu Yu Yao. Chapter 58 Condensing Psychic Saints, Silver League Plus. Li Qing suddenly realized that it seemed that the coordinate spiritual object he had left in the void realm was not the psychic saint Yu Yu Yao condensed in his imagination, but herself. This can't work. Doesn't it mean that I can only be controlled by her in the future? Li Qing frowned. The spirit of the coordinate imprint is Yu Yu Yao, the son of the virtual world, which means that her coordinates in the virtual world are controlled by her. If she wants to do something, she has no power to resist. It is true that becoming an apostle of the void realm can gain huge benefits, whether it is powerful psychic power or a higher upper limit of psychic power level in the future, but if one's lifeline is choked by others, what is the point of all this? Maybe others don't care, but he can't. As a time traveler with a cheat, if his lifeline is choked by others, he should send it up by himself, and he will be laughed to death if he speaks out. This won't work. Li Qing was silent for less than a second before making a decision. I cannot be her apostle. Thinking of this, he communicated with the universe in his palm with a thought, and a black hole appeared in his place in the next second, and an extremely powerful attraction came out from the black hole, like a pump, and the surrounding spirits gathered together. Energy rushes towards him crazily, injecting it into the universe in his palm. At the same time, the large number of souls that he had crazily devoured before the universe in his palm felt the stimulation of the virtual world, and naturally changed. The power of the virtual world enters the universe in the palm along the passage, quickly purifying these distorted souls. But the most influential one is the powerful subspace existence that he swallowed into the universe in the palm just now, claiming to be the Lord of the end of all things. After being trapped in the universe in the palm for a while, he has been madly rampaging around in the universe in the palm, constantly impacting the central high-dimensional fortress. However, without Li Qing's permission, even such a powerful existence cannot enter it, and can only circle around the edge. Feeling the familiar aura of the void realm at this moment, he rushed over quickly, headfirst toward the exit of the small black hole. Li Qing bowed his head in soul consciousness, and with a thought, the power of the entire universe descended in his palm. Om. In an instant, Li Qing felt the entire universe in his palm tremble slightly, as if an invisible circle swept across the universe in his palm, and at that moment his consciousness disappeared for a moment. Then, the huge subspace existence suddenly stopped, and the huge star-like body collapsed on the spot, turning into infinite spiritual energy, collapsing and spreading out, like a sea of spiritual energy. Then, Li Qing moved his mind again, and the power of the universe in his palm descended again. Billions of stars fell from the sky over this sea of souls, which spanned tens of thousands of kilometers. Especially in the center of this sea of souls, where endless star flames fall and wrap it, madly purifying its terrifying will. In the palm universe, Li Qing is an absolute existence. Normally, he only uses 10 times the psionic power of the palm universe at most, and rarely actively uses the power of the palm universe, let alone fully mobilizes its power and even its origin, because doing so can easily destroy the inner part of the palm universe, which is already in a state of collapse and damage. The fabric of the universe is shaken. If the enemy you face is too strong, there may be some unpredictable and serious consequences. So if it is not necessary, he will never take the initiative to use the power of the universe in his palm. But this time the opponent he faced was too powerful, and there was nothing he could do without using the original power of the universe in his palm. Fortunately, although this powerful subspace existence, which claims to be the Lord of the end of all things, is very strong, it is not strong enough to affect the stability of the palm universe. It was barely defeated, suppressed and purified. Then, Li Qing waited for the entire sea of souls and the core to be completely purified, took a long breath, stretched out his hand, and the sea of pure psionic energy and the pure psionic core in the center all flew to the central high-dimensional fortress, put it directly into it. At this moment, he has a very crazy idea. Since he couldn't entrust Yu Yu Yao with his psychic coordinates, but at this time he couldn't find a new psychic coordinate, he had to create one himself. With the spiritual core of this powerful subspace as the core, reshape a powerful spiritual body, create a spiritual saint according to the design of the Empire's spiritual towers, and use this spiritual saint as your spiritual coordinates. As a result, spiritual energy soars. In this way, not only can he ascend with the strongest posture, but he can also get rid of Yu Yao's control. The most important thing is to have a spiritual saint. He can build a new spiritual tower in the real universe based on this spiritual saint. What does that mean? In the entire human civilization, there are only 10 psychic power towers, and the 14-star Sea Lords can't have one. If he can get one, he can use it as a basis to gather other psychers in the future. Whether you recruit psychers to work for you, or use this to gather people's hearts, it is very useful. The universe in the palm of your hand, the core of the high-dimensional fortress, the psionic core is put into it, and then the pure psionic energy gathers all over the sky. The psionic core naturally attracts psionic energy, and naturally begins to reshape the pure psionic body. The reason why I don't operate outside is because I'm afraid of being affected by other things. After all, a large number of distorted souls have been intercepted and entered into the universe in the palm. Among them, there are not many psychers of the united civilization of the Shadow tribe, and the most critical void realm. At this time, his soul consciousness is still between the universe in the palm and the virtual realm, and the power of the virtual realm has penetrated into the universe in the palm. As a not very strong psyker, if the power of the virtual realm is mixed with the spiritual saint one kick, he can't guarantee the purity of the psychic saint. There are no such troubles in the high-dimensional fortress, except for him, nothing can come in, and he can quietly condense the body of the spiritual saint. The condensed psionic saint didn't last long. After all, there was no interference. The psionic energy and the psionic core were originally from the same source, and the fusion speed was very fast. It didn't take long to reunite a pure unconscious humanoid psionic shell. Then, Li Qing's consciousness descended, and he directly plunged into this psychic body. In an instant, the eyes of the humanoid psychic shell opened, and two pure spiritual flames lit up. Well, what a powerful force. Consciousness entered this psychic body without hindrance, and Li Qing instantly sensed a completely unimaginable super-huge psychic energy filling his whole body. At this moment, he felt that he was omnipotent. With a thought, the humanoid psionic shell disappeared, and reappeared in the void. There was no movement at all. The humanoid psychic body quickly expanded to a super psychic giant with a height of hundreds of kilometers. When he pressed down with his giant palm covering the sky, a group of psychic storms covering more than 10 kilometers exploded. So strong. He looked around, but unfortunately there was no reference to try it out. It can only be measured from the psionic storm, which is indeed quite powerful. Next, he tried to use other psychic means, such as psychic teleportation, psychic leap, etc. When the psychic power reached this point, there was no need to learn these methods, it was already instinctive. It didn't take long to try, because Li Qing already felt that the psionic feedback from the void realm was about to be absorbed, and he had to choose psionic ascension next. With a thought, the psionic body quickly shrank to the size of an ordinary person, took a step forward, and reappeared between the universe in the palm and the exit of the virtual realm. Looking up at the bursts of longing coming from the other side of the black hole, Li Qing vaguely felt that the void realm was calling to him. Take a deep breath and step into it. The moment he left the passage and entered the void realm, he immediately felt the changes in the rules of the void realm to this psionic body. Waves of faint fluctuations slowly swayed around the psychic body. At this time, he was transforming from the psychic body to the psychic saint. At the same time, Li Qing's psychic core at the entrance of the passage suddenly started to burn, and the surging psychic energy quickly became more pure as it burned. The soul consciousness he put into the psionic body just now, as the psionic body was transformed into a psionic saint by the virtual realm, naturally became the coordinates for him to stay in the virtual realm, so at the moment of transformation, his main soul core naturally started the last step of psionic ascension, metamorphosis. He transformed here, which naturally affected his real body. Yu Yuyao suddenly opened her eyes and saw Li Qing burning purified spiritual energy, with a surprised, incredible and puzzled expression on her face, which translates to be ignorant. Yes, she was confused at this time. How can that be? She could indeed sense that Li Qing was ascending spiritually, but she could not sense the mark left by him on the psychic saint she was condensing. Did he make a mistake? Or is there any unknown virtual world nearby? She suddenly thought of a terrible possibility. Her face changed drastically, and she immediately put her consciousness into the void. Li Qing's psychic sage quickly sensed a powerful will slowly rising nearby, and then a coercion from the void swept over. The moment the two wills came into contact, Yu Yuyao felt as if he was severely swallowed. This is impossible. In reality, she opened her eyes abruptly, just as Li Qing also slowly opened her eyes. A ray of light flashed, and the void suddenly lit up like a flash of lightning. Li Qing smiled slightly and greeted her. Please allow me to introduce myself again. From now on, please call me by my new name, Shiyuan. His real name is Li Qing, and Shiyuan is the name of his psionic sage in the void realm. Just like every virtual existence has a name that represents its existence, whether it is the previous lord of the end of all things, or the existence that he once caught a will projection, or the famous four gods of the virtual realm, all have a thunderous name. When his psychic body transforms into a psychic saint, he will naturally have a name, and he named it, Siwan. Of course, Yu Yuyao also gathered a spiritual saint, so her spiritual saint will also have a name. But at this time, Yu Yuyao was already shocked by the fact that Li Qing had also condensed a psychic saint. Well, she was still confused. Even though she had always acted like she was in control of the wisdom pearl and handled things calmly, Li Qing's behavior at this time was indeed beyond her imagination. Haven't seen or even heard of this happening. In the entire history of mankind, this has never happened before. My chief apostle has also gathered a psychic saint. No, he is not my apostle. Yu Yuyao was even more speechless. He is the son of the void realm, and he took the opportunity to intercept hundreds of millions of souls and purify them to be qualified to condense a psionic saint. Why should he? No need for her to ask. Li Qing knew what she wanted to ask, smiled slightly and said, "You may not believe it. This treasure of mine is very restrained against virtual creatures. I just killed the Lord of the end of all things, purified it with his body and refined it into a spiritual body, and then transformed it into a spiritual body with my spiritual power. When ascending, put this body into the void, transform it into a psychic saint, and then ascend successfully." Yu Yuyao was silent for a long time. Her expression and mood were so complicated, she hesitated for a long time, and suddenly saw the flames of spiritual energy burning on Yu Yufei and Ding Yoren. She let out a long breath and said expressionlessly, "I want to protect them from ascending, please avoid it." Li Qing laughed and said, "Actually, I can also protect them." She raised her head and looked over with strange eyes. Li Qing waved her hands and said, "Then I'll go first, and we'll talk about it later." After speaking, he stretched out his hand and pulled. A psionic channel opened, and he stepped into it and disappeared. Of course, a normal psychic ascendant would not do this move, but he has a psychic saint in the void realm. Although he is still not as good as the son of the void realm, he can use most of the methods of using psychic power, including the cohesive spirit that he couldn't ask for before. He can do it physically. Appeared again, he appeared directly in Li Lai's battleship. Seeing a person appearing out of thin air, Li Lai was stunned for a moment, waved his hand to dispel the conditioned reflex, and asked in surprise, "What method are you doing?" Li Qing smiled and said, "It's a very simple psychic method. My psychic ascension succeeded." Li Lai was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and cupped his hands. "Congratulations." He nodded and patted Li Lai on the shoulder. "Congratulations indeed. After a while, there will be good things for you. Arrange an empty room for me now. I have something to do." "No problem." Li Lai didn't take the good things Li Qing said to heart, and led him to the lounge behind the bridge. As soon as the door was closed, Li Qing immediately opened the universe in his palm and walked in. He couldn't wait to see the changes in his psychic ascension. Successful psychic ascension. He felt a series of changes in himself, not only in himself, but also in the universe in his palm. He had to check it carefully. With a thought, the property panel opens. Name, Li Qing. Race, human. Lifespan, 19/103 plus 500 psionic ascension plus 1000 children of the stars, without genetic adjustment. Innate trait, son of the star awakened. Acquired talent, a psychic ascender. Innate attributes, perception 49 plus 5, memory 40 plus 5, mind 44 plus 5, spirit 41 plus 5, charm 38 plus 5. Life skills, all shipbuilding skills LV12, others slightly. Battle skills, basic command skill LV9, others are omitted. Brain plugs, 40 pieces. This is the personal attribute panel, but there is a second interface above the personal attribute panel, which is the attribute panel of the spiritual saint. Psychic Saint Siwan, a virtual existence with powerful spiritual power, which is the hub for the psychic to connect the material universe and the virtual world. Psychic strength, 5.67 million, sublimation level. Chapter 59 Awakening of the Children of the Stars and Enchanting the Servants of Light. Trait. Son of the Stars, awakening this existence as the spokesperson of the past. The power of a star in the universe is accommodated in the Son of the Stars, endowing it with immortal life and great will. Effect. Gain experience plus 3000%, all skill level caps plus 30. Effect. The general brain slots are adjusted to 40 slots. Effect. All attributes plus 30. Compared to being hidden at the beginning, the innate traits at this time have become awakened after his successful psychic ascension, and it is estimated that there will be states in the future, showing the power of this super talent one by one. The attributes of the awakened star child have been improved in all aspects, and besides that, there is another choice he has not yet made. System prompt. Son of the Star awakening, you will gain the hidden power from the Son of the Star in the past. Please choose from the following options: Rule, Wisdom, and Strength. Li Qing checked carefully and soon understood. Dominion means that he chooses to take the road of the Lord, and the natural attributes obtained are all related to the Lord. Wisdom represents the technology route, and will get a super wisdom-related talent, making him a super scientist. Strength naturally represents the commander, and will give him a super command talent. It is worth mentioning that there are two modes of power, one is naval commander and the other is army commander. Selecting power can obtain both modes at the same time, and you can switch at any time. Son of the Stars rule this existence as the supreme ruler of a super civilization in an unknown era. Effect. Administrative efficiency under rule plus 500%, experience gained by all ruling subordinates plus 500%, no corruption. Effect. All output under the rule plus 200%, construction efficiency plus 200%. Effect. The stability under the rule plus 100%, the happiness of the people plus 100%, the cohesion of civilization plus 100%, and no crime will occur. Effect. Servant of Light can be attuned to assist in ruling, one person per month. Son of the Stars wisdom, this existence as a top wise man of a super civilization in an unknown era. Effect. Innate attribute memory and mind plus 10 points. Effect. Scientific research experience plus 1000%. You can enter the state of in-depth research at any time, and there is a chance of a flash of inspiration in the state of in-depth research. Effect. Mental matrix dominates. Son of the Stars power, this existence as a powerful naval commander of a super civilization in an unknown era. Effect. Naval command experience plus 1000%, fleet crew experience acquisition plus 500%, troops will not have negative psychology. Effect. Naval command, ship speed plus 200%, ship weapon range plus 100%, ship weapon damage plus 50%, hit plus 50. Effect. Naval command, 300 plus 1% shield regeneration, 300 plus 1% armor regeneration, and 300 plus 1% hull regeneration of the subordinate ships per second. Effect. Naval command, dimensional distortion halo, energy shield, armor and hull of all enemy ships within a radius of 100 million kilometers minus 20%, movement speed minus 20%, weapon range minus 20%, weapon attack power minus 20%, hit minus 20. Son of the Stars power, this existence as a powerful army commander of a super civilization in an unknown era. Effect. Army command experience plus 1000%, unit experience gain plus 500%, troops will not have negative psychology. Effect. Army command ground troop physique, strength, speed, reaction plus 100%. Effect. Army command ground troops weapon damage plus 100%, range plus 100%, hit plus 50. Effect. Army command cause and effect distorts the halo, all enemy troops within a radius of 1 million km minus 20% to physique, strength, speed, reaction, hit minus 20. This. After reading the skills extended from the Son of the Star trait, Li Qing fell into deep thought. Or tangled. Too strong. Each of them is ridiculously strong, but he can only choose one, and he pinches a few hairs on the spot. But he didn't struggle too long, because he seemed to have no other choice. Or he has only one choice, and that is the first rule. Because these options are related to his next path, whether to be a ruler, a scientist, or a commander. Different choices determine the changes in the Palm universe after the upgrade. Li Qing asked himself what he wanted to be, and his answer was a ruler. Must also be the ruler, otherwise how could he become the military leader and the Star Sea Lord in the future? Even if the military leaders of the past dynasties took the route of naval commanders at the beginning, they all switched to the administrative route related to lords in the later stage. What makes him is that he can't change this option after he chooses it, otherwise he can take the commander route now, and then switch to the rule route after grabbing a suitable planet in the future. Actually had no choice, Li Qing made a choice in a depressed mood, the rule route. After making his choice, he let out another breath and began to study this ability carefully. There is one thing to say, although on the surface it seems that the rule option is not comparable to the other options, but after careful consideration, you will find that this ability is actually just as abnormal. First of all, the administrative efficiency under the rule is plus 500%, all the ruling subordinates gain experience plus 500%, and in his eyes, the most terrible coercive effect, there will be no corruption under his rule. Officials under his rule will not produce corruption. What a terrible characteristic is this! The second effect, all output under his rule plus 200%, construction efficiency plus 200%, which means that regardless of mineral output, agricultural output, and factory output under his rule will increase by an additional 200%. Of course, this extra output does not appear out of thin air, it is not power generation in vain, but a result of a substantial increase in worker efficiency. To put it bluntly, it is produced by workers who take the initiative to work overtime in 996 or 007. And construction efficiency plus 200%. This is easy to understand. All construction related under the rule, including base construction, future planet and city construction, and even warship construction, etc., are all accelerated by 200%. Generally speaking, it is 1/3 of the original speed. For example, it used to take 3 months to build a building, but now it only takes 1 month to complete. In addition, the high-dimensional shipyard of the Palm universe originally had a 100% construction speed bonus, and the current 200% is 300%, which means that the shipbuilding in the shipyard can be completed in a quarter of the original time. The basic construction time of a frigate is 2 months and 60 days, and now a quarter of it is 15 days to ship a batch of frigates, which is surprisingly fast. The third effect, the stability under the rule plus 100%, the happiness of the people plus 100%, the cohesion of civilization plus 100%, and no crime will occur. What does this mean? It may be a bit vague to describe it as living in heaven, but Li Qing thinks it is most appropriate to describe it as living in the heart. The fourth effect is also the one that Li Qing values most. Every month, one servant of light can be enchanted to assist in the rule. What is a servant of light? He had never heard of this word at all before, but he knew it naturally after the innate characteristic of the son of the stars was awakened. The so-called servant of light is the former servant of the super god-level civilization of the unknown era that created the witnesses of the Palm universe and the high-dimensional fortress stars. It is a group rather than a race, because theoretically any race can be turned into a servant of light, including silicon-based life, psionic bodies in the virtual realm, subspace evils, and even some unknown life forms living in the starry sky. The enlightened servants of light can become administrative officials, or scientists, or naval commanders, or army generals, or simple combat members, etc., according to the wishes of the ruler. They have powerful talents common to servants of light, as well as powerful skills, to assist the son of the stars to rule. Li Qing knew about the servant of light, but he didn't know how strong the servant of light was, but since it was used by super god-level civilizations, it couldn't be worse. At this time, he can enlighten a servant of light, but who is the servant of light is a problem. It's not very convenient for the player. Although it can also be enlightened, he hasn't thought about letting Li Lai and others know about it yet. In other words, they have just committed themselves to themselves, the time is too short, and the merits are not enough, so why give them this opportunity? Although the suffix of servant of light is a servant, for ordinary creatures, this is an opportunity to change the essence of their own life, which is enough to make any ordinary life form directly become a higher life form with immortal life. It is said to be a servant, but it is actually a reward. So, Li Qing rubbed his forehead. It seems that none of his current subordinates meet the requirements. Or just like this, his gaze fell on the skill named, condense the entity of psychic energy among the many abilities obtained after his psychic ascension. The original effect of this skill is to communicate with the void realm to extract a large amount of spiritual energy to condense a spiritual energy entity that completely obeys its own orders to appear in the material universe. Generally speaking, the condensed spiritual energy entity is at least a storm-level psyker, with extremely powerful combat power. But the existence of psionic entities in the physical universe requires psionic maintenance, so this thing cannot last. Li Qing thought, first condense a spiritual energy entity, and then turn it into a servant of light, making it stay in the material universe forever. As soon as he said it, he immediately communicated with the psychic saint in the void, stretched out his hand, and a little spiritual light appeared in the void in front of him, and then a steady stream of spiritual energy spread around this point of spiritual light. Form a human form made of pure psionic energy. Having psychic saints is so cool. They can communicate with the void realm at any time, but other ordinary psychics cannot communicate at any time. Not long after, a humanoid psychic energy entity without facial features was condensed, and the psychic energy fluctuations it emitted were slightly inferior to Li Qing's, about 100,000. It is worth mentioning that because Li Qing used the psychic sage as the coordinates of psychic ascension, his psychic strength was extremely powerful after ascension, directly surpassing the threshold of 100,000, and the purity of his psychic energy was far away stronger than non-ascended psychers, which means that the same strength of psychers is definitely stronger than non-ascended psychers. Similarly, because of the concentration of psychic power, he can use the signature skill of psychers, Psychic Storm. At this time, the psychic entity can be completely controlled by him. Li Qing stretched out his fingers to touch the forehead of the psychic entity without hesitation, and activated the attunement ability with a thought. There was nothing abnormal. Just a faint ripple swept across, and the place where the psionic entity was pointed by his finger quickly lit up with a dazzling light, and quickly extended to the surroundings. The pure psionic energy that constituted the body was originally clear light. Has turned into a blazing light. In just 10 seconds, the psychic entity had already turned into a dazzling light man, a wave different from the previous one swayed, and a consciousness emerged from nothing, and was born right under his nose. Name, race, servant of light. Lifespan, immortal. Innate talent, servant of light naval command. Acquired talent, psionic entity, sublimation of light. Innate attributes, perception 35, memory 35, mind 35, spirit 35, charisma 35. Life skills, none. Battle skills, basic command skill LV 20. Brain plugs, 30 pieces. Servant of light myth, a super god level civilized servant of an unknown era, born with powerful spiritual power. Effect. Command experience plus 500%, fleet crew experience gain plus 300%, overall morale plus 100% during combat. Effect. Ship speed plus 100%, ship weapon range plus 50%, ship weapon damage plus 25%, hit plus 25. Effect. 300 points of shield regeneration, 300 points of armor regeneration, and 300 points of fleet regeneration per second for the subordinate ships. Effect. Void Distortion Halo. All enemy ships within a radius of 10 million kilometers minus 10% energy shield, armor and hull, minus 10% movement speed, weapon range, attack power, 10 hit. Psionic entity, sublimation of light. This is a sublimated psionic entity. Effect. Ship speed plus 50%, fleet range plus 30%, ship weapon damage plus 20%, hit plus 20, fleet transition distance plus 100%. Effect. Psychic suppression. The range of the enemy fleet within a radius of 1 million kilometers from itself is minus 20%. So strong. There is no need for any description. As long as you compare with the talents of Li Lai and Li Qi you have seen before, you will know how powerful they are. And this guy also has a naval command skill as high as LV-20, which means that he can directly command all warships below the flagship. And its servant of light innate talent has a 500% experience bonus, which means that its skill level is easier to upgrade, and it will not take long to reach the level of command flagship or even super flagship. A general has arrived. He can't even command cruisers now, but he can command his subordinates, who command the fleet to fight, so that he can command battleships at this stage. The newly enlightened servant of light can't do anything yet, because he is enlightened with a psionic entity and has no personality consciousness. Now he needs to edit the settings for him, such as personality and personality. This is very easy, because he doesn't need to edit so finely, he only needs to edit the general personality setting, and the specific ones will be improved by themselves. Li Qing compiled for him an absolutely rational naval commander named Li Yuan. Then, leave it alone for a while and let him perfect it. Next, Li Qing descended directly to the core of the high-dimensional fortress, Witness of the Stars. At this time, the core was repaired a little after his psychic ascension with the recovery of the universe in his palm. First of all, the origin of the virtual world extracted by the universe in the palm has grown tenfold. In the past, only 1 unit of spiritual energy could be extracted per day, but now it can extract 10 units of spiritual energy per day. In addition, the universe in the palm of your hand is more stable. The diameter of the opening channel has changed from the original 10 kilometers to the current 100 kilometers in diameter. In the past, only the channel could be opened and nothing could be actively accepted. Now the open channel has a certain attraction and can actively swallow it. Something that is not very resistant comes in. Chapter 60, Casting and Trading of Light. Then, the high-dimensional fortress, Star Witness, was repaired again. The repaired area this time was beyond Li Qing's expectations. It was part of an area called the Foundry of Light, which contained a supermatter conversion furnace. It has the function of transforming void energy into various rare resources, or transforming any substance into any other substance, or transforming various energies into physical substances, etc., to realize the free conversion of energy and matter, commonly known as void power generation. But now there is a problem before him. There is no problem with the Foundry Furnace of Light. The area unlocked this time is complete, and the conversion furnace is intact and usable. But the problem is that the casting of light used to directly extract the infinite energy in the entire river system inside the high-dimensional fortress of the Star Witness, to convert it into various rare materials. The energy is endless, and the resources are naturally endless. But now the internal power furnace of this thing can't be used at all, which means that there is no energy source, and the furnace has no raw materials, so naturally it can't produce things. Void power generation is just a joke, and it's not really something completely out of thin air, so either get a bunch of energy blocks and throw them in for transformation, or you can only use the basic function of the light casting furnace, matter transformation. Transform worthless materials into valuable rare resources, and make some money by doing this. Well, I hope that the price of rare resources in the Empire will not be destroyed by me. Of course, this is just a joke. The basic materials needed to convert those rare resources with super high value will definitely be very high. If you want to convert them, you have to collect materials everywhere. It must be super profitable, but it is ridiculous to say that the price of the United Empire of Mankind collapsed. Egg. Confirming the changes in the universe in the palm, Li Qing finally turned to his psychic talent. First of all, after ascension, the strength of the spiritual energy is as high as 110,000, and all of them are purified spiritual energy. The current strength of a little spiritual energy is equivalent to 10 points of spiritual energy before ascension, far stronger than before. It is worth mentioning that not all psychers are 10 times stronger after ascension than before ascension. The upper limit of the specific purity multiple depends on the coordinates left in the virtual world during ascension. This determines the upper limit of psychic purification. After ordinary psychers ascended, the purity of their psychic energy was 2 or 3 times as high as before, and 4 or 5 times stronger. 10 times the strength of spiritual energy like him can only be achieved by a sage who condenses spiritual energy on his own, or a child of the virtual world like Yu Yao. Only purified psychic energy can condense the psychic storm, the signature ultimatum of psychers targeting life forms. After psychic ascension, the bonus of all innate attributes changed from +2 before to +5 now, and lifespan +500. In addition, the skill buff of the psyker has also been greatly enhanced. Psychic Ascendant. This is a powerful psionic ascendant who condenses spiritual saints, and the power from the void endows it with great power. Attributes. Fleet speed +50%, fleet range +50%, ship weapon damage +25%, hit +30, fleet transition distance +100%. Unique features. Not selected. This unique characteristic is an additional characteristic that each psionic ascendant obtains according to his own situation, which is strong or weak. Li Qing checked consciously, and immediately 3 different effects appeared in front of him. Characteristic 1 Epic, Psionic Storm Range +200%, Psionic Storm Strength +25%. Characteristic 2 Rare, Fleet Range +30%, Fleet Transition Distance +50%. Characteristic 3 Legendary, Light of the Void. All friendly forces within a radius of 5 million kilometers of itself will get +50% energy shield, +50% armor, +25% hull damage correction. Because of the particularity of its ascension, the extra characteristics that appear are very powerful. The worst is the rare level, and the strongest is the legendary level. Barely thinking about it, Li Qing directly chose the third option as an additional feature for his psychic ascender. This halo ability is very powerful, which means that all friendly forces and all weapons within a radius of 5 million kilometers will receive this powerful correction. Note that it is not a direct bonus to all weapons, but a correction. The effect is not as strong as the direct bonus. If it is a direct addition to weapons, this value is probably a golden mythical feature. But even so, it is very powerful. With this, even if Li Qing's innate talent has nothing to do with the command of the Navy, he can surpass most ordinary players with this alone. Coming out of the universe in his palm, Li Qing was in a good mood. Even if there is no gain in this wave, it is blood money. Needless to say, he has actually gained a lot. Those 3 space residences were taken away by him. Although there is no statistics yet, there are tens of millions of alien races. Based on the price of 3 to 4,000 alien races, if they are all sold, they may earn 1,000 billions of funds. In addition, the 3 small residences themselves are quite valuable. How can you sell 3 complete small residences? Well, this is really uncertain. Li Qing has never understood this aspect before. Besides, the internal structure and environment of this living station are not suitable for human beings. Not only will it need to be readjusted after purchase, but the internal structure will probably have to be dismantled and rebuilt, which will greatly reduce the price of the living station. It can be sold for sure. The outpost doesn't mind buying it, renovating it and hanging it in the outpost. It can just be used as a warehouse or other facilities. But how much it can sell is hard to say. But no matter how much it can be sold for, this wave is definitely a blood profit. Come out of the commander's office. The bridge is outside the door. Li Lai is chatting with Li Qi and other members in the channel. When he sees him coming, he immediately stands up. Captain, we are summing up the previous battle. Other subordinates in the channel saw him coming and greeted him one after another. He beckoned, stood in the middle of the bridge and asked, "Where are we now?" Li Lai replied immediately. "It has come to the galaxy at the edge of the isolation interference zone. The fleet is gathering for rest and can jump back to the outpost at any time." At this time, Li Qing had already opened the star map, and their position happened to be the last galaxy they had jumped to when they came here, and further ahead was the star field of the isolation interference zone. He checked the fleet assembled by the galaxy at this time, only a little more than a third of the original, shook his head, and said to Li Lai and Li Qi, "What do you think of the current state of the Jalan team?" Everyone was silent for a while. Li Lai said, "Actually, I think the current situation is better than before. Captain, you came later than me, and you may not be clear about many things. The group of people brought by Yishao are not only very strong in the team, but they usually act outside the team. They seem to have long thought of turning against the team. The personal bases and industries of several of their main core members are not within the control of the team. If there is any conflict, their personal bases and industries will not be affected. By the way, they have wooed us more than once." Li Lai smiled. "I have long felt that the model of the Jalan team is not good." "You told me." Li Qing remembered that Li Lai had said this, and he agreed with it, but he didn't expect the split to be so fast. But having said that, splitting early has the advantage of splitting early. There is a saying, die early and live early. Split early, no matter how big the impact on the team is, it is limited, and there is still time to redevelop. If they suddenly backstab at the critical moment when they are about to capture a living planet in the future, not to mention the loss, they will have no chance to redevelop at that time, and other rival teams will definitely fall down immediately and make them unable to get back up. But no matter what, a team split, the second largest shareholder took away most of the shareholders, and the team's strength plummeted, which still caused panic within the team. The key point is that UFA didn't seem to take any strong measures to appease everyone. It seemed that she had been hit too hard and became depressed. Of course, in Li Qing's view, it shouldn't be like this. She doesn't seem to be such a person waiting to die. He thinks that she looks like this on purpose. Do you want to continue to clean up the members she thinks are redundant? Rubbing the center of his brows, Li Qing didn't continue to struggle. No matter what she thinks, this is a matter for her as the head of the regiment, and has nothing to do with him. He just stabilized his subordinates, told them not to think about it, and don't talk about it with the rest of the team. If someone contacts them to lobby them to leave, don't make any promises, just write them down. The fleet did not stay at the rendezvous point for long. About 2 hours later, an order came from UFA, and the fleet set off to return. Li Qing asked the fleet to set up to follow, let Li Lai and Li Qi take care of it, and he was about to go back to his room. He had to go to the Palm universe to have a look. With the addition of the awakened Star Child's talent, the construction efficiency of the warehouse area and dock in the Palm universe changed. "How are you doing?" But just after returning to the room and before entering the room, I received a communication from Li Lai. "Your Excellency Commander, please go over there." Well, Li Qing stretched out his hand and pointed. The psychic channel opened and appeared directly at the door of Yu Yuefei's command ship, Yu Yuyao's private courtyard. Just in time to see the door open, Yu Yuefei raised her head. Her beautiful face was as good-looking as ever, but her expression is extremely complicated. After a few seconds of silence, she opened the door and left, leaving Li Qing with a strange face in the courtyard. Yu Yuyao was still sitting in the original position, but she was not making tea. She stretched out her hand to signal him to sit down. She was silent for a while, and said, "Let's make a deal." Li Qing didn't speak, just leaned on the back of the chair, and glanced at her exquisite face that was exactly the same as Yu Yuefei's. She didn't look angry, and said to herself, "I don't know what method you use to condense the psychic saint, and I won't probe your secrets. You have condensed the psychic saint, and your identity is almost the same as mine. At the same time, you have enough potential and strength to match me. I trade." Her beautiful eyes were lifted up, and the eyes with powerful spiritual energy attracted Li Qing's attention, and asked, "What deal? I need you to help me deal with another child of the void someday in the future." Li Qing was silent. "Don't worry, it's not a senior child of the virtual world, but a child of the virtual world who was born in the same batch as me." Li Qing was still silent, but his mind was spinning quickly, thinking about gains and losses. After a while, he said, "What do you use to trade? And what is the specific content of the transaction? Who is the son of the virtual world? Where is it now? What strength?" If it is a senior child of the virtual environment, he will definitely not agree, but if it is the same batch of children of the virtual environment as her, it will be different. You can try it, but you have to figure out the situation. Yu Yuyao seemed to know what he was going to ask a long time ago, and replied without thinking just after asking. "I don't know who the other son of the Void Realm is, but if I want to be promoted to a higher authority, I must take the mark of the son of the Void Realm from another son of the Void Realm at the same level, and vice versa, so wait for us when the strength of a group of sons of the Virtual Realm reaches a certain level, they will inevitably meet other sons of the Virtual Realm. I need you to act as my apostle in the future promotion battle and help me defeat another child of the Void." Li Qing immediately asked, "You mean, every time you are promoted in the future, you have to kill another child of the same level?" Yes, Li Qing was no longer as envious as before. Although the son of the Void Realm can quickly gain powerful power, it is also highly dangerous. One needs to kill a child of the same level of imaginary realm to advance to the next level. On the way up, one has to constantly face the child of the same level of imaginary realm. He must win all the time and cannot lose even once. The consequence of failure is to fall completely and become another child of the imaginary realm to grow up. Nutrients. "So, what can you trade with me?" Li Qing had withdrawn his impolite gaze just now, and said seriously, "Although I don't know the specific details of your battle of the children of the void, if I help you as an apostle, I will definitely take the same risk as you. I don't believe that I can survive if I fail. Then, what price can I pay for me to take this huge risk to help you?" The probability of him surviving is still quite high. After all, there is a universe in his hand to save his life, but it does not prevent him from saying that it is better to ask for a price. Facing his question, Yu Yuyao seemed to be prepared, and replied directly. 15% of Jalan's original shares, Jalan's deputy head, sharing all relationships with the outpost in Jinmen, and... She paused for a moment, staring directly at him with eyes emitting a faint spiritual flame, and said word by word. "My sister Yufei will also be yours." Li Qing squinted his eyes and leaned back, shaking his head and said, "First of all, the value of the current Jalan after the split is far less than before. Regardless of the 15% of the original shares, or the so-called identity of Jalan's deputy head, I am not very attractive, but Jinmin and the outpost share a network of connections. Pretty good. As for your sister." Li Qing rubbed his fingers, shook his head and said, "I don't deny that your sisters, no matter how beautiful they are, have extraordinary abilities and personalities. They are what a normal man would want. However, this is not enough for me to take this big risk. Let's be more realistic." Yu Yuyao was slightly surprised, thought for a while, and asked, "What do you want?" Li Qing shook his head and said, "What do I want? I want so much. I want a Titan super flag, do you have it? I want to catch a powerful virtual existence, can you help me catch it? I want you two sisters, would you like it? Together. Just tell me what you have." Yu Yuyao's red lips parted slightly, a shyness flashed in her eyes and then disappeared instantly. She fell silent and didn't speak for a long while. She fell silent and didn't speak for a long while. She fell silent and didn't speak.